Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
It was not that it was unsure, but that it could not deal with it at all. But at the moment, the speeches and announcements made by the representatives of various countries made everyone boil. Countless flashing lights came together, and those who took pictures, carnivals, and those who were excited could not control themselves. The media reporters surrounded the speaking stage and raised their hands one after another, wanting to ask questions. But the leader ignored them, smiled and continued, "I believe that in the future, human beings will live in peace with giant beasts. This is a new era, the era of monsters." After he finished speaking, he turned around. He handed the microphone to the person beside him, and then, under the gaze of countless people, his back gradually disappeared. One thing. The people in the Emperor Project organization know it better than anyone else. That is, not every monster is kind, and not every monster is surrendered to the king. Some are not titan beasts and are extremely terrifying. Some do not belong to this planet and devour all things. People only see the surface. However, the content of the Emperor's plan to study did not end, but became even more busy. Correct. Do you know what was the first monster discovered by Project Monarch? Not Godzilla. Nor is it any known titan. Its code name, called 1-Titan Decomposer Death Swarm. At the moment, Intelligence Ghidorah's right head, drifting with the sea, disappeared. Talking. It's just the beginning, and Godzilla's troubles are not over. All of these. Instead, it became more intense. In addition, there is a content that the Imperial Organization does not know. The Emperor plans to organize the headquarters base. Intelligence 2, the Leviathan, in the Titans is actually the Loch Ness Monster. The real Leviathan wanders in the South Atlantic, the tip of South America. Its size is unimaginable. P.S. The transition is over. The next chapter is the beginning of the second chapter of Monster Age, Titan Decomposer. Some readers should know what it is, but a lot of new content has been integrated. Finally, thank you for your continued support. He was originally relieved that the monster incident had come to an end, but he was quickly shocked by the information that Amanda threw in the past. When Dr. Sarazawa just returned to the headquarters, he was called by Professor Amanda. Additional information: Bishop-level Herald died, but the only Pope-level Herald on the planet, Kaiju Beast, Herald, the ancestor of planetary creatures, woke up. Intelligence 3, in the area destroyed by the oxygen destroyers, a large number of aggressive microorganisms have appeared, which can decompose all living things. Dr. Sarazawa picked up the intelligence materials, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. At the same time, his hands trembled slightly. Amanda told Sarazawa that the incident was not as simple as he thought. What is a monster? In the human definition, they usually have huge amounts of size and hideous appearance. Monsters have huge amounts of destructive power, and it is difficult for humans to damage these monsters with ordinary weapons and equipment, and monsters can also be classified as UMA, unidentified life forms. And what are the Titans? There are thousands of extinct species on the Earth, and those ancient overlords who once ruled the Earth are Titans. At the same time, the giant Titans are special creatures with long lifespans and the ability to cause natural disasters. They have a special skeleton structure, contain unknown elements in their blood, and have strong vitality. They can absorb natural radiation and atomic energy, so they belong to the Titan family. According to research, all Titans weigh more than 10,000 tons, and the density of bone plates exceeds that of steel. Even if they are completely separated from the body, they have a certain regenerative power. The most mysterious and most abundant element in the blood is atomic energy, which belongs to radioactive particles. Are indeed viable cells. And most of the titans can mobilize the elements in their bodies and then concentrate them. The most representative of them is Godzilla's atomic breath, radiation heat ray. Due to the special cells, the titans have a very large vitality, and they can quickly heal wounds, even fatal wounds, broken head, broken abdomen. At the same time they are mysterious. Few people know that among these giant titans, some are bigger than Godzilla, some are like mountains, some are located in the sea, some are soaring in the sky, some live in the rainforest, and some are buried in the desert. But what the titan can't do is that roar winds and calls the rain, which brings thunder and thunder, except Ghidorah. They are all over the world. It is very difficult to find them and wake them up. Some of them have traces in forests, volcanoes, mountains, deep seas, deserts and so on. And find them, and study them. This is what the Emperor plans to organize, and if they don't wake up, Godzilla can't do anything about it. Unless you let Ghidorah roar again, let that terrifying electromagnetic wave spread all over the world, and roar regularly every day, and wake up sooner or later. But this kind of thing can't be rushed for the time being. They don't wake up, which means less energy consumption. Skull Island. It is the current monster stronghold. At the moment Godzilla ebbed, let the little G-beast Muto begin to follow humans to spread all over the world, and then he took the other Titan beasts towards Skull Island. Monster migration. What a spectacular scene, you can feel the shaking of the earth and the impact on the field of vision from far away. Roar AO 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 AO. Godzilla raised his head and roared towards the dark sky. At the moment, there were dozens of helicopters, fighter jets and other flight machines flying and circling in the air. It's like welcoming Godzilla and other titans home. Follow closely. Near the fog-filled sea area, the surrounding aircraft carrier fleet swayed, and there was a tremor of the earth shaking. The big waves broke out, and the waves were turbulent and violent. The soldiers hurriedly grasped the railings to ensure that they would not be hit by the waves. The titans have gone to sea. God, it's so scary. Many people stared at that scene with wide eyes, and when they saw the huge Godzilla stepping into the sea, they were immediately stunned. With its pitch-black appearance, its dorsal fins were erected fiercely towards the sky, and Roar's body was occasionally lit up by the glow of the scorching magma. Anyone could clearly feel the huge energy hidden in Godzilla's body. This is it, Godzilla. There are still many people who see Godzilla for the first time. When it stands upright, it looks like a huge mountain. At the same time, Godzilla's dorsal fins lit up with terrifying blue light from time to time, and the chest cavity seemed to be flowing with magma that the sea could not extinguish. With the heat and high temperature of the room, the moment it entered the sea, a large amount of water mist erupted and evaporated instantly. What a huge body! Not just Godzilla. Along with other giant titans stepping into the sea one by one, they set off wild waves one after another, and followed behind Godzilla towards Skull Island. And Raton, after all the titans entered the sea, also fluttered and soared into the sky. The speed was extremely fast, causing a sonic boom in an instant, surpassing the fighter jet. With Raton's liftoff, a large number of helicopter groups and fighter jets lowered their speed and immediately gave way. They don't want to die. Playing with their flight devices in front of the King of the Sky is a complete act of courting death. It's like a swarm of bees humming away. Coaxed away. Humans still give Raton a lot of face. After all, Raton is a father-level monster in front of these fighters. The female Muto and the male Muto also followed closely behind these giant beasts. As for Mothra, she had been stuck on Godzilla's back, and Godzilla was too embarrassed to drive her away, leaving Mothra on her back. Mysterious ancient ruins, strange figures appearing in the largest and deepest lakes, terrifying dragon lair, terrifying place of death. However, while carrying her on his back, he tried his best not to let the sharp dorsal fin pierce Mothra's wing skin, although this was something he didn't have to worry about. New Skull Island. With the unveiling of the veil of mystery. The field that human beings have explored and stepped into is only such a small place. At the moment Mothra was already addicted to Godzilla, and since there was nothing to do now, Godzilla quickly ignored the weight of Mothra, more than 10,000 tons. The larvae emerge from the cocoon under the waterfall, but the adults are repelled to seawater. At the same time, Gora's dorsal fin was exposed on the sea surface to prevent Mothra from touching the sea water. After all, this moth is still very afraid of water. Earth. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. It will gradually be discovered that these magical aspects of nature are actually related to the Titans. P.S. Reincarnation of Titan World. Titan producers, most monsters, Titan consumers, Raton Mothra Godzilla Ghidorah, Titan decomposers, dead swarm. In the end, the rich natural ecology has experienced many disasters of large file size and small size. A group of creatures have gone extinct, and a new batch of creatures have grown. Natural reincarnation is full of magic and mystery. The most worth mentioning is the monster stronghold of the mysterious natural ecology. The rainforest covered by dense fog hides deadly murderous intentions. There are monsters guarding treasures in the depths of the desert, the mysterious ruins that can be found when diving into the seabed, and the chaotic magnetic field in the center of the earth is unique. These symbolize the forbidden land for mankind, full of death and unknown. New Skull Island. After a period of evolution and evolution, the mysterious island of the ecosystem with Godzilla as the apex has long been formed. The surface of the Earth in ancient times had a very strong and powerful radiation, and most of the creatures used this radiation as their energy source. Their body size now looks like a giant beast, easily breaking through the file size of tens of meters. They fight, survive and evolve on the surface of the Earth. Titans such as Godzilla and Mothra are the top predators among these titans. They feed on dinosaurs and sometimes hunt other titans. Until one day, the radiation on the Earth's surface declined, and most living things became fossils and slowly died out. But only a very small part of the giant titans who belonged to the top predators hid deeper in the core of the Earth, absorbed the radiation from the core of the Earth, and continued their lives. These monsters are both good and evil. Originally, they did not have much malice towards humans, but they would also take the initiative to attack humans for various reasons. And Skull Island. It is a natural ecosystem in ancient times formed by a new radiation source. Decades ago, after the explosion of plasma spark tower energy, the growth rate of all animals, plants and even microorganisms on the island suddenly accelerated. Behemoths of a few meters, or even dozens of meters, live in densely here. The ancient forests cover the sky and the sun, and the lush leaves are densely spread, giving off the unique breath of plants. Two huge amounts of valleys are located between the periphery and the depths of the forest, like a watershed, blocking the two places from the lake, and there are huge virgin forests on both sides. The west is the land of death, where the dead monsters are buried, and the creatures there are extremely ferocious, while the north has huge lakes and swamps. Just passing through will encounter the attack of the wings of Icarus, and at the same time Dead Soul Island monsters are lurking, and the swamp beasts and poisonous insects are everywhere. The male giant soldier ants with a file size of only 2 meters constantly shuttle through the jungle. The ferocious and cold-blooded iron thorn piranha hides under the branches and leaves, and the Tyrannosaurus crocodile shows its mimetic head near the swamp, often waiting for its prey for several days. Long-range Keldang is the king at the top of the food chain in the freshwater area, and there is Fengxianglong, which is very similar in size to the dragon, and is covered in metallic luster. In the humid rain forest, there are extremely poisonous giant centipedes, iron pincer scorpions with scorpion tails glowing with dim light, giant beast dragons that collide from time to time, huge narrow long mouths with sharp teeth. The ancient Tyrannosaurus rex was even more terrifying. Godzilla took the titans along the way, and whenever they saw these new lives, they had the illusion of returning to the past. Although these newborn titans are not as powerful as the old titans, they each have their own merits. For nothing else, the various animal and plant ecosystems alone make people's eyes shine. And there are a lot of them, as well as poisonous insects, flying mosquitoes and strange birds. One or two is nothing, but what makes people terrified is that they are in groups. Among them, the most noteworthy are those mimetic Godzillas. Don't know when to start. The creatures on Skull Island began to imitate and surrender to Godzilla, and even their appearance and certain characteristics became similar to Godzilla. The mimetic subspecies Godzilla is a creature that looks like Godzilla, but does not have Godzilla's G cells. They are usually imitated by plants, disguising themselves as the strongest overlords on the island, in order to scare off other predators. While marine iguanas and atomic dinosaurs absorbed radiation and gradually became larger, they also began to evolve towards the shape of Godzilla. It is well known that lizards are the best at simulating the environment. Can't really see the difference. However, the titans are not confused by their appearance, and they are more based on breath, taste, radiation and other aspects to identify a creature. Skull Island. There are often new races of life appearing. For example, Yi is extremely tall, which is a subspecies of horror show, with strong concealment. It is called protective color in biology. It can blend with the surrounding environment. While it's not as ferocious as the vulture, it's Godzilla's wide-ranging vision across the island. Another example is the lava giant tortoise, which lives around the magma, lays eggs directly under the crater and uses the magma to hatch the embryos, and finally forms a very hard tortoise shell. It is not so much a living thing as a stone, and it is difficult for any carnivore to be interested in it. This creature is like the monster Gamera. 0. Ask for flowers. The lava giant turtle may have appeared on Skull Island long ago, or it may be the survivor of the ancient Titan family, in short, with the evolution of absorbing radiation energy. It can mix and compress the plasma energy stored in the body with oxygen through the expansion chamber to produce a strong ionization effect, which is the so-called release of energy fireballs from the mouth. The trick is plasma fireball. With the deeper growth of the lava giant tortoise, it can even emit a more powerful high-energy plasma fireball, super fireball, on the original basis. After returning to Skull Island, Godzilla has distributed habitats to many Titan beasts and traveled to different places according to their preferences. Raton occupies the island's volcano, and the sky belongs to it. King Kong returned to the forest where the primitive people were, to protect them, and at the same time to return to the previous life, but now it has become a little more lively. Although more than a dozen giant titans look large, they are actually nothing to Skull Island. Their size is only a slightly larger ancient tree on the island. Speak up. There are 3 things that bother Godzilla. The first thing. Having a younger brother should be a convenient thing, but in fact it is not. The giant titans are lazy, not to mention lazy. Their movement speed, work efficiency, etc. are extremely low, and they are not as fast as Godzilla alone. If there is a location monster on one end of the planet, when the other titans arrive, it will be too late. Therefore, the significance of the existence of the titans is to protect the safety of Skull Island, and secondly, they will come in handy at special moments, such as the Great War, decisive battle, etc. Currently, the only titans that can come in handy are Kong, Raton, Mothra, and Godzilla himself. Referred to as the Big Four of Skull Island. Factory. Second thing. It's about how Ghidorah disposes, kills, and is the right choice. Not killing is not entirely the wrong choice. Just like Muto, destroying Muto is an obligation, but if they do not have the ability to harm the environment, then destroying them is hatred. As a top predator, it is normal for Godzilla to kill giants and even destroy humans. As long as what it does is beneficial to the Earth, it is correct. The Titans don't exist in the saying that the Virgin Mary, pity for the weak is the right of the strong. Even Godzilla didn't know how much it was hurt. Although it was a pity, it was impossible. Any large-scale redemption must be destined for the heroic sacrifice of some people. When they lift their feet, the earth shakes. When they walk, tall buildings collapse. The enemy is right in front of you. After the battle, 1, 2, 3, who will care how many dead lives there are in the ruins, and the rescue work is a matter of human beings themselves. And if you want Ghidorah to surrender, you must conquer every inch of its cells. But Ghidorah is a proud life form full of wisdom, she may not want to die so easily. Third thing. It's about Mothra. Under the shroud of night, everything is silent. The scenery in the night fog is not yet clear, only the calm sea in the distance can be seen from time to time. The waves are rolled up. The sea surface looks hazy under the soft moonlight, reflecting a little light. The light and the sea are intertwined with chaos. Looking up and seeing today is like being covered with a veil. The night light is charming, like time is still here. And on this empty and quiet sea, there is an ethereal and melodious singing voice exchanging money, and the voice is mellow and fascinating. Mothra was beside Godzilla, relying on this huge and majestic beast that looked like some kind of mountain in the dark night. Her beautiful butterfly wings are like very thin clothes, standing against the wind. The night light also vibrates with her scales and powder, and quietly changes, and fireflies rise all around the sky, like a dreamy fairyland. The dark clouds covered the plastic moon and cut off the light of the stars and moon in the night sky. Only the brilliance of Mothra illuminates everything around him. The moon is like water, and the sea is silent. Don't know when to start. Mothra murmured with a bit of sorrow, making Godzilla seem to be able to hear the sigh and helplessness in her heart. Even monsters, but the wisdom is above the human beings. Emotional intelligence is also gradually enriched with the accumulation of time and experience. Mothra's emotional intelligence is extremely high, no less than a normal human girl. She naturally understood that she was wishful thinking, and that Godzilla did not respond to her show of love at all. No response. Is it really so? No one can see anything from Godzilla's domineering and indifferent appearance. Godzilla will always give people a feeling of arrogant king, not laughing, not crying, as if there will be no mood swings at all. But not so. Others can't imagine how rich Godzilla's inner world is. Meeting Mothra at first sight was the most beautiful encounter in Godzilla's life. At first, Godzilla felt that Mothra was simply clingy, treating herself as some kind of person who could be intimately depended on. But then it found out that things were not that simple. This is a silent love, a love that crosses races between monsters. Accept, or reject. First of all, it is impossible to refuse. Who would have the heart to hurt an object who desperately protects himself regardless of his life and death, not to mention that she is still so beautiful? True. In terms of human aesthetics, Mothra is also the epitome of beauty, more visually, psychologically, and her every move reveals an indescribable sense of beauty. But the issue of race is a chasm. First of all, in other words, many people misunderstand one thing, what love is. Love is not pure, neither selfish nor selfless, but mutually beneficial. Its definition. It refers to the beautiful emotion of the opposite S**x, is the same S**x counted, admiring each other in a specific environment, longing to live together and hoping to grow old together. At this point, Godzilla and Mothra are fully standard. It's love, not reproduction. Accept. Only the ethical issues of human psychology are troublesome. After thinking about it, it doesn't seem that there is much reluctance, contact with Mothra. If you don't hate it, you will subtly agree to zero. It's tacit consent. Etc. Godzilla suddenly thought of a serious problem. Speaking of King Kong, it is possible to fall in love with human beauties. What is this? Is it really a love that crosses races? It's funny to think about this, but looking at the look of the boy, he should only be interested in the mother orangutan. Cross-racial love are, The Shape of Water, King Kong, He's a Dragon, Twilight, Avatar, Blood and Blood, Beauty and the Beast, Wolf Boy, My Girlfriend is a Robot, Legend of the Mermaid, Edward Scissorhands, A Wuxia Ghost Story, The Mermaid, The Ghost Story, and so on. Whether it is a human being a monster or a ghost, whether it is a zombie vampire or a werewolf, whether it is a robot alien or a non-human being. As long as there is love, it is not a problem. Thought here. May we love each other until the end of time. Still said it. Godzilla, who was staring at the sea, slowly made a deep and deep voice. Heard. It 1.3 is one body and cannot be separated, just like the bones and flesh and blood of human beings, which cannot be separated. Mothra. They are not someone, or a monster. Do you have any hope of becoming a human being? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It wasn't that Godzilla changed Luo Chen, and it wasn't that Luo Chen changed Godzilla. What good would it be to become a human being? Godzilla's heart also seemed to be scattered, but speaking of it, getting used to the body of the giant beast, it was like realizing the true self. Godzilla is the one who desires in the depths of his heart. P.S. Improve the relationship between Godzilla and Mothra. More follow-up development, whether there are other monster girls, it has not yet been decided. If some readers cannot accept the love between monsters, then Mothra's brain will be replaced by the mother. A beautiful girl after transformation. Definitely in line with most people's aesthetics. Finally. Maybe not anymore. Mothra, who was clinging to Godzilla, opened her eyes and tilted her head to look at it obediently. The night fog disappeared, as if time stood still here. I don't know when it started. The ecstatic Mothra uttered a clear cry to wake up the world. The dense forest and the sea suddenly roared, and birds and insects from all directions joined in this joyful chirping. The dense branches and leaves of the local tree rose to the point of fluorescence, and the entire forest was illuminated in an instant. All the rays of light suddenly lit up with Mothra's excitement, as if the stars and moon rays of light in the night sky made the dark and gloomy forest begin to become like a dream. I don't know if it's an illusion or what. When Godzilla bowed her head, what appeared in front of it was no longer a beautiful butterfly monster, but one. Warm and not pretentious, with her own air of lightness, a goddess-like girl who is captured by people, ashamed of herself, and dare not blaspheme. She is elegant and vulgar, her eyes are full of enthusiasm, and there is a soul-sucking beauty in her cold and arrogant beautiful eyes. It is impossible to praise her in human words. She is purer than the purest clouds, softer and lustrous than the gentlest nephrite, more delicate and brighter than the most delicate petals, and more beautiful than the clearest spring. To be beautiful. Looking at her, it was as if my heart was healed. There is an indescribable tenderness. 04 Under the moonlight, Mothra's wings are soft and moving, and the high-pitched voice of pure joy, the beautiful appearance makes people unable to take their eyes off, as if the heartbeat is starting to speed up. Godzilla didn't know if she liked it or not, but she just thought that Mothra was beautiful everywhere. How could there be such a beautiful thing in this world, so beautiful that other scenery was eclipsed, and then she didn't want to care about anything? Speak up. There is only one person who can be humanized as a monster. It's Ghidorah. Ghidorah's cells are different from Godzilla's G cells. It has been mentioned that Ghidorah's cells are biased towards predatory, possessing others' body, meaning, if humans put Ghidorah's cells, and it is a head, then that head will produce an independent consciousness, thereby controlling the human being. With evolution, that person will gradually appear more monster characteristics in the body, while retaining part of the human posture. Roughly speaking, it is Ghidorah's soul, mind, consciousness, and the body of half human and half monster. Godzilla can't. Godzilla has no way to separate and attach his own consciousness to a human being, but its G cells can change a human being. For example, Asuka in a linked Evangelion. Asuka x Godzilla. After her body was gradually eroded by G cells, her body became part of Godzilla's characteristics, with a dark and ferocious long tail, but the rest of the body still retained the appearance of a human, which looked even more morbid, as if it was transformed from tsundere to monster disease. Jiaonyang, with terrifying combat power, can be called a humanoid apostle, and tearing the mecha by hand is not a problem. However, the dominant consciousness is Asuka's, and Godzilla's G cells can only force her to order, but there is no way to change her brain's thinking. That's the difference with Ghidorah. Ghidorah can possess humans and dominate them. equivalent to possessing others' body. Godzilla controls life and manipulates them, which is equivalent to command. But they are not the only ones that can do this. The world is full of strange and varied forms, and there are various kinds of giant beasts, some of which are monsters that need to imitate mimicry in order to survive. But generally speaking, there are basically no monsters who stupidly give up their strong body and go to possess a human body as petite as an ant. If a monster really does this, it would be insane. But monsters don't do that, humans do. And that organization is called Quan Ling. In this world, not everyone worships monsters, and some people want to use monsters for profit. Among them is a group of illegal smuggling of monster genes. They are huge. During the period of the Soviet nuclear leak, Muto cubs were captured and provided to the All Souls for research. Later, after losing more than a dozen mercenaries, they finally picked up Ghidorah's severed head, wise and calm right head, on the battlefield. Then they showed buyers a recycled Ghidorah faucet in a dark cave on an island, the one Godzilla snapped. After completing the transaction, their gang, led by Jonah Allen, the gang in the movie, the leader of the illegal human smuggling militants, returned to Mona Island, and then searched the battlefield for all the fragments of monsters that could be used. But the good show is not long. The sudden sky lit up with a beam of light, distorting the space and swallowing them. The process is extremely fast, only for a few seconds. Therefore, humans will not take the initiative to resurrect Ghidorah. What they have to do is to obtain Ghidorah's genes, and then strengthen the human body or biological organism. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Since Ghidorah's dragon head is in a state of death, without the addition of the gods, buff state, it is impossible for Ghidorah to grow a complete body again, and more on the summit, only the head can. It has the power to grow a complete body, but also requires a very large amount of energy. They never appeared on Earth again. There are not many people who can study the mechanical Ghidorah. The Hunter plan will not do it. Iron Man Tony Stark has long been afraid of monsters, and it is impossible for 123 to do so. Asuka was born on December 4, 2001. Asuka's full name, Uflo Asuka Langley. The name comes from the aircraft carrier Soryu of World War II. In 2002, Ikari Gendo and Fuyazuki Kozo set off for the Artificial Evolution Research Institute in Antarctica in order to investigate the Ghidorah incident. But now the head faucet is controlled by Godzilla, and there is no splash. The bones of the researchers killed there by the pioneers and Ghidorah are buried in the permafrost, but their research equipment and secretly handed down photos and materials are still intact. Immediately, the NERV headquarters ordered the restart of the plan, and discovered that the Zero machine, built by Mutagene, the monster that once ransacked and killed many people and was sealed. This is also the phrase, human delusions control monsters, that has been satirized by Serizawa many times. On June 6, 2001, Shinji Ikari was born. Since then, in 2001, Spider-Man, Peter Parker was born. And what can a human do with Ghidorah's head? Study a mechanical Ghidorah? It's ridiculous, it's almost impossible. When Godzilla lived a leisurely farming life on Skull Island. Ling Boli was born on March 30, 2001. Her name comes from the Fubuki-type destroyer, Ayanami, that sank in the Battle of Solomon during World War II. A lot is also happening in the outside world. 2002, June 14. The EVA experiment was officially launched, and NERV, the executive department of the All-Spirit Organization, began to study the humanoid final battle weapon EVA-01 test type, the first machine. The experiment didn't take long. Unfortunately, an accident happened. The former Imperial Plan biologist, Shinji's mother, Ayanami Yui, wife follows her husband's surname, should be called Ikari Yui, disappeared during the experiment, and the rescue plan failed. Then, the person in charge, Ikari Gendo, decided to formally implement the human completion plan. After that, with the development of the Artificial Evolution Research Institute, (NERV), and using advanced replication technology, constantly trying, although there are many failed products, but finally made an EVA body. For example, the former number 0 machine, and the current number 1 machine. Since there are no apostles in this world, there are titan behemoths that match the settings of the apostles. Therefore, the number 0 machine is a prototype machine that was originally produced. It used the Muto gene and was not scheduled to be put into actual combat. It was frozen because of a runaway during the start of the experiment. So the experiment was suspended for a while. Although there is not much information, it still describes the process of the rampage, the awakening of mutagene, which devours the driver. And the biological body mutates. Although it does not produce self-consciousness, it will also devour people who are close to it. The process of the runaway is red light, dull eyes, and extremely destructive power, comparable to the Muto monster. Next is the first machine. It is the only body made from Godzilla G cells in the entire EVA series. Since humans know that G cells have strong phagocytosis and assimilation capabilities, they dare not expand G cells, but use a very rare small part of Godzilla exfoliated keratin to integrate into the heart of the body. G cells will continue to devour the driver, and even if in the case of running out of power, the core will also react autonomously, ignoring the driver to enter a runaway state. During the runaway process, it will continue to change towards Godzilla's form, has extremely terrifying destructive power, and has the same ability to absorb atomic energy as the monsters. Because it is copied from a monster, it has the destructive power of a monster, and it is also a product of the combination of biotechnology and precision electronic machinery. But not everyone can fly these airframes. Only very few people can, and they are also called the qualified. And NERV's first EVA qualified person is Ayanami Rei. Ling Bo Li is a clone. Due to the problem of integrate genes, her growth rate is much faster than that of normal human beings. She has an extraordinary indifference and calmness. It can also be said to be a cold, emotionless, frosty girl. She is a clone made from Ayanami's DNA, with blue-white hair and red eyes. The meaning of her existence is to drive the EVA. Devoured, runaway, dead. The second generation of clones, reborn, continues. The first verse of the first chapter of the Gospel of John in the New Testament has this description: "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was the Goddess." According to Christian legends, to save mankind from original sin, the Son of God needs to be nailed to the cross made of the tree of life. After the blood flows to the earth, human beings can repay the original sin they committed. Simply put, it is the work of investigating, researching, and destroying monsters, and instructing the implementation of the human completion plan. Humans want to be as long-lived as monsters, with huge and invincible bodies, and unimaginably powerful. So, they attempt to control God. The ultimate goal is to make all human beings lose their bodies and their souls to live in one place. This is the ultimate ideal form of human existence that Seal believes is the ultimate goal of the organization's human completion plan. Unit 0 represents Muto, Angel of Redemption. The first machine represents Godzilla, the incarnation of destruction. And the newly researched number 2 machine is the real EVA developed for the purpose of royal production. But after researching these organisms, they can't drive, and being eligible is a big headache. How to integrate the driver and the body? The real integration, whether it is the soul, the body, and the consciousness, is the degree to which the body can be manipulated. To this, they developed a substance called LCL, codenamed Water of Life. When the driver enters this water, it is composed of electric nuclear recombination molecules, which connect the driver's nerves with the EVA, and provide oxygen directly to the driver's lungs. Maintenance task. Just like the amniotic fluid of a fetus in a pregnant woman's womb. But after having this, I am not satisfied. They want to try how to turn people into monsters, and it is said that this kind of crazy experiment can really be done. Clones have appeared. What's wrong with cloning humanoid monsters? But because Godzilla's G cells were too unstable, they couldn't be put into the experiment. Ghidorah's regeneration ability, as well as its terrifying power and precise cellular structure, have become the object of human research. The acquired head of Ghidorah, at the moment, was researched in the Institute, and tried to combine its cells with the clone number 001 Ayanami ray, the familiar number 002 in the original book, to make artificial combined experiment. At the moment's clone, Ayanami ray, has not yet produced herself, just a doll that obeys orders. And she gradually integrates, divides, destroys, and assimilates with Ghidorah's cells. Even now, they still think that they are controlling the monster's cells, but they don't know that Ghidorah, who was originally in a state of death, was resurrected by them in this form. Compared with the EVA production of the Antarctic Key Experimental Base, far in the South Atlantic, there is such a mysterious and unknown, good enough, creature. Its name is Leviathan. Leviathan is a monster in the Bible, and the image prototype may come from whales and crocodiles. It said, "On the sixth day of creation, God created a two-headed monster, one male and one male. The female is the Leviathan who crawls the sea, and the male is the behemoth, of the Megatron desert. When the end of the world comes, Leviathan, behemoth and Cuz, giant bird, represent the three beasts of land, sea and air respectively, and together they will become the food of the holy ones." And Enoch's prophecy says, two monsters will be separated on that day. The male is called Leviathan, who dwells in the abyss of the fountain. The male is called Behemoth, it occupies the entire Dandine desert. But it doesn't matter whether the image of Leviathan is a whale or a dragon of chaos. But one thing can be confirmed. It is the largest titan among the creatures created by God Jehovah. There are many misunderstandings about Leviathan. Godzilla is sometimes called a Leviathan because Leviathan represents a sea monster that symbolizes evil. In Christianity, it is synonymous with the devil, and is named as one of the 7 deadly sins. Jealousy, no research. The Leviathan, tentatively named in the Emperor's Project organization, is actually the prototype of the Loch Ness Monster in England. Also, the real Leviathan is often associated with Behemoth, and the record about Leviathan follows the next chapter of Behemoth in the Book of Job, where the description of Leviathan is a gigantic fish titan with hard scales, sharp teeth, and spikes on its back, giving it a formidable image. South Atlantic. In the tip of South America. Earth's National Oceanic Administration. Ocean Exploration Technology Management Center. Technicians sit in front of their desks day in and day out, staring at the screen in front of them to sort out or analyze the recent sea area, nearby geography, environment, and so on. One of the departments. Their job is to constantly monitor changes in Earth's magnetic field. The magnetic field of the Earth, presumably everyone is not very unfamiliar. The Earth's magnetic field belongs to the electromagnetic field, which is the electric current effect of the electrons passing through the outer shell with the rotation of the Earth. And in the South Atlantic, there is such a place. There is an area in the southern hemisphere of the Earth where the strength of the magnetic field is weaker than that of other centers, and its weakening speed is at least 10 times faster than that of other centers, so it is called the South Atlantic Anomaly by many people. The most incredible thing is that outside this South Atlantic anomaly, the magnetic field is inverting from time to time, and this anomaly has caused a serious radiation hazard area for low-orbit spacecraft, which is a high-frequency area of charged particle-induced faults and anomalies. Therefore, this place is also known as the South Atlantic Radiation Anomaly, and its center can be said to be the largest magnetic anomaly in the world discovered in ancient times. Usually, it takes at least thousands of years for the Earth's magnetic field to reverse. In addition, the onset of reversal is relatively slow, and it is not easy to be found by people, but it is also impossible to know when the onset occurred. And scientists think so. There is something that interferes with the change in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field, and this change has not occurred in recent years. According to statistics, human beings have recorded it as early as thousands of years ago. At the same time, The Earth's magnetic field is very strong and can resist the radiation of outer space to penetrate into the Earth. It prevents human beings and creatures from being harmed by solar storms, and blocks many harmful cosmic rays and charged particles from outer space. But why does such a region exist in the South Atlantic? After observation and research, some people speculate that it may be caused by the formation of large shear waves at low speeds in the mantle and the core of the Earth thousands of kilometers below the ground, thus affecting the geocentric magnetic field. According to research, if the anomalous region in the South Atlantic continues to weaken the magnetic field, it will lead to the weakening of the global magnetic field sooner or later. And if it spreads at this speed, by the 22nd century, it will cover the entire southern hemisphere. For this problem, the Ocean Exploration Bureau began to conduct an exploration survey. On the screen, the magnetic field lines are in the shape of a closed curve, and the density on it indicates the strength of the magnetic field, and the closer it is to the South Atlantic, the easier it is to be abnormal. The weakening of the protective layer of the Earth's magnetic field over the South Atlantic anomaly allows a lot of radiation from outer space to penetrate the Earth's atmosphere, thus approaching the Earth's surface. Wherever all the instruments will fail and communication errors will occur, so wait until we get close. The sensor must be turned off to avoid damage. On the probe ship, the professor explained to other researchers with several magnetic field reports. Professor Ebbed, if it is the magnetic field that interferes, is it possible that satellites in the anomalous area will also be affected? That's nature. Not just satellites, but even if the aliens close their eyes, they can feel something flashing in front of their eyes when a spacecraft in the universe passes through the South Atlantic anomaly. The professor made a humorous joke, and then everyone else laughed. Due to the abnormal magnetic field, there are not many people living here all year round. But according to the coordinates displayed on the map, there is an archipelago here. But look, Professor, the archipelago is not located on the map, but to the south. Moved dozens of kilometers. Although the map is a few years old, it is also perfected in recent decades. Normally, the archipelago is impossible to drift, and has not experienced any special circumstances. Has there been an earthquake recently? There are earthquakes. I heard that a regular earthquake occurs every 3 months in the archipelago in the anomalous area, causing slight changes in the topography of the archipelago. However, some fishermen nearby described that the earthquake sounded like a flash of thunder, almost like it's some kind of behemoth in "roar sucks like, LOL." After speaking, the researcher himself laughed, and the others also smiled slightly, not caring. Well, according to my guess, it should be the displacement of the islands caused by the earthquake, but the earthquake may affect the magnetic field. In short, we have to find the displaced island first, and then go up and investigate. Well, but the instrument will fail, so we have to bring enough tools. At the same time, keep the distance and don't run around, so as not to find the way back. Don't worry, Professor, we are not children anymore. These are photos taken by NASA satellites, but the magnetic field anomaly may be biased. You analyze the offset position of the islands, and we will set off immediately. Good, Professor. The Tip Islands of South America. The climate here is temperate oceanic, with higher latitudes, and is affected by the cold currents of Antarctica, resulting in lower temperatures and frequent strong storms. Also sparsely populated. The nearby glaciers are strangely shaped, the sea is vast and boundless, and the surrounding mountains are stacked with peaks. The islands are surrounded by dense forests and beautiful scenery. The island's animal and plant resources are very good. Seals and penguins are often infested. Occasionally, you can encounter huge amounts of blue whales swimming in the sea. At the same time, closer to the dividing line between South America and Antarctica is the Drake Passage. The magnetic anomaly of the Drake Passage and the seafloor spreading have positive and negative magnetic anomalies, showing a band-like symmetrical distribution. At the same time, it is famous for its surging waves, and because of its high latitudes in the southern hemisphere, storms dominate here. Drake Passage. This is where all the hurricane waves of the Pacific and Atlantic come together. It is the widest and largest strait in the world, and the wind is always above 8 in all seasons. Even a 10,000-ton giant ship. On this turbulent sea, it is also like a leaf as helpless. In the strait with turbulent waves all the year round, there are countless ships capsized in the historical records. Therefore, it is also known as the Killing Westerly Belt, Storm Corridor, and Devil's Sea Fast. It is a veritable death corridor. At the same time, icebergs that slip off from the Antarctic often appear here, causing serious difficulties to navigation. The storm became more and more intense, but the people on the exploration ship were not afraid. They gathered together and discussed several locations to be explored next. After the storm stabilized a little, a small submarine was sent to go deep into the sea, while the others probe in nearby ice, on the edge of islands. For the sake of insurance, sampling, measurement, observation, analysis and data processing are carried out by a group of multiple people. At the same time, at least one of these people is followed by experienced sailors, many of whom are from the Navy. A total of more than 50 people, a total of 8 groups. The storm just stopped not long ago. When the gale stopped and the cold wind was blowing, the first and second groups, consisting of 5 men and 2 women, were sitting on life rafts and approached the densely forested archipelago. The third and fourth groups went to the iceberg, which was strangely shaped and full of ice and snow, so everyone wore sunglasses to avoid snow blindness. The fifth and sixth groups were on small boats, operating on the nearby sea surface, and collecting data using equipment such as hydroacoustic detection technology, sonar detection, and magnetic field detection. The people in the 7th and 8th groups are backup work, keep in touch with members of other groups at all times, and at the same time predict the storm time on the main ship. When the next storm hits, everyone has to return to the ship. That's all. The first and second groups of probers began to walk towards the forest islands where the climate did not appear to be very cold. After the storm, the ground was slippery and the road was difficult to walk. Pfft. A young male member accidentally fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Immediately, the others quickly pulled him up and laughed when they saw that he was okay. Aren't you too excited? The road won't go away. Or do you mean your legs are numb after sitting on a boat for a long time? No. The man who fell shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was just an accident, I accidentally stepped on the air. That's true. Others looked at the huge stone forest standing around, frozen and interlaced with other trees. It didn't look very conspicuous, but it was quite spectacular. Hey, hurry up, there's a message over there, and we're less than 5 hours away from returning before the next storm. The Caucasian American walking in front with a travel bag looked back at the others and waved to them to move on. At the moment, the members of the 5th group also began to go to sea in small submarines. Grumble. As the air bubbles emerged from the bottom, the submarine, with a cable on it, began to probe near the archipelago. At the same time, other technicians turned on the underwater detection equipment and monitored with headphones. At 50 meters underwater, everything was normal, 100 meters underwater, normal. 200 meters underwater, no problem, water 300 meters down, a certain noise was detected, and then driving around and diving, the noise became more and more obvious. Stop, it's around here. The researcher who listened to the underwater detection equipment with headphones quickly said, and at the same time, he wrote down the situation with a pen. Over 300 meters underwater, ultra-low frequency vibration noise was detected. The other side. The members of the 3rd and 4th groups, passing by the iceberg, rushed upstream along the iceberg's track. The people on the boat took pictures and recorded the place one after another. The magnetic field here is abnormal, and many instruments appear in confusion. In order to avoid damage, they did not bring many sophisticated instruments. What is that? A woman on the exploration team asked, pointing to the huge bulge of ice. Not sure, it looks like ice covering some kind of rock. Another shook his head and said, this is the period when icebergs are falling off, and this kind of thing happens quite often. No, I'm talking about what's under those ice cubes. You see, under those frozen rocks, it looks like some kind of fossil. Take part of it and analyze it. 0. Ask for flowers. Oh, that's fine. The professor nodded, and another group of people began to report. Others joked humorously, aren't we here to detect the cause of the abnormal area? One of you is looking for stone forests, the other is to study fossils. We are marine exploration technicians, not geography and historical research scholars. Quiet. In the probe ship. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Professor, we detected ultra-low frequency vibration noise near 300 meters underwater. The rhythm is slow, but the frequency per minute is very stable. The analysis concluded that there is a fixed source of noise underwater, assuming that the source of noise is formed by the natural environment. If you do, it's unlikely, because currents and geography will affect everything. It's impossible for the frequency of the noise to be so fixed. Each group of people also returned to the ship with their research records, and began to report one after another. Time passed minute by minute, and there were only 2 hours left before the storm hit. The first and second groups did not find any obvious anomalies. According to observations, the archipelago has been maintained at sea level for tens of millions of years, and there is no sign of being submerged. At the same time, there are some things that look like stone forests, which look like it is naturally formed. The divisions are even and neat, and it has a range of about 5 to 10 kilometers, so it can be regarded as a rather strange place. The personnel who probed around the tip of the iceberg began to land on the island one after another, and then opened the thick ice cave to take materials from the rocks below. Soon. But this is not a simple project. You have to dig an ice cave and take out some materials, but it looks really old, like invertebrate fossils in the Cambrian stratum. Word to hear. The detectives in the operation also received orders to return as soon as possible. The third and fourth groups are responsible for the iceberg area, and found that there are some ancient fossils frozen under the ice layer, which look very similar to the Cambrian trilobite group. Minor samples, currently under analysis. So I'm guessing what this rhythmic noise might mean. Factory. Has been maintained at sea level for tens of millions of years. Stone forests evenly distributed. Well, very good, your observations are very valuable. Drake Passage. This is where all the hurricane waves of the Pacific and Atlantic come together. It is the widest and largest strait in the world, and the wind is always above 8 in all seasons. Even a 10,000-ton giant ship. On this turbulent sea, it is also like a leaf as helpless. In the strait with turbulent waves all the year round, there are countless ships capsized in the historical records. Therefore, it is also known as the Killing Westerly Belt, Storm Corridor, and Devil's Sea Fast. It is a veritable death corridor. At the same time, icebergs that slip off from the Antarctic often appear here, causing serious difficulties to navigation. The storm became more and more intense, but the people on the exploration ship were not afraid. They gathered together and discussed several locations to be explored next. After the storm stabilized a little, a small submarine was sent to go deep into the sea, while the others probe in nearby ice, on the edge of islands. For the sake of insurance, sampling, measurement, observation, analysis and data processing are carried out by a group of multiple people. At the same time, at least one of these people is followed by experienced sailors, many of whom are from the Navy. A total of more than 50 people, a total of 8 groups. The storm just stopped not long ago. When the gale stopped and the cold wind was blowing, the first and second groups, consisting of 5 men and 2 women, were sitting on life rafts and approached the densely forested archipelago. The third and fourth groups went to the iceberg, which was strangely shaped and full of ice and snow, so everyone wore sunglasses to avoid snow blindness. The fifth and sixth groups were on small boats, operating on the nearby sea surface, and collecting data using equipment such as hydroacoustic detection technology, sonar detection, and magnetic field detection. The people in the 7th and 8th groups are backup work, keep in touch with members of other groups at all times, and at the same time predict the storm time on the main ship. When the next storm hits, everyone has to return to the ship. That's all. The first and second groups of probers began to walk towards the forest islands where the climate did not appear to be very cold. After the storm, the ground was slippery and the road was difficult to walk. Pfft! A young male member accidentally fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Immediately, the others quickly pulled him up and laughed when they saw that he was okay. Aren't you too excited? The road won't go away. Or do you mean your legs are numb after sitting on a boat for a long time? No. The man who fell shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was just an accident, I accidentally stepped on the air. That's true. Others looked at the huge stone forest standing around, frozen and interlaced with other trees. It didn't look very conspicuous, but it was quite spectacular. Hey, hurry up, there's a message over there, and we're less than 5 hours away from returning before the next storm. The Caucasian American walking in front with a travel bag looked back at the others and waved to them to move on. At the moment, the members of the fifth group also began to go to sea in small submarines. Grumble. As the air bubbles emerged from the bottom, the submarine, with a cable on it, began to probe near the archipelago. At the same time, other technicians turned on the underwater detection equipment and monitored with headphones. At 50 meters underwater, everything was normal, 100 meters underwater, normal. 200 meters underwater, no problem, water 300 meters down, a certain noise was detected, and then driving around and diving, the noise became more and more obvious. Stop, it's around here. The researcher who listened to the underwater detection equipment with headphones quickly said, and at the same time, he wrote down the situation with a pen. Over 300 meters underwater, ultra-low frequency vibration noise was detected. The other side. The members of the third and fourth groups, passing by the iceberg, rushed upstream along the iceberg's track. The people on the boat took pictures and recorded the place one after another. The magnetic field here is abnormal, and many instruments appear in confusion. In order to avoid damage, they did not bring many sophisticated instruments. What is that? A woman on the exploration team asked, pointing to the huge bulge of ice. Not sure, it looks like ice covering some kind of rock. Another shook his head and said, this is the period when icebergs are falling off, and this kind of thing happens quite often. No, I'm talking about what's under those ice cubes. You see, under those frozen rocks, it looks like some kind of fossil. Take part of it and analyze it. 0. Ask for flowers. Oh, that's fine. The professor nodded, and another group of people began to report. Others joked humorously, aren't we here to detect the cause of the abnormal area? One of you is looking for stone forests, the other is to study fossils. We are marine exploration technicians, not geography and historical research scholars. Quiet. In the probe ship. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Professor, we detected ultra-low frequency vibration noise near 300 meters underwater. The rhythm is slow, but the frequency per minute is very stable. The analysis concluded that there is a fixed source of noise underwater, assuming that the source of noise is formed by the natural environment. If you do, it's unlikely, because currents and geography will affect everything. It's impossible for the frequency of the noise to be so fixed. Each group of people also returned to the ship with their research records, and began to report one after another. Time passed minute by minute, and there were only 2 hours left before the storm hit. The first and second groups did not find any obvious anomalies. According to observations, the archipelago has been maintained at sea level for tens of millions of years, and there is no sign of being submerged. At the same time, there are some things that look like stone forests, which look like it is naturally formed. The divisions are even and neat, and it has a range of about 5 to 10 kilometers, so it can be regarded as a rather strange place. The personnel who probed around the tip of the iceberg began to land on the island one after another, and then opened the thick ice cave to take materials from the rocks below. Soon. But this is not a simple project. You have to dig an ice cave and take out some materials, but it looks really old, like invertebrate fossils in the Cambrian stratum. Word to hear. The detectives in the operation also received orders to return as soon as possible. The third and fourth groups are responsible for the iceberg area, and found that there are some ancient fossils frozen under the ice layer, which look very similar to the Cambrian trilobite group. Minor samples, currently under analysis. So I'm guessing what this rhythmic noise might mean. Factory. Has been maintained at sea level for tens of millions of years. Stone forests evenly distributed. Well, very good, your observations are very valuable. The professor motioned them to stop, then looked at the other two groups. Has the source of the noise been found? I found it. It looks like a cave under the sea, like a large reef, but we didn't probe deeply because we were afraid that there would be small reefs in it. Well, the right choice. The sea is too dangerous, we are just exploring, there is no need to be so risky. The professor said here. A summary analysis of the reports of each group begins. There are neat stone forests on the archipelago, a constant frequency of noise under the sea, and the frozen rocks near the icebergs look like protrusions covering some kind of huge object. Combine with known information. Regular earthquakes occur every 3 months, causing slight changes in the archipelago's topography. Any of the above can be said to be coincidences and natural miracles, but if they all appear in one place at the same time, it is not a miracle, but a strange one. Professor, 123, do you think it is possible, this archipelago is actually alive? Live? The professor stared at the whimsical member for a moment. I just give an example, such as this archipelago, is it actually some kind of giant creature? Assuming that the source of the noise is its roar suction, it is estimated that it may be dormant now. And the topographic changes caused by the earthquake in the archipelago may be it does not mind making moves. Since the island can drift and move, it also proves that it is not moving forward with a purpose, but is drifting with the current. That is, suppose this is a creature of unusually large size. Speaking of which, it wasn't just the professor who laughed. Others couldn't help laughing, and whispered, I think there is a place similar to an underwater volcano. After all, what kind of creature do you think has a body length between 2,000 kilometers and 9,000 kilometers? If such a creature really exists, it would be early. Discovered by humans. But what if it has been dormant? Isn't it that the fossils on its back are the beginning of the Phanerozoic, the Cambrian period? No, you can't say that. The female researcher who brought up the Cambrian fossils shrugged and explained, I mean it's possible that it's Cambrian fossils, not Cambrian creatures. Or, you think, what creatures can live? 500 million years. 500 million years, well, just pretend I didn't say anything. However, there are also creatures that have not gone extinct 500 million years ago, such as sponges, the most primitive porous animals on Earth, which have continued into modern times after many extinction events. Okay, don't think too much, let's pack up our equipment and prepare to go back. The professor is the person who least expects problems. As the leader of the Oceanographic and Meteorological Administration of the exploration ship, he is only here to show the students some understanding. And the problem of magnetic anomalies in the South Atlantic Ocean has a history of many years. What Cambrian period creatures? What a volcano and a fixed frequency roar sucks. It's just unscientific speculation. The professor believes that this may be abnormal continental plate activity, which is very common, and that the weak magnetic field of the Earth is caused by the complex conditions generated by the Earth's core. It is almost time to draw conclusions and write a thesis report. Suddenly, in the research room inside the ship, a researcher rushed out with the analysis results, panting, his expression full of disbelief. Professor, the research report is out. What is it? Just a normal fossil, right? No, those things are not fossils. In a word, The others pricked up their ears and looked over, and then, the researcher's words made the others' expressions froze. Part of some kind of giant organism. Organism. Are you sure you're not joking? How is that possible? Organism generally refers to all living organisms that can realize all life activities, including viruses, prokaryotes, eukaryotic protists, plants and animals. It must be a test error. Did you study some microorganisms in it? No. Among the samples brought by the third and fourth groups, more than half of them are huge organisms of the same origin. If you guess correctly, those huge rock protrusions should be covered in a certain area. Dust on a giant creature. Heard. The professor squinted his eyes slightly and motioned for the others to mute their voices. Then, with steely lips, he stared at the research report handed over by the researcher. In other words, it's impossible to have such a big body, right? Totally a super large mobile island. This is completely out of the biological range. Even the Emperor Project organization can't believe that there is such a creature. The most important thing is, how did it survive until now? The professor glanced at him. The entire archipelago covered a range of 2,000 to 9,000 kilometers. The professor was silent for a long time. At present, the movement of the archipelago monster is unknown. There is an earthquake every 3 months, and the archipelago's terrain changes slightly. It may also be caused by its roar suction, and the noise may be a heartbeat, etc. How big are the Titans? The Earth's core is supported by a large amount of thermal energy, and the magnetic field strength of the anomalous magnetic field in the South Atlantic is only half of 1.3, which may be caused by its absorption and accumulation over the years. At the same time, due to the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field, radiation from outer space may also become part of its food source. Coupled with the lack of movement all year round, it seems to have really become an island, and the body is in a state of suspended animation. This ensures that the lowest consumption survives. Impossible. The largest known giant behemoth is Ghidorah, the terrifying demon king monster a few years ago. However, even if there are giant behemoths larger than Ghidorah, there are very few. P.S. Is this still a creature? It has become a super-universe monster. I think, maybe it was not as big as we thought during the Cambrian period. During the Cambrian explosion of life, it may only have the file size of a grain of rice, maybe only a small degree. But later, the Earth, when the mass extinction broke out, it escaped the disaster and merged with the nearby archipelago. But since there were no natural enemies, and it didn't like to move, it always wandered without a place to live, reducing energy as much as possible. Consume. What do you say? It is difficult to say whether the largest Titan behemoth can exceed 1,000 meters. Does it mean that the size of this archipelago behemoth is a few thousandths of the size? His analysis is not impossible. Professor, do you think it might be some kind of giant Titan? We can check again. Is this still biological level? Have samples been brought in from other areas? Archipelagos, reefs in the sea. It's dormant now. I think this is a major discovery. Judging from its appearance, it should not be good at moving fast, and it belongs to the kind of giant island creature that is very cumbersome. When someone asked a question, the others matched face to face and began to debate. Finally, they decided to dive into the sea to find out. In addition, personnel were dispatched to various target points on the archipelago land to conduct excavation and collection. If it can be confirmed that this is a dormant giant creature, it would be the largest discovery ever made. Definitely. They are not afraid that they will wake up this super beast, unless they throw nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs, geological, shock, bombs, etc. on it, which are extremely destructive and comparable to hydrogen bombs. Otherwise, it is equivalent to an elephant lying down and sleeping, and a tiny mosquito appears on its body, and it is impossible to wake it up no matter how much it bites. The next morning, the storm and heavy rain kept roaring in roar last night, and now it has just cleared up, and the crew on the probe began to move on the sea and probed below. Follow a retired Navy member of the Surveillance Detection Team 04, check around and walk around, and shout to the satellite phone roar, "Can you hear? Now. Our coordinates are." There is a supernatural archipelago drifting around. The investigation has detected a mysterious unknown giant organism. He was a little irritable. Originally, there were basically not many signals here. In addition to the weather, it would save face if the signal was not interrupted. However, it was his job to keep in touch with the neighbors, so he had to keep trying. The professors are also bold. If you encounter such a strange thing, just go back and let others investigate. Maybe it's a matter of money, maybe it's a matter of honor, maybe it's selfishness in all aspects. The news of the unknown giant monster may mean exploring the unknown and wealth for them. Anyway, just pay him double the commission. Nothing else matters, but there's a little black guy in the team that he despises, but that guy's not bad for geological surveys. Pfft. The submarine entered the water, then the lights turned on, and moved towards the underside of the island giant creature. Heart beating violently. The people in the submarine were horrified and raised their heads suddenly, as if there were two giant pupils staring at him. Dark deep sea. Ultra-frequency noise quietly swept from afar. The driver didn't know what was going on, but suddenly felt his heart beating violently again, a bit like being watched by the god of the sea, and when facing the unimaginable huge body, he had an unprecedented sense of breathlessness. He looked up, and the spot where the lights of the submarine illuminated was dark, only reefs and massive pillars full of marine plants, and nothing else. Boom. The brain trembled violently, as if the world in front of him had completely turned into darkness. Consciousness was submerged in darkness, and when he came back to his senses, he seemed to have noticed something. That seemed to open up the god perspective. Looking from a high altitude, the endless mountain archipelago is majestic like a long winding dragon, and when the map is rapidly expanded, it is found that the small floating object on the sea surface like a sesame grain is a probe ship. Then, go deep into the sea and reach 300 meters under the sea. Only then can we see the limbs of this giant beast sunk in the sea. It is incredibly big and suffocating. It is one with the mountains and archipelago, it is one with the sea. It has inhabited this ocean since ancient times, and it has never left half a step for hundreds of millions of years. It is the second ark created by God, and it is the dragon that carries the world. It's the Leviathan, it's the continent of behemoths. It is huge, its body is tough, and its body is rich in energy, which is doomed to its future identity. It is one, exclusive to the giant behemoth, the sky carrier. Old Earth, ancient Protoss. Cambrian, survivor. It absorbs the heat of the Earth's core and the Earth's magnetism all the year round, and it can freely dominate the gravity. At the same time, it also continuously absorbs the radiation from outer space, solar storms and various rays. The brain was shaken violently, and the consciousness recovered as before. This is the feeling of returning to the body. It is admonishing itself. After the driver realized this, it was dark for a while. When the field of vision returned to normal, a strong sense of oppression spread all over the body, and the entire submarine showed a squeezing distortion shape-shifting. Attention to all groups. Sudden earthquake, immediately stop the activity and repeat it again, immediately stop the activity. Before the people above finished shouting loudly, a cloud of black smoke suddenly erupted from the volcano near the archipelago, which gradually fell from the sky. Moment. Including ships in foreign waters, whether it is on the archipelago or submarines in the sea, everyone has suddenly experienced dramatic changes. Their visual system was disabled, and all senses seemed to be shielded by some kind of electromagnetic field. Leviathan. But, why did it wake up suddenly after having been sleeping for so long and having experienced a big file size and a small disaster? The thousands of kilometers of archipelago floated out of the deep sea. Countless ice layers shattered, icebergs shattered, countless rocks roared and rolled down. Here. The endless silt and the huge rock 123 covering the surface of the body suddenly cracked and fell off. P.S. The supergiant Leviathan is positioned as a tool beast, and its appearance makes up for a web-game fly that swallows the sky. In fact, the body is longer, and it belongs to the same category as the Skynet magnetic monster, Kakar. It is not. Does anyone suggest that the protagonist take the Skull Island to run? Just let the super beast Leviathan finish the job. The sky is omnipotent, and the super evolution can go to the void of the universe. 233, but its size is not as large as a few thousand kilometers big. The mountains are more of its protective layer. Plus, it's not pure flesh and blood, and it can't be viewed with common sense. But nonetheless, the megamonster Leviathan is also the largest monster ever built. No one. When he came back to his senses again, his brain was trembling, his body was numb, endless whirlpools, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the sea, sweeping everything around him in an instant. At the same time, watching this unbelievably terrifying scene on the probe ship floating on the icy sea, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Gradually, the dragon roared loudly and prosperously, and on the endless sea, a large number of icebergs cracked inch by inch, and the blue ice mist tumbled down from the back along with the rolling mud, sand and rocks. The shocking scene was indescribable. It came to the surface. It's alive. Then. Maybe only it knows. Roar. Leviathan's size is actually not that exaggerated. Thousands of kilometers refer to the rocks and other sediments accumulated on it all the year round, that is, the mountains formed. Leviathan's true size. It is about 12.8 kilometers from start to finish. The length of this body is extremely large, which is also in line with the results of its growth over the years. On the other hand, the body does not have the flesh and blood of a biological body, but a physique like a crystal or a magnetic metal. This is because it absorbs all kinds of energy and radiation too much, causing the body to gradually change from an ordinary organism to a half-energy body and half-biological body. At first glance, it looks like a dragon carrying the whole world on its back. The organisms that those researchers found were actually the cortex of the supergiant Leviathan. After the Earth's magnetic field is abnormal, radiation from outside the celestial body continues to erode and illuminate. In order to survive, the supergiant Leviathan had to absorb the extremely radioactive radiation, so that it looked like an alien creature, not a native creature on Earth. In fact, the number of evolutions increases. The supergiant Leviathan can also be called Planet Leviathan, Space Leviathan. It is a giant beast that can carry a very high weight. From the scene in front of it, it can be seen that it directly carried thousands of kilometers of archipelago on its back. Although it quickly broke free from the mountains, it looked like that effortless action can be completely guessed. The power that this giant beast possesses is not as simple as imagined. Naturally, it could not be purely physical power, but rather the use of magnetic fields, and many magnetic minerals have been accumulated in the mountains all the year round. Besides, Leviathan. It is not a monster that can be judged by good and evil. It is gluttonous, but has no malice towards other creatures. It is honest, but it looks fierce in appearance. Leviathan's biggest enemy in life is starvation. A hungry Leviathan will go crazy, it will do whatever it takes to find food, and it has never been so hungry. Leviathan has no metabolism, only crystalline substances and organic shells. It does not need any life activities at ordinary times. As long as it has energy, it can live almost forever in places without air, water and organic matter. Just like a virus, although it cannot reproduce indefinitely, it is close to immortality. In terms of viruses, Leviathan is the virus that parasitizes the Earth. However, the Earth will die one day. The virus has no choice. Survival is its only purpose. It has to evolve itself towards a crystal form. Fortunately, after billions of years in the future, if the life of the Earth is exhausted, it can also escape into space and find other habitable planet. And the huge crystals in the body can make it absorb the energy of the universe as the energy of activity. It does so. Just like the Lord of the Void in the Ghidorah race, Star Eater, the Old One first invaded other planets, then absorbed energy, and used the ability of the planet as nutrients for his own race. After the energy of the planet completely disappeared, it became a Death Star, and it tore the void and escaped, looking for the next planet, looping in turn, to complete the purpose of nurturing the ethnic group. King Ghidorah is a monster that wanders on the earth to plunder energy, but it is more addicted to the feeling of surrendering all things in the world, rather than finding the opportunity to capture energy. But compared to Ghidorah, the supergiant Leviathan still cherishes this planet very much. It has never dared to absorb the energy of the earth too much, but its size is really too big, so it has to find a way to maintain its life. And those crystalline bodies are grown to store and absorb solar storms, gamma rays, high-energy proton cosmic rays and other space radiation from outer space. However, since the Earth's magnetic field will reflect them off, Leviathan must weaken the Earth's magnetic field to absorb this radiation. This is where the South Atlantic anomaly comes from. Click. 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 Under the stacked mountains, a terrifying giant beast with a large area of crystallized rises into the sky, and emits a roar that resounds across the continent. Thousands, tens of thousands of miles away, many people heard some kind of low roar from the horizon. At the moment, the archipelago gradually cracked open and fell into the sea. The probe ship floating on the icy sea had already evacuated in panic, otherwise it would be swept in and drowned instantly. Many people saw this incredibly terrifying scene, and everyone's brains seemed to freeze, and they didn't know how to think for a while. That body type. Too scary. Before I came, I heard from the sailors here that there is a local legend about the Leviathan created by God. At first I didn't believe it, I thought it was some kind of ancient sea monster. God, look at him, how big. Leviathan's head. With the tumultuous waves rolling, countless billowing sand and rocks fell from the back. This scene was shocking and unforgettable for a lifetime. Sudden. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I don't know how long this series of changes lasted, until Leviathan roared, the air shook out, and the tsunami-like waves rolled in. It looks like the long tail of a dragon, the torso of a whale, and the head of a crocodile all shining brightly in the sun, and a large area of them is a dark blue crystal, covered with a layer of leather like a tough scale armor. On the edge of the giant mouth of the sky, there are not many long whiskers. The huge giant sea beast has hard scales, sharp teeth, and spikes on its back, making it a formidable image. The dragon roared loudly and prosperously, and on the endless sea, terrifying power erupted from Leviathan, and the roar of the ground shaking constantly resounded, and I saw the iceberg shattered into ice mist, revealing its true posture. Somewhere the dark blue crystal gradually changed, it was like an eye pupil, so huge that it was like a ship. As described in the next chapter of the Book of Job where Behemoth is recorded. Because of starvation, the crystals in its eyes mutated and turned dark blue. My God, it's awake. Then servant. Asterisk, what's going on? Roar. It has no whites, like full crystal formation. Soon, the position of the original, good, white crystals began to gradually fill up with a dark blue tone, and at the same time, the giant pupils began to change continuously, moving towards the whale-like deep pupils. It was like a certain kind of energy was radiating from the body. From the beginning to the end, a dark blue light became more and more conspicuous, shining, inciting, and instantly activating the entire body's activity system. Overcast shadows. Shrouded. Teach. You say it, is it still a biological range? The probe ship is like a lonely boat on the stormy sea, pitiful, helpless and weak, and may sink into the sea at any time. Should, or a kind of living thing. Professor, I'm not a graduate student, don't lie to me, it's so big, how can a normal creature grow to such an extent? Definitely a creature. Viruses are originally creatures. They are very small in size and have no cellular structure, but they are also molecular creatures. And this supergiant beast, whose head and tail cannot be seen, can produce crystals like viruses, which happens to be it just shows its dormant state. After all, for the Earth, it is a small flea on a human body. For us bacteria and viruses, it is a big incredible creature. They raised their heads, and on the endless sea, the huge waves kept surging. And that terrifying super beast, Leviathan at the moment, gradually got out of the sea and floated into the air. Then it roared up into the sky and flew into the sky. No wings. But it seems to ignore the gravity, as if the gravity and electromagnetic field on the Earth can be controlled by it. What the hell is? The professor couldn't stop whispering and was shocked. After a while, 123 dark clouds rolled up in the Tiangong, which stretched for dozens of kilometers, and surrounded the figure of the Leviathan. It seems to be integrated with the clouds, with the huge amounts of dark clouds. Need time. The storm hit, the torrential rain was accompanied by lightning and thunder, and countless charged particles filled the air. All the instruments on the entire probe failed, and even the ship began to turn off gradually, making it impossible to navigate. Located in the most chaotic and violent strait in the South Atlantic, they are completely isolated from the world. Professor, are we going to die? There were more than 50 people, and more than 10 people lost contact. The remaining less than 40 people, cowering and hiding on the exploration ship. At the moment tornado vortexes rose in many places around the sea, rising into the sky, turning into countless water mists in the sky and being captured by Leviathan. Control, followed by heavy rainfall with the storm. The probe ship is like a leaf on the sea. The dark sky, the surging waves, the hurricane rolling up the black clouds, the lightning and thunder, and the terrifying storm formed a picture scroll. The center of the picture scroll is the endless sea, and one of the ships is swaying and drifting, ebbed, on it. Lost power, lost contact, radios, satellites, and any instruments and equipment were all useless. They, as if abandoned by the world, were alone on the sea waiting to die. Don't give up, we are still alive. There is still hope. However, how do we keep in touch with the Bureau? In this dire situation, they can't find us. But no matter what, we must persevere. Everyone try to keep the hull stable and not let more rain seep in. The members of the first and second groups should try their best to observe whether there are islands that can be docked around, and then we will all get up and be a little careless at sea, and we're all done. The power system began to be paralyzed, and the magnetic field was extremely unstable, which made the compass here start to turn frantically. Not to mention the instrument. Even if it is a living being, human beings are also dizzy due to the confusion of the magnetic field, and there are problems in various aspects such as nerves, endocrine, sensory organs, heartbeat, roar suction and so on. The vision began to dim and hallucinations appeared, as if there were countless terrifying demons, skeletons, and ghosts floating on the surrounding sea. It was as if a ferocious monster appeared in the sea, ready to break the boat and eat people at any time. As for some of the members affected by the strong magnetic field, their brains have already begun to be damaged, and they jumped into the sea like crazy, or they kept hitting and stinging their brains, making them unable to keep thinking. See this. The professor's face changed greatly, and he quickly let the rest of the people hide in the cabin, and then used the wave-absorbing material to shield part of the interference of magnetic waves as much as possible. During this time, they took turns to maintain the hull while staying awake. In this situation, it is difficult for people to live, let alone how to find the location of the land and human civilization from the sea under the cover of such a bad storm. Strong magnetic fields can not only cause serious damage to the human body, but also produce genetic mutations. We have to survive this storm and return to the civilized world. The giant beast in the Grand Palace roared, and a large number of gravel rocks fell off its back, falling towards the sea like a meteorite. In an instant, the giant Leviathan that covered the sky soared against the edge of the sky, the sea was darkened, revealing a layer of darkness, and the clouds in the spiral twisted holes slowly moved over the ocean, cast huge amounts of shadows on the undulating sea surface, some kind of terrifying coercion like a tsunami, overwhelming the sky. The boulder slammed into it impartially. The faces of the professor and the others became very ugly, and they hurriedly ran out. The terrified screaming crew fell into the sea as the hull shook, unable to keep their balance. Then, with the roaring tearing air sounds and the approaching huge amounts of stones, everyone's pupils shrank. Roar! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. We need to find where the weak magnetic field is, where there might be a signal, and that's our only chance of being rescued. Also, on top of that, our brains are disturbed by external magnetic fields in this situation, so we absolutely cannot listen to the instinctive judgments of the brain and body, and any intuition is unreliable in this situation. Take paper and pen, every time we do something in the next period of time to record, regardless of whether there is a relevant memory in the brain, we must believe what is recorded. Next moment. Go and see what's going on. Any one of them set off a huge wave of thousands of meters, roaring, like a falling celestial body, smashing towards the sea. Professor, I've been trying to send out a distress signal, but I'm not sure if I can get it right. Oh. Hurry up, don't hit me. Hurry up dash. If they sank, they would all die. At this moment, the ship suddenly vibrated, as if it collided with some reef. The detection ship shook violently, and began to sag, shape-shifting, and tend to leak. And one of the boulders fell straight towards this side, with a diameter of about 10 meters, and attacked with a mighty terrifying power. Need time. Falling rocks and spacecraft corner hit vehemently. Debris scattered everywhere, like the whole ship sprang up as many people directly into the air. While detonating turbine sound and piercing hull collision with the boulder playing a chaotic duo. This time, the ship's power system completely destroyed, while the whole ship has signs of sinking. Along with the hull of the slump, most people panic and ran toward the height of the ship, while the slower runners, and even screams did not make it into the sea. As if the screams of despair and fear sonata. Isolated from the probe ship while several small lifeboat, starts to go towards the local high-altitude fall to the falling rocks and fled outside, they are away from under the body of the monster Leviathan, every effort paddling toward the outside world. Boom! Leviathan altitude flight, speed seems slow, but every movement earth-shaking. With the probe ship sinking. 20 people ride while several lifeboats, fled toward the far side of the sea, although they are still within the scope of the storm. But at least, away from the Leviathan, it means life not going so fast is over. I do not know how long, unconscious on the lifeboat people wake up one after another, a huge dark cloud still hangs over the distant horizon, but it began to move slowly toward the rest of the people after the temporary security, the feeling of pressure in the heart of surviving. After wandering day and night, the distant horizon gradually fell to the eyes. The calm, very rhythmic chirping wind still echoed in the not distant, the sky was completely dark cloud cover, which can be heard from time to time some dull roar, it was super monster Leviathan, low roar. Even so, Professor did not react. He is unknown what day air Leviathan monster back a few light that is nowhere to be seen, as if the monster Leviathan few side has a lot of small size, about 100 meters file size creatures in the clouds tumbling shuttle. Could it be that subspecies is a total of more than 4 subspecies Leviathan? They respond to the call of the parent's roar, keep them in a sea of clouds, active, and acts as a strong force of guards, perform a variety of commands for the body of Leviathan. Leviathan Dragon, Ghost Leviathan, Neptune Orient Leviathan, Death God Leviathan. 4 different subspecies. They have different shapes. For example, some have a slender body like a snake, their pectoral and caudal fins are rock-like brown, their heads are like hammerhead sharks, and they are more than 200 meters long, Sea Dragon Leviathan. Some are blue in color, like a jellyfish that emits biological luminous light. The sides of the head are long and narrow, with 2 fins, and the tail is very long. Ghost Leviathan, with a body length of about 250 meters. Some are larger than others, with a mosasaur-like mouth in the front, and a giant squid in the back. Its belly glows red, as if it absorbs the heat of magma to grow, and the body is covered with terrifying creatures. At the same time, the red light source like an indicator light on both sides of the body lights up from time to time, and the length of the death god Leviathan exceeds 600 meters. The last one, Sea Emperor Leviathan, is quite petite in appearance, like a fairy in the Leviathan subspecies, female, with a docile personality. The IQ is also the highest. It often floats around the back of the supergiant Leviathan body, and can produce an antibody that resists various diseases, viruses, or other negative states on the body of the supergiant Leviathan, which is equivalent to acted as a medical nurse-like positioning. The Sea Emperor Leviathan is a very intelligent creature, which can communicate with other creatures by brain waves, and is also the top manager in charge of all aspects of the entire supergiant Leviathan. At the same time, the Sea Emperor Leviathan is also responsible for the appearance of all Leviathan subspecies. It has a look close to that of a dolphin, a slender body, and scales with smooth and delicate reflections of light, reflecting the sun in the sky, as if it would glowing astral. Its size is very small, only less than 100 meters, but it often enters the body of the supergiant Leviathan. The supergiant Leviathan has a whale-like vent on its back. The Sea Emperor Leviathan it is from there to drill and to clean up the invaders, impurities, viruses and various crystal mutants in the body of the supergiant Leviathan. 0. Ask for flowers. For these subspecies Leviathan. The supergiant Leviathan seems to be raising their parents, and they often sleep somewhere in the body of the supergiant Leviathan, taking it as a ship similar to human beings. But the supergiant Leviathan is self-aware. Although the brain is not very flexible, as long as there is an order, other Leviathan will do their best to satisfy it. And now, the order given by the supergiant Leviathan is to find food. Looking for a large amount of energy that can be swallowed, whether it is a nuclear power plant, a large magnetic field, or other aspects, as long as there is sufficient energy, it will visit it. The Sea Emperor Leviathan, as a brain-like existence, spreads a very terrifying electromagnetic network in the clouds to cover most of the planet. At the same time, like a radar, it arranges the densely packed countless energy points on this planet. First of all, the original energy of the Earth is inedible, because it is also their planets, so they can't do things like this. Therefore, artificial energy became their target. With the terrifying storm clouds shrouded over the earth and the sky, all power systems were immediately paralyzed, and even a large amount of energy, electric particles and radiation dust visible to the naked eye in some places began to converge towards a certain place in the sky. They disappeared into the clouds and disappeared. At the same time, nearby countries have all captured the superstorm swarms of this unusual super hurricane, and the weather forecasts and news broadcasts have begun to stir uproar. Hello, viewers, welcome to watch the weather forecast. Today, my country has caught the largest storm in modern times at the tip of the South Atlantic, with a record maximum wind speed of 300 kilometers per hour in the center. The coverage is very wide, and it will also bring extremely high precipitation. Various natural disasters such as storms, tsunamis, floods, etc., please prepare for the work in advance. No doubt. This sudden and terrifying typhoon made many countries panic in an instant. Because it's more than just a storm. Plant. The biggest typhoon in history. The range of its storms is simply terrifying, with a radius of 1,100 kilometers. But to talk about the most violent typhoon, in addition to it, there is a terrifying level that reaches the 17th wind level. Except for the typhoon. Among natural disasters, human history records include the terrifying tsunami that wiped out 300,000 people, the super-large earthquake that wiped out 1 million people, and the terrifying flood that drowned 2 million people. In the 20th century, the number of people affected by natural disasters was as high as 50 million. In front of nature, human beings are extremely weak and have no resistance at all. If the disaster is a monster, you can still resist it, but if it is a natural disaster, it is really hopeless. The level of disasters is not only based on the power intensity of 1, 2, 3, but also depends on the scope of the disaster and the losses caused. And this time, the storm circle swept from the South Atlantic Ocean, depending on the scale, cannot be compared with those terrifying typhoons in history, but what is scary is that this storm has its own geomagnetic storm effect, and wherever it passes, any communication is completely interrupted. At the same time, the supergiant Leviathan, which caused the storm, will generate a natural electromagnetic radiation field on the surface of the body, which can absorb or reflect electromagnetic radiation. Therefore, humans cannot monitor it with satellites, and satellites cannot capture the pictures here. Also, when radio waves get close, they are bounced or absorbed, so radars can't catch the storm. So, humans call this disaster a super electromagnetic storm, and the losses it will bring to the city are huge amounts of. Strong magnetism can cause radar communication and monitoring ability to be lost, and communication can be interrupted, which is electronic interference. At the same time, electromagnetic storms will take away particles on the Earth's surface, but the Earth itself has a magnetic field, which takes away very little. Otherwise, the Earth will be as dry as Mercury, and secondly, human communication requires electromagnetic waves, and electromagnetic storms will interfere with all human systems and make them completely paralyzed. Finally, electromagnetic storms can affect life on Earth, causing them to genetically mutate, die, and more. Although the supergiant Leviathan will control the electromagnetic storm, it will not take the initiative to harm innocent lives. But once it's happy to eat, will it still manage so much? The harm caused by hurricanes is even completely ignored. With human equipment alone, it is impossible to capture the whereabouts of the supergiant Leviathan, and the situation in the storm center can only be found with the naked eye. An electromagnetic storm called Leviathan, at the moment began to sweep across the land. 15:20 in the afternoon. In an island country near the South Atlantic Ocean, the ground temperature increased, the surface cracked and then the ground collapsed, flames spewed from the ground, and the entire country was like hell. In addition, a large number of hail, tornadoes, and tsunamis occurred in nearby countries, and each country nearby suffered a large-scale natural disaster. This scene is like the end of the day. It is believed that the Mayan language has been realized, and the end of the world in 2012 has come ahead of schedule. That terrifying geomagnetic storm is that human beings have offended God, and because of the original sin of human beings, the world is destroyed and all things restarted. In fact, this time it really has nothing to do with humans, it's not their fault that Leviathan wakes up. Although it is not their fault, it is them who are unlucky, because the number of human beings is extremely large, expected to exceed 10 billion in 2050, and they are spread all over the world. So when a natural storm hits, they are the first to be unlucky. So why did Leviathan wake up? It is because of hunger, but also because of being awakened by some tempting food. What everyone didn't expect was that the real culprit that led to the awakening of the super beast Leviathan is actually Godzilla. In the far Pacific, Skull Island in a new ecological environment. The lush giant trees cover the sky and the sun, and the lush leaves are densely spread, giving off the unique fresh air of plants. Two huge amounts of valleys are located between the periphery and the depths of the forest, like a watershed, blocking the two places from the lake, and there are huge virgin forests on both sides. Godzilla. For the past 2 years, I've been tinkering with that plasma spark tower. The formation and manufacture of the plasma spark tower are unknown, but it is certain that it is a nearly infinite energy source, and the race that can produce this kind of object is also a super civilization in the universe. Its true definition is the artificial sun, the equivalent of an infinite energy greenhouse light that incorporates the sun's radiation and temperature, as well as ultraviolet rays. A large number of creatures irradiated by light radiation will mutate. By changing the radiation factor of light, creatures that were unable to evolve in a short period of time can be evolved again, which makes Skull Island begin to mutate. One of the most interesting points is When Godzilla came into contact with the plasma spark tower, as it fiddled around, it injected the radiation from its own body into it, and then began to expand. The system is the general term for the assistant, the omnipotent knowledge base. 1.3 System This thing. Then. Ether refers to things like tie particles and reality gem. That is to say, with it, you are the most knowledgeable one in the universe, and it is similar to tie. Faced with this unknown situation, Godzilla took the initiative to inquire about the system. It's not that you don't need it, it's that you can't afford it. This thing requires money. Definitely not the human kind of currency. That system is the basic element of the universe, and it is also a recording method of the universe database. It can construct a material universe from the most primitive matter particle and create a complete material world. The second plasma spark tower energy burst was after Godzilla led Mothra, Radon, King Kong and other giant beasts back, and Godzilla, who was idle and bored, began to work on the big light bulb. Godzilla's intuition told it that the power of the plasma spark tower was activated by less than 1%, and it was still very early from the real full explosion. To put it simply, if the entire universe and all things in the universe are regarded as living beings. At that time, it caused a lot of biological mutation, and the mimicry subspecies Godzilla appeared later. Do not you know why? Why doesn't Godzilla use the system? That's when Skull Island's first energy burst. If it can explode 100%, then the entire solar system may be swept by radiation, causing a large number of life forms to mutate and form cosmic monsters. But different from tie particles. The system can completely and truly outline the material world, and it cannot be realized out of thin air by the host's thinking. Everything has a price. Tie particles cause great harm to the host, and the system is pollution-free, but the host needs to pay something. It follows energy equivalence. For example, Godzilla said, "Make me the most incomprehensible being in the universe." Then the system may answer that your balance is insufficient and cannot be achieved. Therefore, the more meaning of the system is to assist. For example, when Godzilla's G cells face a breakthrough, the system will provide an evolutionary plan to allow Gora to break through smoothly. Another example. Godzilla asked the system how to activate the plasma spark tower, and how to prevent the radiation from leaking too much while enabling higher power, but to use it all. Then the system gives a plan. To put it simply, the plasma spark tower can be used as an infinite energy source for the Titans, but its strength cannot be greatly increased at once, otherwise the entire Skull Island will be destroyed. The radiation that Godzilla can withstand does not mean that other creatures are also can bear. 0.4 Therefore, the closer to the center, the stronger the radiation, and as the strength of Godzilla increases, the level of the overall Skull Island will also become stronger. Naturally, the power of the plasma spark tower will gradually increase at that time. High-intensity radiation acts directly on genes and proteins, and has a high amount of energy to support the huge bodies of the giants. It can be said that after coming to Skull Island, these giants are Godzilla scolding, and they are all dead and alive. Refuse to leave. Here. Over time, it has become a monster palace, forming an ecosystem with Godzilla as the apex. At the same time, Skull Island, deep cave. The giant beast squatting beside the plasma spark tower roared lowly into the air. System, you are a hot chicken, I have never seen you take the initiative to help me a few times. Having said that, Godzilla still knew in his heart that his unbridled evolution without any side effects was the credit of the system. Because integrating so many genetic cells and becoming stronger, the energy stored in the body is also getting bigger and bigger. Normally, it is impossible to achieve the split of the furnace core, but now it is not only splitting multiple core atomic furnaces in the body, but the redundant furnace cores are integrated. It seems that the atomic furnace is splitting to a certain extent, and it will integrate and become more powerful. In this way of evolution, the final form of the atomic furnace should be an evolution towards a perpetual motion machine with infinite energy and inexhaustible energy. Plus the presence of plasma spark towers. Let Godzilla's life begin to erode. In the past, he pursued radiation and tried his best to find a way to prolong his life. Nowadays, the energy radiation has increased, and it is inexhaustible, so Godzilla has nothing to do, just pure consumption, not actively looking for other energy sources. To put it simply, it is becoming very rich and not going to work. But even though it is good to have money, there will be people who will spy on the ship. Godzilla doesn't know. Its action, after the explosion of the plasma spark tower was activated, made the Leviathan beast who had been sleeping for many years smell this breath and woke up. When the Leviathan giant perception came here with such a huge amount of energy, it immediately couldn't hold back its restless heart. It was very eager for food and came from the South Atlantic towards Skull Island, full of expectations and excitement, and wanted to compete for this place. Shares of energy. That is to say, the Leviathan's goal is to go to the energy source on Skull Island, where the titans such as Godzilla are located. And human beings are led in innocently. It seems that a battle is inevitable, the Titan beast vs the oldest life on Earth, the Leviathan family that existed in the Cambrian period. On the odds. It's really hard to say, but it is possible that humans will also participate in the battle. Because if planet Leviathan successfully obtains energy, the geomagnetic influence it causes will change the world on a large scale, and this planet is under its control. But if the Leviathan fails, it may attack other artificial energy sources of mankind, and it will still cause extremely huge damage. Currently, I want to stop this terrifying electromagnetic storm. Can only block it, and then crusade it. Well, this task. When Godzilla complained about the system really jumped out and gave it a dumbfounded task. Detected, anomalous life form, please complete the Leviathan interception attack. Time limit is unlimited. Target, location is, South Atlantic Ocean. Mission description, prevent the life form from occupying energy, the task is completed, and the crystal integrate evolution can be carried out. Mission reward, Space Godzilla cells. Mission failure, no penalty. No punishment is the greatest punishment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Follow closely. When Godzilla was sleeping, he absorbed too much radiation energy, and the impurities overflowed, and dense crystal veins grew around the surrounding, and the entire cave was illuminated and crystal clear. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. When has Godzilla ever been afraid of enemies? These crystals, which are affected by radiation and are full of various radiant energy, each contain a very large amount of energy, enough for any titan to survive for a long time, and they take on the form of non-gold and non-stone. Like various colors, the crystals, blue, purple and red, are attached to Godzilla. Top priority. Because of the failure, the plasma spark tower was lost, which to Godzilla was like the sudden disappearance of all the wealth, and he couldn't cry to death. At the moment, Godzilla has yet to realize what kind of terrifying existence it is facing. It should be called an emergency meeting of the Titans. Only then did he discover what an amazing natural wonder the Godzilla was in. No matter how strong your opponent is. But so it's impossible to recognize it all in this life. You really jumped out. However, it's impossible to return to before liberation overnight, Leviathan, right? I'll take 123 for this task. Godzilla stood up from the huge amounts of cave space. The four walls of the cave are naturally formed, and the stone walls inside are inlaid with crystals of large file size and small precision. The field of vision suddenly widened. These crystals are full of radiant energy. They can be used in various places, or let the Titan beast get the source of life, or put it into the spaceship. It can be used as energy, and it can also be used as life energy. They are very useful, and are the ultra-rare minerals that grow around Godzilla in the first place. Maybe nothing to Godzilla originally. But for other creatures, it is a huge resource at the treasure level of heaven and earth. The bottom of the cave is still covered with delicate crystals, which were not actively transformed by Godzilla, but grew out of them strangely. Although minerals are not living bodies, but with Godzilla's roar suction and every move, various energies will overflow more or less, to affect and change those originally very ordinary stones, like quartz, they are on Godzilla. From time to time, the magma-like high temperature and pressure, and other conditions change. Godzilla's roar absorbs the energy aura overflowing from his body, forming this energy mineral resource with very stable properties in all aspects. This vein. It exists only where Godzilla lives for a long time, the outside world never exists. It can be said. This is a fairly rare mineral, unique on Earth. It's an energy crystal that only Godzilla can create, but Godzilla doesn't feel anything. Right. It doesn't even know what these things are for, it's like something made by hand to it. But nonetheless. In this vast cave that looks very mysterious. This place is like a fairyland of Titan giants. It seems that all life energy is related to Godzilla, as well as their divisions, the mutated structure of crystals, more or less like the shape of Godzilla's dorsal fin. OM. Boom. Godzilla stood up and looked around at these increasingly crystal-clear clusters of minerals. It's actually a bit inexplicable, why these things become more beautiful and beautiful every time I wake up, but this crystal world is a place where I sleep in for a long time, and it doesn't matter if it looks good. Then. It took a trembling footstep and stepped on the crystals that were scattered on the ground. Immediately, the energy-rich crystals were splashed with debris, and Godzilla walked towards the outside. If you have a chance, bring Mothra to the cave next time. Godzilla thought so. Then he walked out of the depths of the Skull Island Holy Land, looked up to the sky, screamed in the sky, and in an instant, countless startling birds flew up. At the same time forest riots. A large number of beasts began to run, and the giant titans that inhabited everywhere also opened their eyes one after another. This is the order of the King of Monsters. In an instant, 100 birds chirped in unison, and 100 beasts surged, which looked quite spectacular. Under normal circumstances, Godzilla rarely disturbs the entire Skull Island biome, and if it does, something must happen. It's a meeting, girl. Godzilla roared, and then the surroundings fell silent. Into silence. Immediately following, in the fairyland-like butterfly canyon of Taoyuan, the waterfall roared, and a large number of colorful butterflies in the valley danced and gathered in the air. Next moment. The light in the fragrant valley of flowers is bright, and in an instant, there is a long cry that shocks the soul. Jaiawea. A streak of light cleared away the layers of clouds and mist, and golden light appeared, and finally occupied the audience in an instant. Thousands of butterflies gathered and merged into messengers of life and holy light. When a beam of light split the waterfall, Mothra spread its wings and descended with the light, and countless insect creatures screamed with excitement. Under the blue sky. Those wings bloomed in the valley among the petals of the mountains, and in an instant, the light in the entire sky was also eclipsed. Immediately. The incomparably dazzling light condensed on Mothra's wings. When she sensed the call of Gora roar, she fluttered her wings and flew to the sky, a light cleared the clouds, a rainbow fell from the sky, and a sacred halo enveloped her. On the body. The queen of monsters, the beauty of the giant beasts, the beauty of the moon, like the goddess of holy light. At the same time. She was also the first to respond to Godzilla's call, but to her, it seemed that on the entire Skull Island, as long as Godzilla did something, the flying insects around her would tell her. Mothra can call on the tiny creatures of all things, and basically all insects obey her orders, which is equivalent to a vision all over the place. Taste. A beautiful aurora fell from the sky, and instantly poured into Godzilla's arms. Because Godzilla was not prepared, Godzilla almost fell to the ground without standing still. Mothra, you're heavy again. See what people say. But Mothra didn't seem to have any idea about weight, thinking that it was Godzilla praising her, and suddenly screamed with joy. Right at the moment. South. The mountains suddenly stand up, and Methuselah, carrying the huge peaks, awoke from the soil, and then took heavy steps, good luck, towards the holy land of Skull Island, the palace of Godzilla. The high-pitched beast roar sounded, and King Kong jumped directly from the cliff of thousands of feet with agility, and the terrifying weight smashed the ground and shook the mountains. All the pillars in the stone forest began to tear out from the ground, revealing the exoskeleton like a long knife. When the giant spider monster, Scylla, woke up, a large number of disguised creatures began to flee, but it was quickly pierced by it with its long knife feet, and it was swallowed as food. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ratone's giant claws suddenly stretched out, beside the magma overflowing hole, and then the huge body drilled out of it. North, desert burial place. Behemoth, the behemoth of behemoths stopped from the meal he had just had. In the seemingly dead tree and ancient stone forest, a huge boulder suddenly moved, and the entire stone forest instantly became a deadly trap. More and more titans heard the order, woke up from their slumber, and began to move closer. In the stone forest not far away. And in this terrifying forest, whoever has better camouflage is the most qualified hunter. Roar! It saw a giant lava turtle next to it, and immediately kicked it into the magma pool, and then screamed mockingly. Spore mantis giant monsters, long-legged female monsters, giant trees and other mutant creatures with great lethality have formed the world's most cruel biological chain. Then, at the same time, crater. Behemoth looked into the distance. Godzilla's roar resounded across the island, and in the face of the king's order, it immediately put down the food in its hand, and then walked towards Godzilla's position. At the same time, deadly swamps and spooky jungles. The terrifying crocodile head sticks out from the water, the flower beast-shaped Biollante, the thorn flower vines under him start to move, the feet are pulled out from the ground, and the tentacles like crocodile head piranha are still hunting. With other creatures. Speak up. It has some origins with Godzilla, it is a creature that absorbed Godzilla's G-cell mutation. Once the ancient Godzilla was wounded and bleed during the battle, the blood fell on an ancient seed, and then it used Godzilla's blood as nourishment to grow, and gradually evolved into a terrifying monster, weighing 200,000 tons, located in the Titan Behemoth. Also at a very high level. At the moment. Skull Island Holy Land Cliff Edge. Behind Godzilla, the wind was surging, and the waves were high and turbulent. As the storm rose, the pounding waves gradually flooded the beach, followed by the shadow of a terrifying monster that blocked the sun. Roar! Crossing the sky and tearing apart the white clouds, Ratone quickly flew towards this side. 123 Its wings seem to be wrapped in flames, and the black-red scales emit flashing red energy. The crimson light was near the chest of the heart, which looked like an organ that stored thermal energy. When the flame Ratone flew terribly from the volcano behind, the sky seemed to be crushed, thick smoke billowed, dust, smoke and flames seemed to be integrated with its scales. Boom buzz. Flame Ratone landed quickly behind Godzilla, like a fiery red sun falling from the sky, extending down with warm rays of light swaying the earth. The terrifying back that its vision stared at. The huge dorsal fin erected in a domineering manner is ferocious and terrifying, and the lines are clear under the thick and hard skin that is dark and glowing. It is the king of monsters who will play tomorrow. At the moment, he is stepping on the top of the giant mountain, staring at the group of beasts gathered below. Boom! In the air, the originally calm atmosphere suddenly became tense, and coercion struck. Accompanied by its random movements, in an instant, like a hurricane rolled up, electric snakes swam away, dark clouds covered, and the sea roared, like a roar of beasts. Its huge body, in any insignificant movement, is enough to shake the ground, and every move is as terrifying as a natural disaster. And this moment. Godzilla raised his head and silently looked down at the titans that stood out in the surging of the beasts in the cliff below him. King Monster. Godzilla has woken up. Behemoth, hey. Once upon a time, you were still a Titan clan struggling to find food. Now, you have also become an important part of Skull Island. I ask you, are you happy? Roar. Amidst the beast roar resounding through the heavens and the earth, Behemoth the great ape began to kneel and uttered the most loyal roar in the direction of Godzilla. Under Godzilla's gaze, the other giant beasts bowed their heads one after another, and even the King Kong boy beside him did the same, and Mothra, who had no idea of hesitation, expressed the most sincere love like Godzilla. That's the case. Then you should be familiar with the name Leviathan, right? It and you and Shiz, giant bird titan, whereabouts unknown, are known as the three great ancient beasts. How much do you know about it? Roar. The behemoth mammoth raised its tusk, and then the two apes beat their arms in anger, as if to say that it did not have a good relationship with the Leviathan. But Leviathan has been in the waters of Loch Ness in England, sleeping all the time, never seeing it wake up. Heard. Godzilla was a little surprised and pondered. It seems that the Leviathan that Behemoth is familiar with is not the same monster as the Leviathan in the System Quest. Roar. Do you feel any abnormal breath among you? Some kind of terrifying existence is approaching here, but I can't perceive its location. My electromagnetic wave radar is completely disabled. How about you? Godzilla roared, and said something that felt strange to him. The other titans looked at each other and shook their heads. Perhaps. They didn't know what was going on, but at the moment, Mothra's wings fluttered slightly. She seemed to have found something and pulled Godzilla's fingers. Hey! Mothra told Godzilla that she noticed a throbbing swarm of flying insects on the nearby island. At the same time, the electromagnetic storm group outside Skull Island also seemed to react with something and became more violent. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The most important is... What is that? Roar nen nen. With its moving speed, it can reach Skull Island within dozens of hours. At that time, the protective electromagnetic storm group on Skull Island will be swallowed up, cancel each other and destroy each other, and then a large amount of electromagnetic radiation will burst out, and the radiation energy on Skull Island will be destroyed. Causes sea creatures, and life on other islands to mutate. Can this be tolerated? Thinking of this, Godzilla's roar caused the air to vibrate, his eyes were fierce, and he began to give orders. But as Godzilla probed many times, there were fluctuations in most places to give back. The other titans headed by King Kong roared one after another. They didn't know what happened to Godzilla, but they also instinctively produced some kind of unease. Godzilla learned through the system that the mysterious monster called Leviathan was targeting the plasma spark tower. Coming. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Total interception begins. Completely isolates and shields Godzilla's electromagnetic wave induction, but how does Godzilla find its location? Only the storm group did not have any information fluctuation feedback, so it can be judged that in the blank area of the radar, no matter how detected, there is no response. In fact, it happens to be the location of the storm group. The reason is that the plasma in Godzilla begins to resonate, and its detection fluctuations will be reflected back, which makes it impossible to perceive the specific location of the Leviathan storm group. Godzilla suddenly looked towards the extreme distance. The sight seemed to penetrate the storm group of Skull Island, spanning thousands of kilometers, staring at the fast-moving terrifying geomagnetic storm group. And that blank area, at the moment quickly approached here. Godzilla. King of monsters. Lord of Skull Island, the supreme ruler. The top predator of the prehistoric ecosystem, the ancient overlord. When he noticed that the electromagnetic wave radar blank area was very large, Godzilla's first thought was to panic and suddenly face the other giant beasts. Wow. All, blocking begins. In an instant, Godzilla's angry roar caused the air to oscillate, and the hurricane rolled up in vain on the sea, produced terrifying huge waves, rolling furious waves toward the reef. Intuition tells it. If the terrifying storm swept through, the entire Skull Island would be covered. Once the plasma spark tower was taken away, the entire Earth would be in an extremely chaotic radiation, and a large number of creatures would either mutate or die. Seriously affect the ecological balance. Layton, you go to investigate the source of the storm immediately. King Kong, you keep alert Behemoth around Skull Island, you contact the monster Skynet to inquire about the sea beast, and tell me the origin of the storm. Other Titans, if you have special ability, use your power. Stick to Skull Island. If you can't stop the approach of the storm, then you will do your best to protect the energy core, plasma spark tower. If your home is demolished, you will have nowhere to go, wandering all over the earth in search of that poor little source of energy. In an instant, Godzilla's low roar roared, causing all the beasts to roar in unison. Immediately, a thunderous humming sound suddenly resounded through the sea and the sky. Roar ao 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 ao. The deafening roar dissipated, resembling the roar of a dragon, like a mad thunder, and the roar of the giant beasts made the surrounding atmosphere tremble 3 times. However, facing this kind of restless situation, Godzilla did not choose to wait, and its mountain-like beast body quickly responded. It turned sharply and walked towards the sea. While screaming sounded, Mothra's dazzling huge and beautiful wings bloomed in front of Godzilla and blocked it. That scene seemed to say what she was going to do. You stay on the island. The work of interception, Godzilla intends to try the depth first. At the moment, Raton waved his giant wings and rushed out of the electromagnetic storm on Skull Island, and with a terrifying sonic wave, he flew towards the electromagnetic storm group that rolled up the mountains and overwhelmed the sea. With Raton's flight speed, he can contact him soon. Hiss. Mothra let out a long cry, opposing Godzilla. She seemed to be saying that Godzilla would take her to act together, and she could provide Godzilla with the most perfect protection at all times. Mothra. Godzilla looked down speechlessly. When I stared at it, I saw Mothra's light wings fluttering, and a biological light wave was emitted from her chest. The light waves were projected on the wings with complex structures, making her look truly beautiful. The holy light competes with heaven and earth. Godzilla. Her eyes stared at the giant beast that was much taller than herself without fear. There was only enthusiasm in her eyes, and her posture was majestic like the queen of monsters. An indescribable heroic spirit rushed towards her face. My beloved beast, are you afraid? She tilted her head, her eyes seemed to be saying this. Perhaps, among all the monsters, Godzilla is the only one who does not fear anything. But with love, it becomes concerned about other monsters. Godzilla was stunned, and then an inexplicable domineering burst forth, and it roared wildly. Afraid? How is it possible? There are no timid people in the Titan family. Talking. Godzilla turned to look at the group of beasts, watching the giant beasts with their heads held upright and roaring. Are you afraid? Roar. The only answer to it was a roar in unison. Then, let's see if the female beast I love can protect our homeland until the last moment. Talking. Godzilla opened a terrifying giant mouth, the dorsal fin flashed, and the atomic breath covering thousands of meters shot towards the sea. Boom! Underneath, the sea rioted, and the terrifying monstrous waves covered the sky, as if to show the anger of this giant beast. The whole sea is mad for its anger, the endless whirlpools, the endless waves, all rage and magnificent with its breath. In front of Godzilla. It was as if the whole world was shaking. Follow closely. Mothra fluttered its wings and flew in front of Godzilla. And Godzilla's majestic body also slowly bent forward and stretched out, and the domineering pitch-black head slowly lowered, approaching Mothra's body. 0. Ask for flowers. Mothra gently touched Godzilla's hideous head with the pair of small tentacles on her forehead. Like kissing. A way of expressing love between monsters. This reminds Godzilla of the rotten life of this period, and the beautiful scenes that happened with Mothra in the Butterfly Canyon blooming with bright flowers. But weirdly, this can't help but remind Godzilla of Mothra's setting. And having such a beautiful girlfriend as Mothra, Godzilla is quite satisfied. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Goddess of Light, Goddess of Life. Also, P.S. The setting of The Little Beauty of Mothra is very magical. Every generation will have a pair of twin sisters, such as in Godzilla 2, I don't know if you have noticed. In addition, some people want to watch Godzilla x Mothra's The Detailed Process. Crazy. But the setting of the text is a beautiful pure love. Please make up your own brain for other details. Factory. Early. The ancients called her a goddess. Every time Godzilla is in close contact with Mothra, an illusion occurs. Moreover, Mothra is the monster that has the most intensive contact with human girls. She can be said to be a beautiful alien who looks like a monster on the outside, but is no different from a human girl on the inside. Like the descendants of the mother and daughter of the earth in the fairy sword story, Oriental mythology has something in common with folk art. Mothra's setting is the patron saint of human beings. As long as there are monsters, Mothra will appear as the god of life. At the same time, there are often two beautiful girls who are human twins around Mothra. Their singing voices can call Mothra and communicate with Mothra. They are very important partners of Mothra. There must be two girls. All are perfect and perfect love, no one. Mothra's character is more like a human girl, gentle and moving, full of agility, not as rigid as a monster, but extremely rich in IQ and emotional intelligence. Mothra is the patron saint of each generation of local indigenous worship. Located in ancient temples in Yunnan, the ancients worshipped Mothra as a goddess. Whether in character or strength. The beautiful love between Godzilla and Mothra across races is very similar to the sweet love between the two opposite sexes who are also dressed in monster shells, and are indistinguishable from humans in their hearts. Muto. When the beasts gathered, only Muto was not present. It's not that they haven't received the call, but because the male and female Muto has not yet been integrated into the Titan family, they only arrived later. And they do a great job. The male Muto is in charge of the investigation and the communication system of the Skull Island. The female Muto has occupied the original residence of the skeleton reptile, and is now in charge of guarding the eggs of the G-beast Little Muto. When necessary, it will always hatch a group of G-beast Muto Legion to fight. But for now, all the information, materials, etc. about Planet Leviathan are unknown, so the role of the G-beast Muto may not be reflected. After all, this was something that even Godzilla felt heartbroken. At the same time, equals. Aboard a U.S. warship in the South Atlantic. Wow! Attention! Attention! The radio suddenly sounded. I'm the captain. We received a distress signal from an American probe ship, which sank on the other side of the storm, and has been out of contact for a day now, but a weak distress signal came from the weak magnetic field, which proves that there are survivors. Survive. We ask to change course and go to rescue. Everyone obeys. Exploration ship. Is it the one from a few days ago? Impossible. Is it still alive after such a terrifying storm? Didn't their bureau already send rescue? Just when the soldiers were all startled, the broadcast sounded. Listen, the signal came from a stranded island, and you divided into groups and began to bypass the storm to search for survivors in the area. If you see danger, retreat immediately, as far as possible from the center of the storm. Wireless communication is not possible while in action. So they agreed to meet at the target location, and then began to rush off. Yes. The deafening voices of the soldiers filled the sea, but the waves were still rough. The rainwater with the smell of refrigerant poured down, and the rainwater that was swept into the sky by the storm was not formed by evaporation, but was real seawater. The slightly sea-smelling rain washed the resolute faces of the soldiers frantically. Even in this harsh environment, they did not rest, but stood on the warship fully armed and began to dispatch a main engine, several ships. Small ships began to spread out with a figure-8 net. Bypass the trajectory of the electromagnetic storm and look for those stranded probes. This is also a very difficult task. Boom! In the roar of thunder, the rescue ship began to drive into the vicinity of the storm field. Although people could not stop the storm, they could predict its trajectory. Because the Leviathan electromagnetic storm walks in a straight line, it does not follow the current aimlessly, but sweeps in a certain direction, which also leads to the fact that although human beings cannot prevent natural disasters, they can predict natural disasters, make preparations for evacuation and rescue in advance. Those who run fast leave the storm-swept area ahead of time, while those who run slowly hide in underground shelters. But the most terrifying thing is not whether people can escape, but their assets, homes and buildings have been destroyed, which is a huge economic loss. Although often to perform rescue work. But when the soldiers saw the huge electromagnetic storm group now, the impact of the distorted electrified storm cloud that swept through the clouds was still unforgettable for them for a lifetime. Report, the search and rescue team is about to reach the target point. Radio failed. But they tied the boats at intervals with primitive ropes and shouted loudly for the other side to hear. Then used the code name to pass the information towards the back. When a search and rescue ship found the debris near the storm, it began to land on the island one after another to find the whereabouts of the missing. That's where the SOS signal came from. The probes are missing now, they need our help. Go search. The electromagnetic storm is coming this way, and our time is running out. When the soldiers began to run quickly, more and more fragments and wrecks of modern instruments were found in the small island brought by the electromagnetic storm. Near a certain reef, a huge exploration ship ran aground, and most of the entire hull was broken, which looked terrible. And around, there are several small lifeboats. Quick! There are wounded here. Sudden. From the wreckage, a search and rescue soldier found a wounded man who fell to the ground. He had scratches on his body and was unconscious. Hey, wake up! The rescuer immediately performed CPR on him, while Roar kept calling for him. The detective was lying on the smooth stone, his skin was covered with bruises, blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his arm was directly twisted and broken. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Finally being awakened, the wounded opened his eyes in horror and screamed. But then, don't be afraid. We are the Navy Armed Search and Rescue Team. We will cure you. Now is the time. Tell me about the others. It was dark. The wounded stared at these people in a panic, and after confirming that they were humans, the fear on his face eased a little. Marine Geological Surveyor, Group 1 Number 03, Weber. The injured detective said it with trembling all over. At the same time, the soldiers looked at each other and recognized his identity from the sign on his chest. The terrified wounded kept kicking and backing away, ignoring the broken arm, as if the severe pain could not cover up the fear in his heart. The brain seemed to explode, trembling frantically. No. Don't come here. Ah. No one can see the picture in the distance in the vicinity of 1.3 clearly, and only by the peripheral light of the blocked sun, you can feel the horror around you a little. The time of the incident was last night. We were taken away by the hurricane waves rolled up by the terrifying Leviathan monster and fled to this island, but before we could set up camp, something attacked us. Everyone was killed and injured. Some were eaten, some were too late to escape. I hid here, too afraid to look around, but when I woke up, it was the current situation. After finally recovering. Puff! He shouted in horror, they were attacked by something. Leviathan behemoth? Several soldiers looked at each other, then looked over their heads. The storm clouds were still terrifying, but it was pitch black. Although there were lightning flashes inside, there were no traces of monsters. There can be no second Ghidorah in the world. And although this looks very weird, it doesn't look like a storm caused by a monster, otherwise it would be too scary. Calm down. The soldier shouted to the wounded, and then patiently calmed his emotions. There are no monsters, just a bigger storm, don't worry, we will take you home. No, not the storm. It's alive. The wounded shook his head like crazy, the mental and physical torture of the past 2 days had broken him down. You don't understand, you don't understand. That giant beast brought us here, and then let them kill we, demons. You are all demons. Give him a sedative. The other soldiers couldn't see any information, so they simply injected the drug 04 into the wounded's body, causing him to fall asleep due to exhaustion. Have the other groups noticed anything? The leader of the search and rescue team looked around, tidying up the military clothes he was wearing, then pulled out the sea plants on his body, and asked the people around him. Report, Captain, there is a forest on this island. We did not find several people's clothes and backpacks at the entrance of the forest, as well as messy footprints. It seems that they fled towards the depths of the forest. Find out the number of people, we enter the forest. At the moment, what should have been an island with a clear sky is now a dark day. It seems to be kept in the dark at all times, even in the daytime. It seems to be covered with a thick layer of black gauze, making people's vision darker. There are less than 10 members of the exploration team who have been trapped for several days. The professor, who represented the heads of these probes, was thirsty, and then walked around, shouting to Roar, who was beside him, is there a signal on the satellite phone? Now. Did anyone hear it? Our rescue. He didn't know how to go back and explain. He even wanted to die, but after going through so many hardships and dangers, his only thought now is to take the remaining students and leave alive. If he fell, the others would panic too. The professor at the moment is the backbone of this group of people, and he is also a person with very rich knowledge and experience, but he is almost 60 years old and can't stand how many times of torture. No, Professor, our radio has been lost. The sky is getting darker and darker. But the people of the exploration team did not feel sleepy, they gathered together and alerted the surroundings in shock. What the hell is that? A black detective looked rather terrified. It looks like a mutated marine insect. Seeing that others were reluctant to mention what happened last night, a woman said thoughtfully. The professor held the instrument to detect the geomagnetic intensity, and responded in a deep voice, yes, it should be some kind of seabed mutant creature swept over by the storm waves. Said here. The professor was still restless, and the others were sweating cold sweat on their foreheads, and their hearts were full of fear. Be vigilant around, we go to find resources that can temporarily survive. Okay. Cut down the vines that are in the way, and we'll clear a way. The exploration team kept moving forward, looking for a way out. At the moment, the protrusion suddenly changed. The one who was walking at the back felt an incomparably tingling sensation on the skin of his neck, chest, and face. He couldn't help but stop and scratch, but it became more and more itchy, and even started to hurt. What? He screamed and then seemed to disappear in an instant. When the detection team turned around in horror, they found that a blood trail was dragged on the ground, and the male detector had already disappeared into the bushes. Be careful. The professor shouted, and at the moment someone dashed into the bushes to see what was going on. However, when he and more people came to the edge of the bush, his expression froze, and he stayed where he was. The male detective fell on the edge of a tree trunk. At the moment his face was full of horror and despair, beyond recognition, a face was blurred with blood, and the bones were looming, he was unable to make a sound, and gurgling came out of his throat. Blood blisters, and at the same time, it looks like something is about to burst out of the chest cavity. Hey! ZZ, stab! The skin of the ribcage was torn, and the clothes shattered with it. Followed by a strange creature with a terrifying exoskeleton, like a bone-like beetle, it has a file size like a slap, no legs, and a long tail curled like an alien face-hugging bug, but it is similar to the alien. The difference between larvae is that it is covered with carapace and looks very hard. Damn! The bright red internal organs on the torn chest were all over the place, and it looked quite shocking. The thick blood and water spread everywhere, the fishy wind was blowing, and the bloody smell was pungent and nauseating. 123. Ah! Before the fear in these people evaporated, suddenly another person's chest was broken open. Form, juvenile. It has a ferocious exoskeleton that covers its entire body. At first glance, it looks like a tailor-made metal stomach, shining with cold light. What is that? When they saw the terrifying monster behind them, everyone's hairs exploded, their bodies were cold, and they screamed and fled in fear. It seems like a torn open reservoir, blood constantly gushing and splashing, swaying towards the outside. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They shuddered all over, but felt their throats dry, shivered, discarded their luggage, and fled outside desperately. A slaughtering weapon-like alien species, a terrifying monster composed of many tiny creatures. It has feet like spiders and crabs, but has a long neck and tail that invertebrates do not have, and the crustaceans on its body perfectly fit the features of vertebrates. Code name, Swarm of the Dead. Need time. It is black and red all over, and it is the embodiment of terror. This sudden scene caught the attention of others. It's like xenomorphs. A tearing sensation rushed through the whole body in an instant, accompanied by severe pain. Oh. F***K. Quick. Professor. Let's get out of here. Chatter. Decades ago. The atomic bomb on Hiroshima awakened them. Decades later. When the oxygen destroyer killed Ghidorah, it affected a large number of tiny life forms in the seabed strata that lived for 2.5 billion years, causing them to mutate into larvae. Later. Leviathan storms rolled up the waves, bringing some of the juvenile life here. They are found all over the world's oceans. The history of existence is older than the Leviathan, is the oldest existence. They have the ability to multiply and merge. They are called the group of death, the decomposers of all things. They change from tiny bodies, larvae, aggregates, flight bodies, and complete bodies, and they are monsters that can evolve, transform, and grow. Today they are scattered into countless larvae and hunt all over the world. And some larvae have already begun to integrate. The body of the dead group contains tiny oxygen, which can be used to dissolve the organism's body tissue, turn it into bones, or even decompose it cleanly. The clothes and backpacks that the Navy search and rescue team encountered at the edge of the forest were the probers who had been attacked and then disassembled and eaten clean. Group of death. Are microbial aggregates that accelerate evolution and promote mutation in high-temperature environments. They can be the smallest or the largest. In theory, they can become infinite, but historically, every time they become unbeatable by Godzilla, Godzilla will come forward to find it, and then kill it. But can't kill. Each time a major event affects them, they will regroup into new monster forms. This cycle does not stop. That is, if it has abundant resources and enough time, it can grow to such an extent that nothing on Earth can threaten its existence. Maybe. It used to have no opportunity to grow, but now it's different. The large-scale impact caused by the supergiant Leviathan also made its mutation speed extremely fast. Countless microorganisms in the sea began to frantically split, grow, turn into larvae, and then integrate. If it could become the final perfection, it would be a much scarier monster than Ghidorah. It is simply not an existence that today's giants can deal with. If we assume Muto is Godzilla's natural enemy. Ghidorah is Godzilla's formidable rival. That group of death is the monster that Godzilla has loved and killed for the longest time. It is the incarnation of oxygen destruction, chi, also called destroyer. It can be said to be Godzilla's mortal enemy, with amazing destructive power. The search and rescue team, who was thrown into the forest, found the body of the detector who had been decomposed and killed. At the same time, the soldiers immediately entered a state of alert, and as they went deeper and deeper, more and more people were found dead and injured, and the members of the exploration team, at the moment, also met them. What happened? At the same time, after chasing the exploration team, they were looking at this side with frightened eyes. Watch out for monsters. With a loud roar, the soldiers were stunned when they raised their guns. Not only the captain of the search and rescue team, but other people also found something wrong. They looked back one by one and saw a strange shape suddenly appeared in the dead lake, rushing towards them, shot. As soon as the captain finished collecting, he pulled the trigger and started shooting frantically. The bullets hit the alien body that rushed out of the water in vain. The terrifying giant insect approached 2 meters and roared up to the sky, knocking a soldier down. On the ground, the soldier's chest was pierced with sharp exoskeleton mouthparts. Oh 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 oh! Monster, monster! The soldiers were also frightened. It's them. Here they come. Fake. I knew these monsters didn't give up on chasing us. It's over, they have evolved wings again, and we can't run away. When the people of the exploration team looked at the bone wings that grew on the back of the terrifying exoskeleton bug monster, their expressions suddenly changed. It didn't kill a single person, and its body became much larger. At the same time, scales visible to the naked eye gradually evolved on the body of the ferocious exoskeleton. Awe! Suddenly, the body of a member of the search and rescue team began to be dissolved, and he was destroyed and decomposed by the tiny oxygen that the monster spit out, and he soon turned into bones. Almost simultaneously, another team member rushed up desperately and pulled out several fuses in his hand. Get out! Grenade! He shouted at the others, then threw a grenade at the monster's place, and then walked towards the side of the hill. Then, accompanied by a loud bang. In an instant, several grenades exploded on the monster's body, and the exoskeleton shattered in an instant, and green body fluid sprayed out, looking dead. Carrot damn! Looking at the number of casualties around them, their hearts sank to the bottom. At the moment, looking at the approaching storm, they didn't care about anything else, and they hurriedly let people support each other and evacuate quickly. Go! Roar! Hurry up! Hurry up! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The giant mouth that was terrifying enough to swallow the sky shone brightly when bathed in sunlight, with some kind of dark blue crystals in its eyes, and it was covered with a layer of leather-like tough scales. Lots of long beards. With the roar of Leviathan, this scene shocked everyone. Run away! Help! The original monster larvae were blown up, but their terrifying aggregate ability would quickly respawn into a huge amount of body. They suddenly heard a high-pitched, really, roar from above the sky. Suddenly someone uttered a roar, and the killed monster gradually split into countless tiny microbes, and then spread toward him. Look! At the same time warehouse. No one could understand what happened to this monster, but now while it was still merging, the captain gave an order, and then ran away with everyone who was still screaming. We have to get out before the storm comes, or we will still die. The roar of the dragon in the grand palace sky, the endless sky and the sea, the tsunami rolled up, the island began to shake the mountain, and I saw the huge shadow that was big enough to cover the sky and gradually exposed half of it from the clouds. Skull. Moment. Leviathan's head. Those deep pupils like a huge whale, the dark blue crystals in the eyes gradually glowed with a radiance. It's like staring. It seems that it has noticed something that can attract its attention. It seems that when humans are walking, they suddenly see a mouse running around, and they naturally become interested. And that mouse. Not humans, but titans. What happened? The terrified members of the search and rescue team raised their heads, and the clouds on the side of the day swept away toward both sides, as if the curtain had been opened, revealing the Leviathan's domineering head. It is like a planet falling from the sky, so big is suffocating. Roar! I don't know how long it was sluggish, until Leviathan roared, the air shook out, and the tsunami-like waves rolled in. My God! This moment! All the talents reacted and looked at the sky in amazement. It was as if when a planet smashed straight down, any of their escape and avoidance would be in vain. Accept 140 fate and obey death. Tends to return to the instinct of dust, towards the end of life. Wait, it doesn't seem to be targeting us. The professor suddenly woke up the other people who were dumbfounded, and at the moment everyone came back to their senses. Look, there. At the end of the dim sky, a meteor appeared. Then, everyone, including everyone, suddenly changed drastically in their vision. For a moment, the sky seemed to be burning with flames, and it was spreading rapidly. My God! Meteor? No, did the meteor hit the planet Leviathan? The visual system of Professor et al. Is disabled, and all senses seem to be blocked. There was only one scene in their eyes. That is, on the endless darkness of the sky, suddenly a flame that cut through the sky burned from the other end, and at an extremely fast speed, about 10 times the speed of sound, the flight speed quickly approached the terrifying Leviathan beast. That scene. It was as if the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rioted, and some kind of terrifying creature, ebbed, tore apart the clouds, followed by a black and red burning monster that exuded a terrifying and destructive aura and rushed in. Jaiowia. Like dragon roar, like thunder, the long howl that trembled the heaven and the earth spread in the sky in an instant. Huge amounts of roaring sound started to burn along with everything around it. Its wings carried the flame of death, galloping all the way, everything it passed by burning, all our embers. This. It's it. Flame demon laden. Speaking of this, the professor and the others looked at the cracked Tiangong, and the flame Raton carried the burning tornado and slammed into the direction of the planet Leviathan. But the next moment. Will Raton stop this electromagnetic storm, oh my God? The members of the search and rescue team muttered to themselves, but without waiting for the scene they were expecting to appear, a series of stunned scenes were born. Wow! The gigantic cloud layer that could hardly see the end was split open, like a majestic mountain range. The terrifying body that covered the sky and the sun, then showed its true body in the air. The terrifyingly huge body and the breath of despair swept the sky, opening the huge mouth that swallowed the sky, and Raton was like a sesame seed, swallowed by the terrifying Leviathan beast. Oh my God! When people came back to their senses again, the embers of the flames on the horizon gradually disappeared, and the burning sky gradually extinguished, as if nothing had happened just now. As if the moment the super beast Leviathan opened his mouth, everything was doomed. Once its mouth is closed, the power of hundreds of millions of tons will mercilessly crush the flames, killing them instantly. Wow! The action of the supergiant Leviathan caused the sea below to be attacked by a terrifying giant force, and the monstrous waves that could not stir up 10,000 tons rushed towards the island, directly pushing it out hundreds of meters away. Leighton, are you dead? In the rocky mountains of the reefs and islands, these people escaped in a thrilling manner, and then looked at the sky with numb scalps. The supergiant Leviathan moved slowly at the moment, moving forward in a certain direction, but when they were desperate, a ray of light shot up into the sky. The flame Raton, which was originally swallowed, quickly lifted off from under the Leviathan behemoth. It's still alive. At the moment when the Leviathan behemoth engulfed it, Raton quickly descended and changed direction, slid past Leviathan's chin and slid across its abdomen. The sharp burning wings kept tearing and scratching planet Leviathan's abdomen skin and crystals. But it's like a stone rubbing against a heavy metal door, leaving a tiny scratch and sparks, but no damage. Roar! Leviathan roared, as if to vent some dissatisfaction. And the flame Raton, at the moment, screamed and circled around the Leviathan behemoth. Even the highest flight speed of Raton took several seconds to fly from head to tail. What a huge body! More than just firestorm. The swirling flames produced some kind of burning material and air friction in the gap between the dragon wings. The terrifying high temperature rose in the hearth of the chest cavity, and then stirred the electromagnetic storm in the sky. A brand new move, tornado thunderstorm, was born. In the dark and raging Tiangong, the Lord of the Sky and the Leviathan seem to be competing for who is the hegemon. It's like the end of the world. The sky together with the ocean, with a range of more than thousands of meters, rolled up super huge amounts of tornado thunderstorms. Instantly crackling electric ions and high-temperature flames burned. The hurricane stirred the sea. With the help of Raton's wings, it turned towards planet Leviathan launches thunderstorm sanctions. Buzz buzz. Huge amounts of flaming dragon wings began to spin and wave, carrying the hard blows of heaven and earth. In an instant, the sea water surged, sand and rocks flew on the ground of the island, the forest was uprooted, the clouds in the sky showed a vortex distortion, and the air oscillated endlessly. And Raton. It is also like a waste dragon in the abyss, and it may launch a deadly offensive at any time. In an instant, the thunderstorm centered on Raton began to wantonly destroy everything within a few kilometers. Tornado thunderstorms with terrifying winds cut the sky like sharp blades, and thunder and lightning are also mixed in flames and hurricanes. Faced with such a move, it's hard to imagine how planet Leviathan can resist. Withstand? Non-existent. It's not a matter of being able to withstand it at all, but that planet Leviathan directly ignored the huge amounts of tornado thunderstorms. It slammed into it so straight, and when it rushed into the storm with its huge size, countless lightning and flames took time to be swallowed up by that open gluttonous mouth. The entire tornado thunderstorm instantly turned into a filling energy and was absorbed by it. Next second. It wasn't just humans who were dumbfounded, even Flame Raton stopped spinning and stared at the terrifying giant beast in a stunned manner. This moment, Raton finally understood one thing. That is how it looks at this insignificant creature like human beings with what kind of eyesight, and that is how planet Leviathan looks at it now. Cold and ruthless, no waves. As if there was nothing in front of him, the Leviathan beast directly regarded Raton as a tiny bug. But this bug constantly provokes itself. And it has gradually responded. Head up. Raton looked at that because the mountain-like body was so huge that it couldn't see how big the Leviathan behemoth was. At the moment floating in the sky, Raton felt bitter in his heart. As to how massive this behemoth was, the closer Raton got, the clearer it became. It seems to be isolated from the other half of the sky, and the end cannot be seen as far as the eye can see. Huge amounts of people are desperate, like the mountains are constantly extending in the sky. In the sky full of thunder and lightning, only a few bodies were revealed in the dark clouds, and its size was far beyond everyone's imagination. At the moment, as far as the eye can see, it seems that the whole world is eclipsed by the huge body of the planet Leviathan, and the sun's rays shine on its back and are completely absorbed, so that the world below is in darkness for a long time. Buzzing. Above Raton's head, thunder roared, terrifying dark clouds roared wildly, the atmosphere jumped visibly, trembling frantically, and countless electric particles began to twist and converge in one direction, as if this giant beast was angry. The whole world is crazy about it, and the boundless sky changes with its every move. At the moment, on the back of the supergiant Leviathan, a light and shadow gradually floated, and it turned against the light, making Raton unable to see its appearance clearly. Who gave you the courage? When the Sea Emperor Leviathan stood on the super beast Leviathan and overlooked Raton, the next moment her voice ended, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly shook, and the extremely overbearing aura of destruction crushed the Tiangong, which was originally in other places. Raton's pupils suddenly dilated, and almost instantly, he felt an extremely frightening breath. In an instant, with the thunderous roar, the real discoloration of heaven and earth appeared, the storm was extremely crazy, the thunder and lightning entangled and flashed wildly, this time it was the real Tianwei. The Leviathan beast gathered super terrifying energy directly from the solar wind, and gathered a brilliant blue energy light in its slowly opening mouth. At the same time, it restrained the gathered ability with a magnetic field. When it converged into a ray of light, the sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling ray of light, and countless dense electrical particles gathered crazily. That intense plasma energy body has extremely high temperature, approaching hundreds of millions of temperatures. The destructive power is extremely amazing, and any substance will be instantly evaporated in front of it. Escape. Raton has only one thought, and that is the thought that only arises when facing death. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The supergiant Leviathan is not an enemy that it can compete head-on with. But is it faster than a high-speed particle beam? Who gave you the courage to challenge Lord Leviathan? At the same time that the Sea Emperor Leviathan murmured and fell, the supergiant Leviathan seemed to glow with some kind of energy from its body. From the beginning to the end, a dark blue light became more and more conspicuous, shining and vibrating. The electrons began to vibrate frantically, and the entire magnetic field enveloped the surroundings, locking Raton. Every move, no matter how it fled, it would never be able to escape this precise radar aiming. 0. Ask for flowers. Then the entire magnetic field was condensed into a sharp high-energy directional beam by the supergiant Leviathan, and then the accumulated terrifying power was launched. OMK. A circle formed by 3 electric particles appeared in the space, and a terrifying beam of light that cut through the world took time to traverse hundreds of millions of miles, and was launched straight towards Raton's position. As if in the next moment, the flames will vanish into ashes and cease to exist. But at that moment, another charged particle cannon beam suddenly came across the sky. It did not collide with the Leviathan's charged particle cannon, but changed the structure of the electromagnetic particles so that they interfered with each other, forcibly produce a ballistic deflection phenomenon. 0. Stop. The terrifying particle cannon of the Leviathan beast, just before Raton evaporated instantly, the orbit of the particle cannon shifted and shot towards the sky. This beam of light broke through the Earth's atmosphere in an instant and went straight to space. After annihilating several meteorites from outer space, it slowly disappeared. Roar AO 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 AO. An angry roar came from somewhere under the sea, and in vain, a hurricane rolled up in the sea, and then a wild wave was set off, and Godzilla gradually stood up in the sea. As soon as it arrived here, it saw that Raton was almost killed in seconds. Then he immediately invoked the huge energy in his body, predicted the trajectory of Leviathan's particle cannon beam, and made it conflict, like the mutual repulsion between the positive and negative poles of a magnet. Godzilla gathered the same beam as Leviathan. Although the cannon is not as large as the Leviathan's range, it is fortunate that it can still produce a crowding effect. Otherwise, half a second later, Raton didn't even have ashes left, and disappeared out of thin air. UB**************, D, what kind of monster are you? Godzilla screamed in rage. Although the particle cannon beam in the sky disappeared, it still condensed a blazing high temperature like the sun's scorching heat. The scorching temperature seemed to melt everything. Even Raton felt horrified. The beginning of the hurriedly flew towards the location of Gala factory. So horrible. Raton hovered beside Godzilla as if he was about to cry. And Godzilla, being a monster and calling another creature a monster, is enough to show how much it attaches importance to planet Leviathan. However, the supergiant Leviathan glanced at Godzilla in the sea, and then roared at it. So far, Godzilla is the only enemy who has made planet Leviathan take it seriously. Because it is so invincible on this planet. Planet Leviathan is a monster of the same level as planet Godzilla, but there are still differences. Leviathan is a super-mobile fortress and an air carrier among monsters that tend to be large in size, high in carrying weight, and capable of charging. It takes time to emit energy beams. And 140 Planet Godzilla. The destructive power is stronger than planet Leviathan. If they are singled out, then planet Godzilla must survive unscathed, and Leviathan will be destroyed. But the key is planet Godzilla. is a monster level above level 12. And the current Godzilla is less than level 10. But after reaching that level, its full-strength atomic breath can instantly destroy 1/10 of the moon. The key is, even if it evolves to the 12th level, that is a matter of the future. And what to do now? Mothra flew over from a distance and landed on Godzilla's back. She also stared at the supergiant Leviathan in the sky. What to do? Is that still worth thinking about? Intercept the mission and execute it normally. Godzilla took a step forward, and countless seas boiled. It is also changing the magnetic field, as if it is weightless, and suddenly it starts to run. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the momentum is getting more and more violent. Red Lotus G Flash Hotline. Buzzing. Godzilla began to enter the magma Red Lotus state, and at the moment when the tail shone on the dorsal fin, it suddenly emitted this power, turning into a terrifying ray and attacking the planet Leviathan in the sky. Buzz. Planet Leviathan's thoughts moved slightly, and a large number of particles with high magnetic fields gathered, forming an electromagnetic barrier on its surface, which directly offset and absorbed Godzilla's attack. The emitted rays rippled in the sky. It did not explode or produce violent flames, but was directly absorbed by a layer of energy shield visible to the naked eye. See this scene. Godzilla was also stunned, looking up at the sky with a numb scalp. What's the situation? Has the energy hotline just been absorbed, or can it be converted into energy as long as it can withstand the heat? But anyway, Planet Leviathan didn't seem to attack them again, and staring at Planet Leviathan's actions, Godzilla quickly understood one thing. I see. No wonder it has the power to easily destroy everything, but it moves so slowly, and even attacks are constrained. Are you hungry? Big monster. Soon. When he saw that the crystals that stored ability in Planet Leviathan radiated a faint glow, Godzilla understood that there was not enough energy in his body. It can be said that it has already begun to overdraw some of its strength. If it weren't for the electromagnetic storm rolled up by the Leviathan, it began to absorb the solar storm and geomagnetic field, as well as a large amount of absorbed human artificial energy, then it would not have been possible to launch the plasma cannon just now. But what if you know? It was such a starving Planet Leviathan who couldn't exert his strength. It's enough to stop monsters such as Godzilla, and can't stop its actions. Leighton. Mothra. Take me to the sky, and I'll tear it apart. Godzilla can manipulate magnetism to fly. But Leviathan can also ring, so the electromagnetic field here is not very advantageous for Godzilla. It can only be unaffected by these magnetic fields, but it cannot be flexibly manipulated. Therefore, Moss landed on Godzilla's right back, while Raton was on Godzilla's left. They unfolded a giant wing at the same time, as if integrating with Godzilla into a super beast. Next moment, the Godzilla with its wings merged was like a cannonball that came out of the body. Roar! The terrifying atomic breath shot towards the sky, destroying all obstacles and falling rocks. At first glance, the huge amounts of black and red fleshy wings that Raton unfolded made Godzilla look like a demon with a big dragon, while on the other side, there were huge butterfly wings as beautiful as Holy Light Angel, Moss. The power in RA and Raton was all concentrated in Godzilla, and this amazing force started to fill Godzilla's body with explosive power. Godzilla's pupils shrank sharply, and after reaching the high-altitude gravity-free magnetic field, it roared and reacted instantly. When Ghost Leviathan made a screeching sound at the same time, Mothra's body surface also showed the fighting stance of armor, dodging the plasma group, or directly splitting. While the wings were numb, he went to cut towards the Ghost Leviathan. Hiss! It was a sea dragon Leviathan with a slender body like a snake, pectoral fins and caudal fins with rock-like brownish red, and a head like a hammerhead shark. When it came into contact with Raton, it fought directly in the sky. In the sea of clouds, Raton finally began to show his majesty, although he would be killed in a single duel with Planet Leviathan. But how does a mere sea dragon Leviathan compare to it? However, the power of these subspecies Leviathan cannot be underestimated. They still have some ability, not to mention that this is the territory where they are best at fighting, the sky and the sea of clouds. Mothra fights with Ghost Leviathan in a chase. Raton and the sea dragon Leviathan fought and staged a fierce hand-to-hand battle. And Godzilla. Boom! At the same time as it was hit and flew out, the cloud veins on the other side of 04 also collapsed due to terrible power. Do not misunderstand. It wasn't Godzilla that was shot, but the death god Leviathan, who was over 600 meters long. It looks much longer than Godzilla, with a mosasaur-like bloody mouth on the front half, and a giant squid on the back, covered with terrifying exoskeletons. It is a subspecies Leviathan that evolved by absorbing the heat energy of magma. But, as the strongest Leviathan, the fight against Godzilla is a no-suspense crush. In terms of tons, Godzilla is a lot heavier than it is. In terms of energy, Godzilla is infinitely more powerful than it is. In terms of combat power, Godzilla can tear it apart even without radiation. Cough cough, jerk. Godzilla grabbed one of the squid-like tentacles of the exoskeleton, put it in his mouth and bit down. The crunching bones were chewed up, and then the energy was absorbed, and then the bone impurities were spit out by it, and then the cold pupil stared at the angry roaring death god Leviathan, revealing a rather terrifying sight. However, at the moment Planet Leviathan, the Sea Emperor Leviathan on her back, she looked at Gera, her mouth widened in surprise, and her voice trembled slightly, Godzilla. Although it is somewhat similar to the former Godzilla. Not quite the same, but there is no doubt that this guy is Godzilla. Sea Emperor Leviathan, the supreme commander of wisdom. Her appearance looks like a dolphin's hue, and her body is slender, with smooth and delicate scales that reflect light, like a shining star. At the same time, the whole body is light blue in the shape of a dragon, with two wing-like forelimbs, and she is highly skilled in brain electromagnetic waves. Because she often checks for parasites on the planet Leviathan, her memory and analytical judgment are very good. It's still quite scary, and Godzilla is a creature on Earth, she can't not know. But no idea why Godzilla would attack them. Originally, there should be no hatred between the two. You can just stay on the bottom of your Pacific Ocean. Why do you have to stop us from finding energy? But Godzilla is the Asgardian of the Earth, and the Sea Emperor Leviathan knows this too. The only possibility is that they offended Godzilla in some way. Could it be that Godzilla is also looking for that huge and terrifying energy? One way or another. Since Godzilla is their enemy, they are not afraid. Then fight, the winner is king. However, the terrifying coercion of Godzilla Infernal War forced the death god Leviathan to scream in horror. The so-called king is born from the battle of blood and trials, and is the king of monsters. The king's will is immortal and immortal, fearless to die, and fight to the end. At the moment, Godzilla is in such a state, fearless, tearing apart all enemies in front of him. Roar! Godzilla growled. Now, Sea Emperor Leviathan began to quickly analyze all aspects of Godzilla's values. The overwhelming power displayed in front of her destroyed the death god Leviathan. When the monster with the head of the mosasaur and the body of the king squid rushed up, Godzilla punched it in the chin, and immediately it fell backwards and fell to the ground. Followed closely, Godzilla's terrifying sharp claws disemboweled it, one by one exoskeleton arms and legs were forcibly torn off, and the method was quite violent and brutal. Very terrifying brute force. Sea Emperor Leviathan stared at Godzilla with his eyelids jumping. Godzilla is threatening, overwhelming, and destructive, to the point of despair for most monsters. Go to hell. Grilled squid. Taking this as an opportunity, Godzilla began to run frantically to chase the direction of death god Leviathan's escape. I am afraid that the current Gora is completely deducting what is the attitude of the villain. Crushing the hot ashes in his hands, the embers spread out in the claws. At the moment, Godzilla turned around, stared at the petite, slender monster on planet Leviathan's back, then walked towards her place with a brutal gaze. The terrifying sharp teeth that could no longer be gnawed down, and immediately the blue blood of death god Leviathan splattered 3 feet. No miracles, no coincidences. Suddenly, the Sea Emperor Leviathan accidentally exclaimed. She hurriedly covered her mouth, but Godzilla found her location anyway. Thinking is like a machine. The terrifying atomic breath was sprayed into the throat of the death god Leviathan and burned directly to the ground. Ripping off the death god Leviathan's tail and grabbing its terrifying mosasaur head, Godzilla ripped open its jaws and delivered the final blow. Sea Emperor Leviathan looked at Godzilla's contempt for everything in a stunned manner, and couldn't help but lose his mind. Amazing. There are still such powerful monsters in this world. On the other side, death god Leviathan had broken scales, weak breath, and broken wounds all over his body. Godzilla, on the other hand, took steps that shook the sea of clouds, running wildly on the sky and land formed by the planet Leviathan, like a tyrannosaur chasing wild deer. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Roaring like a mad beast. Intruder. Roar. The entire burnt head was thrown away at will. Goo a little. 140. Although thinking is only a moment, time is still moving forward. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Whatever you are, whether you are alive or dead, all destruction in your way. Wow, come out, little guy. Godzilla finally landed on the back of the supergiant Leviathan. The space here is scary, but the terrain is not flat, but there are many dorsal fin spikes of the planet Leviathan. Unlike Godzilla's dorsal fin, the Leviathan's dorsal fin is more neat like the fin of a fish, and at the same time, the surrounding clouds and fog are lingering, and the vision is completely disturbed. What are you hiding? After I dismantle this big monster, will you still have a place to hide? Godzilla stared at a place in the thick fog and roared in a low voice. Humph. To be honest, you've surprised me enough, but this is my territory, and even if you defeat that death god, you can never be the opponent of Lord Leviathan. The petite star-like dragon-shaped Sea Emperor Leviathan, at the moment, protruded his head from a thorn on the side of a huge pillar-like back. Funny little guy. Godzilla stared at the much petite Sea Emperor Leviathan, when its sight touched each other. Like an illusion. How should I put it, it's like the Sea Emperor Leviathan has been personified. From Godzilla's perspective, according to the aesthetics of monsters, it is described in human words. Monster girl image. Her skin was smoother than snow, smooth and radiant. She has long hair that reaches her waist and is light blue and elegant. She is beautiful, beautiful, tender, and beautiful. In her cold, arrogant and agile eyes, there was a soul-sucking color that captured the soul. Her non-human form is also very conspicuous, with the dragon wings of the sky on the back of the chest, and a long tail of a dragon with a long tip and floodlight scales behind her, giving the impression of a proud girl full of wisdom. Although slender and petite, and his voice soft, he is very powerful. If the supergiant Leviathan is likened to a country, and the other Leviathan subspecies are warriors and Asgardians, then she is like a princess of the kingdom. Roar, long time. With a roar, Godzilla instantly aimed his gaze at her, and then the terrifying atomic breath stored in his mouth shot at her with unstoppable power. No matter how beautiful you are. Choose to stand on the opposite side of yourself, that is your worst decision. In the face of battle, death is treated equally, and it will not stop because of your beauty. Moment. The atomic breath distorts the air, constrains the light, cuts off the electromagnetism, and smelts the bone plate. This is the greatest and most ruthless force in the world. Facing the terrifying power, the Sea Emperor Leviathan first became frightened, then backed away, and he was relieved when he saw that the atomic breath was blocked by the bone plate. It's useless. You can't kill me, here is Lord Leviathan's back, all your energy will be absorbed by Lord Leviathan. If you do this, not only will it not hurt me, but it will also give Lord Leviathan keeps providing energy. Sea Emperor Leviathan's voice is like a demon, ringing around from time to time. And Godzilla's atomic breath also quickly hit the bone spurs on the back of the surrounding Leviathan, and the terrifying high temperature melted one of the huge amounts of bone plates, and then penetrated it. But what is even more unbelievable is that the melted bone plates quickly healed again, and at the same time a kind of light was reflected all around the back, and the high temperature began to rise. It was like a huge amount of solar plates. It can directly absorb the energy and radiation in the solar storm, and the high temperature of nuclear fusion generated by Godzilla can naturally destroy them, but it can also be absorbed by them. At the time of destruction, the back of the Leviathan was regenerated continuously. The energy did not disappear for no reason, but gradually and finally was swallowed by the Leviathan. Big red lotus pattern. Sizzle. The scorching heat of the flame in the air is like the flame of the sun, with terrifying impact and shocking high temperature, roaring and strong light, taking away all colors and sounds. But soon, this power was continuously absorbed by the Leviathan behemoth. Then, Godzilla, which had just heated up, suddenly stopped. It stopped. Can't do that. Godzilla intends to use the big red lotus to melt all the bone plates here, but it will still be absorbed by the Leviathan. What to do? From the many battles that I have experienced so far, which are praised as myths in the human world, it is no exaggeration to say that I have done my best in any battle. Godzilla has never retained his strength, nor has he underestimated any opponent. However, at the end of the day, the Sea Emperor Leviathan stared at Godzilla, his wings trembled slightly, Godzilla hadn't approached, and the high temperature of destruction seemed to be sweeping. She began to step back gradually. Although there is an air vent leading to planet Leviathan behind her, she still stared at Godzilla in front of her. Awesome! Really the legendary king of monsters, with a domineering body, eyes full of destruction, and indifferent eyes. The terrifying dorsal fin and the powerful strength are simply the most powerful existence at the peak of the Earth's creatures. Hey! Sudden! Sea Emperor Leviathan growled at Godzilla. Want to stop Leviathan-sama? Then break through all the obstacles and come and catch me. Kick, Kiki. As soon as the voice fell, a beam of light passed through her side in an instant, and the terrifying power made her smile froze. Godzilla had a smoking mouth, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Tell me, what the hell are you doing? Heard. Sea Emperor Leviathan glared at Godzilla dissatisfied, and then whispered. Master Leviathan has too many parasites in his body, and those parasites are the reason why it is very short of energy. It only needs a small part to survive, but since the outbreak of those parasites after that, Lord Leviathan will need more and more energy to sustain life. Then why don't you go and clean up those parasites? If I could beat them, would I be so anxious to find food for Lord Leviathan? It makes sense, but why don't I kill you and clean up the parasites? You can't kill me, I'm Lord Leviathan's apostle. I can hear it, it's starving and suffering. But I just killed your companion, don't you hate me? Oh. You mean Death God? It doesn't matter, because they were born for Lord Leviathan, and the parasites in Lord Leviathan are much more terrifying than them. The dorsal fin of the planet Leviathan is very large. But it bypassed the dorsal fin and came to the fumarole behind the forehead. Although it is a fumarole, the range is quite large, enough for Godzilla to enter and exit at will. Come and find me at the end of the belly, but there will be many parasites along the way. I will trouble you. The enchanting voice of the Sea Emperor Leviathan rang in Godzilla's ears, and then she disappeared. Is this a trap? Godzilla came to the fumarole and stared at the deep passage below, which reached the body of planet Leviathan. But no matter what, if you want to stop it, you have to go down. The body structure of planet Leviathan appeared roughly like a map in Godzilla's mind. From head to tail are beak, forehead, eyes, fumarole, dorsal fin, abdomen, navel, anus, caudal fin. There are 9 regions in total. But the only thing that Godzilla can pass through is the abdomen. It can't shrink like the Sea Emperor Leviathan and enter the crystal wall of the Leviathan. Don't be so disgusting. Godzilla jumped straight down, then slid down the vent, and then came to the place where the first organ of planet Leviathan was. Follow closely. Godzilla stood up from the huge amounts of cave space. The field of vision suddenly widened. Only then did he realize that the position of 140 Godzilla was not the flesh and blood he imagined. It was a space full of precise energy crystals from the beginning to the end. It looked like a base. It was definitely impossible to have precise instruments, otherwise it would be a biological aircraft carrier. Surrounded by crystals that can energy absorbing. That is to say, it is impossible for Godzilla to destroy them with atomic breath from the inside, because these crystals are spread over a large area. When the heat of atomic breath is ejected, they will spread out instantly and rush to the whole body, which is equivalent to charging. Likewise, planet Leviathan will only be stronger without taking any damage. Unless Godzilla's energy exploded, and the planet Leviathan was directly eaten and exploded, but it was impossible. Roar. At this moment, the roar resounded throughout Leviathan's body, spreading rapidly from beginning to end. With the constant echoes and the feedback from perception to sonar, Godzilla gradually discovered that the planet Leviathan's body was quite large, and the flight process was very stable, and hardly felt any shaking. It's amazing. Godzilla's eyes looking at planet Leviathan were no longer so hostile, but felt a little unbelievable, amazed that such a life form exists in the world. It's like a giant monster transporter. If aliens dare to invade the Earth one day, they will take the giant titans to their planet to demolish their homes. When the planet Leviathan breaks through the atmosphere, when the body opens the vents, countless giant titans fall from the sky and destroy them. Hometown directly to the end. Thinking of that scene, Godzilla at the moment is literally drooling with excitement. Sizzle sizzle. Godzilla's sharp claws scratched on the thick energy spar condensed in the Leviathan giant beast, and after leaving scratches, it healed in an instant. The defenses, both internal and external, are quite astonishing. This is still under the condition of insufficient energy. If the planet Leviathan has a full stomach, its destructive power is terrifying. Everything is alive, and you are no exception. Tend to be destroyed, or reborn, Leviathan. You are wise, and I believe you will make a choice soon. Godzilla doesn't care whether planet Leviathan hears it, or ignores it. But it doesn't matter. Because Godzilla will slowly in Leviathan's body, conquer her. As that sentence. The world has a life. If humans let the world linger, the world will forcibly summon them. If the beasts make the world look in trouble, the world will still call them Godzilla, the king of these monsters. If Godzilla wants to destroy human civilization, it will take less than 7 days, ebbed. In 7 days, it can be like the saying of creation. It is said that the Creator took 7 days to create the world, while humans spent countless years creating all kinds of things on the surface of the earth. Same. Destroyer wants to destroy these things, but also need to spend some time. It takes a certain amount of time for the flames to burn down the world, and during this time humans can flee. Run away and live. Wandering in space, forced to flee beyond Earth. And it is impossible for all human beings to escape, and more than 99% of them must be forced to stay on the Earth and dissolve in the monstrous flames. Destroy the world in 7 days. The first day, surface creatures, and people will be destroyed. Day 2, all things in the world will perish. The third day, the sun and the moon will be destroyed, and there will be no distinction between day and night. Day 4, the mainland sinks, a piece of Wangyang. Day 5, the water source is dry wine, the sky is lost. Day 6, all light is lost and belongs to chaos. The 7th day, the flag of disaster, the world rests in peace, in joy, weep quietly. Collapse is a kind of birth that accompanies civilization. When the flames melt away, there will be new life. The earth is Godzilla's only hometown. When danger comes to the earth, Godzilla will wake up and wipe out the ignorant creatures that try to desecrate the earth. And the giant soldier can be made by Godzilla. P.S. Maybe in the future Godzilla will occasionally make a cameo appearance in the roar call of other parallel worlds, and you can see the story of Planet Godzilla. When are you going on vacation? Update more at that time. Therefore, thousands of nuclear power plants will be destroyed in an instant, and the thousand-headed G-Beast Muto will quickly sweep the entire world, the end of human civilization. But today's human beings are like wild animals. They have not caused much damage to the earth. If they really follow the process of destroying the world in 7 days, then Godzilla is not a natural balancer. The above content is used to express the process of the beginning of the Valley of the Wind and 7 Days of Fire, and it is the giant soldiers who destroy the world. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So, true Godzilla's fifth form can assimilate humans into similar monsters, the so-called G-Beasts. Humans never dared to provoke Godzilla, and they became pets in the true sense. Wrong. Does anyone think Godzilla is the patron saint of mankind? At present, most human beings are under the control of Godzilla's G-Beast Muto Legion, as long as Godzilla has an order. The patron saint of mankind is Mothra, not Godzilla. It is impossible to destroy the earth, but it is not impossible to destroy human civilization. Before the new world comes to visit, the Grand Tianyan will come. Parasites in Leviathan. What exactly is it? Godzilla, who just entered the stomata row, hasn't found it yet, because it's quiet and weird here. There is nothing abnormal on the surrounding crystal wall. But soon, Godzilla discovered a strange place. Inside the Leviathan flesh wall crystal, there was a strange crystal. The color of the crystal is incompatible with the surrounding crystal walls. The inner crystal wall of Leviathan is translucent light blue, while the crystal is dark blue. The energy content is far more intense than other crystal regions. Are you an internal stone? Godzilla couldn't help but complain, no idea that creatures like Leviathan actually have internal stones. This kind of stone blocks its energy transmission system. When absorbing new energy, these parasitic stones will block part of the energy absorbed by Leviathan, and if Leviathan does not have much energy absorption, then it will start to eat away the energy in Leviathan, causing more hunger and causing Leviathan to go mad. Stones and parasites. How to say? Godzilla does not exist in the body, because the parasites are completely destroyed by G cells. Godzilla's G cells are very domineering and do not allow any other bacteria and viruses in Godzilla's body. Any microorganisms that enter Godzilla's body, all dead. However, the Leviathan can't. It has gradually evolved from a creature to a super behemoth, in order to survive longer, but it also leads to the crystallization of cells in the body, so the Leviathan behemoth has no way to actively eliminate these parasites, which also causes them to be unscrupulous the energy-absorbing evolution. Although the Leviathan created the subspecies Leviathan to help it, but to no avail. In the mountains across the continent, Leviathan continuously absorbs the energy of the ley lines and the underground, and maintains life in the place where the ley lines' energy converges. Taking the radiation from outer space and the sky as food, and storing it in his body after a long period of time, but who would have thought that the energy accumulated would never reach the limit peak? Gluttony and gluttony are the words of the Leviathan. But in fact it is not so gluttonous, because the Leviathan behemoth feeds a large group of parasitic monsters, and they are the culprits. This crystal. Godzilla walked to the dark blue crystal and stared at the crystal egg-like substance that was about 10 meters in size. As the Sea Emperor Leviathan said, it is a parasitic body that absorbs Leviathan's life energy, shining with a crystal-like beautiful blue light, and at the same time, inside the egg-like crystal, it seems that there is a lamp. The light-emitting organ of the bright lamp flickered slightly inside from time to time. Look. As long as it reaches the peak of energy absorbing, it will break out of the cocoon to emerge, then become a complete parasitic crystal monster, and then spawn again, and the meaning of the subspecies Leviathan is to destroy them. But who knew that the strength of these monsters was too strong, and it was difficult to stop them. Every time I tried desperately to stop a part, but there were still a large number of parasitic eggs implanted in Leviathan's body. In this case, the Leviathan becomes more hungry and has less and less ability, so he goes berserk. No wonder it's so irritable, I can't stand it even if it's me. With a low growl, Godzilla began to punch towards the position of the crystal, and with a bang, the crystal cracked, but it quickly healed. See. Godzilla's body began to show a terrifying high temperature like hot magma, and then the claws turned red, and then it slowly stretched out towards the position of the crystal. Zzz. The crystal seemed to be melted and smoked out, and then Godzilla began to tear apart the crystal wall inside the Leviathan beast little by little. Suddenly, the beast began to shake violently as if in pain. The shocking roar resounded throughout the sea of the sky. But soon, Godzilla tore the crystal wall and took out the dark blue crystal. An egg with a file size of 10 meters is not much bigger than Godzilla's palm. However, due to the riot of energy, the high temperature outside, and the contact with the gas, the roar lamp in the crystal phosphor gradually began to flicker rapidly. Then, crystal worms begin to crack. The cracking speed of the eggshell is getting faster and faster, and some kind of faint light can be seen inside. Then, it was a crystalline creature that Godzilla had never seen hatched from the cocoon. Its body surface had a unique moist texture, and the vessels leading to the whole body were quite clear from the outside, and its entire body was as transparent same. 0. Ask for flowers. Cuckoo. In the feathered state, this unknown creature has worm-like wings and looks very soft. Perhaps because it is dormant in a folded wing position in English and Wuxia, there are many fine wrinkles that can be seen on the wings. It's like being woken up. This beautiful but very strange crystalline creature gradually spread its wings, gradually became solid and hardened, and then raised its head. On the dark blue crystalline body, 2 rows of 6 gem-like shining eyes stared at Godzilla. Sessis. The crystal monster that emerged from the cocoon, at the moment showed a radiant body towards Godzilla, and immediately identified Godzilla as an enemy and shrieked with hostility, and then instinctively planned to clear the heretic creature that woke him up. It shows a strong destructive impulse. 0. What's your pulse? Then. Taste. Just numb scalp. Godzilla stared at this short guy, although after the feathering was over, the wings were less than 100 meters wide. At the moment he stared at himself like a very fierce kitten. The body is shattered into pieces, and the dead can no longer die. So weak. It jumped up suddenly and opened its huge crystalline mouth full of sharp teeth. And this just feathered juvenile crystal monster. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Godzilla moved forward, but waited until he stepped into the next area. Godzilla sneered, thinking that he was some kind of powerful guy, but he didn't expect it to disappear. Hiss. Looking around, there are thousands and tens of thousands. All of them are crystal cocoons exactly like the monsters that have just hatched. Godzilla's tail whip swept across, and with a thud, the crystal monster directly slammed into the crystal wall out of control, and the wall cracked open in an instant, and a dent appeared. Immediately froze in place. However, this dragon-like crystalline monster began to scream at Godzilla, and then launched an attack. Godzilla was stunned. What is this scene in front of you? In the cavity of the Leviathan giant ovaries growing on both sides spread all over its body, making people look creepy. People with esophagus may experience tingling and shivering in the scalp. In those massive ovarian crystal walls, various roar suction lamps were flashing everywhere. Hey, are these all parasites? Godzilla yelled at the wide space, and immediately the voice of the Sea Emperor Leviathan also rang out. They are alien species. They were parasites in Lord Leviathan many years ago. Later, when Lord Leviathan began to gradually evolve, they were also evolving. Each of them was an individual soul. The one you just killed, the other end is just forcibly catalyzed to produce 140. After they hatch, they will feather. After the feathering is over, it will become very scary, and each one is more terrifying than the death god Leviathan you killed. Powerful. Godzilla understood several things in the explanation of the Sea Emperor Leviathan. These creatures. They are all alien souls, immortal beings. As long as they have energy to provide, there is no lifespan limit. Originally, they were also mutants similar to viruses, and their individuals were powerful. Sounds like an alien species. These strange creatures have pairs of black horns on their heads, 3 pairs of eye-like light-emitting organs above their eyes, long necks, and a wide range of motion. On the sides of their heads, the ends of their limbs, their tails, and their wings, there are erroneous membranes that emit a flaming blue flame-like light when the energy is concentrated. These alien crystal monsters have a special energy, that is, the manipulation of energy, which is the various radiation energy absorbed by Leviathan. That is to say, they are essentially creatures similar to the Titan giants, but they did not grow in an era, and more lived in the Leviathan. No, they are mutant life. They already existed in the Cambrian period. They live by sucking the life of Lord Leviathan, and there are more than one species of parasites. Don't let them escape, you must all destroyed. The ethereal voice of the Sea Emperor Leviathan was slightly disturbed. What if you escape? Godzilla asked rhetorically. There is no creature on the planet that can stop them from hunting. They will overgrow, they will start to evolve at a very fast rate, and the factors in their body will spread and affect other creatures. In a sense, their internal factors have mutated ability, will allow life on Earth to evolve towards their form. Sea Emperor Leviathan explained, and analyzed what kind of impact they would have on the Earth. Firstly, these crystal monsters. They are the ancestors of most life and existed as early as the Cambrian period. According to the traditional and classical biological theory, Darwinian biological evolution believes that biological evolution has experienced a long evolution process from aquatic to terrestrial, from simple to complex, from low to high level. During the Cambrian period, life exploded. Some of them began to evolve autonomously, slowly moving from the sea to the land, from a simple cell structure to a complex one, and gradually evolved into a race with advanced intelligence such as humans. And a small part of it is the parasite of the Leviathan. These parasites, with the ability to mutate the existing ecological environment, once they spread out, it will not be long before many atavistic life forms appear on the Earth. That is to say, giant beasts like dinosaurs may reappear in the world. Sounds interesting, but the Titans seem to be enjoying themselves again. I said, is this thing edible? Godzilla stared at the crystals and began to reach out to touch them. At this time, the voice of the Sea Emperor Leviathan sounded again. Don't move. You can't touch them so directly, you will wake them up, and that will cause serious damage to Lord Leviathan. In fact, they have been sealed here forever. Leviathan your lord is not hurting the world as you think, it is also protecting the Earth, sealing these mutant life forms that do not belong to this era in the body, preventing them from escaping to the Earth for evil. Reasons not to let Godzilla touch it. This is because once Godzilla hurts any of them, a chain reaction will occur, and a large number of crystals will start to hatch. Godzilla's words made Sea Emperor Leviathan pause. These cytoplasms are full of unknown elements of human beings, and at the same time, they can take in the air by themselves, and the necessary elements in the water are provided to the body to generate life energy. If that's the case, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But if these bugs grow up and start to break away from the surface of your skin, don't let it out and squeeze it to death. The same reason Godzilla's G cells are also the strongest virus antibodies. It is equivalent to a sudden sharp pain in the belly of the Leviathan, and the flesh wall is torn open. Although it may not bleed, a hole will be opened in the stomach, which will still cause serious trauma. Her voice was helpless. Godzilla understood what she meant. The most important thing planet Leviathan lacks is combat power, but for parasites in the body, 1.3 is really no way. Godzilla's cells have multiple nuclei, and there is a structure called G-black body in the cells, which is inseparably linked with the radiation heat rays of Godzilla. The atomic reactor in Godzilla can use the G-black body to generate the energy of heat rays and fix the structure in a stable form. It's like parasitic worms on the surface of the human body, but when they are very young, you can't handle them at all. Without the G-black body, Godzilla would not be able to jet the hotline. You can only let them be energy absorbing. When they have enough metamorphosis, it is still too late to kill them at the moment of hatching. Originally, Lord Leviathan had the same plan, so he kept looking for energy. If they don't hatch, then we can't do anything about them. If they hatch, they will escape from the crystal wall. In that case, the Leviathan will be big. What are you going to do? In this regard, Godzilla would like to say something. G-cells, I love you. So, what to do? People can expel them from the body and kill them directly. Soon. Godzilla figured out a way. These mutant organisms can be killed without harming the Leviathan. What you up to? Although the Sea Emperor Leviathan did not know how to perceive Godzilla's movements, maybe there is monitoring in the abdomen of planet Leviathan. Kill them. Godzilla walked towards the place with the large number of larvae without looking back. No, once you wake them up, the consequences will be unimaginable. They have super resilience. Don't think that you just kill the hatchling at will and feel that they are weak. In fact, they will evolve again and again in battle. In a very short period of time, the body size can exceed 600 meters, forming a very terrifying alien king. Godzilla ignored her and moved on. The monster factor in them will change the natural environment. Wait, what are you doing? Stop it. Godzilla who ignores advice. It directly tore the crystal wall membrane of Leviathan 04, and then it stretched its claws in. Then, under the gaze of the Sea Emperor Leviathan, Godzilla's hand gradually split into black cells, which gradually poured into a heterogeneous crystal. In the translucent crystal cocoon, the naked eye can see that there is darkness all over. Then there seemed to be some terrifying battle inside. The xenomorph struggled, the blue light flickered, but soon began to fade, and then a mass of dark matter jumped wildly inside. Pust. The crystals broke open, and a mass of black matter that would move on its own flowed out, and then it began to converge towards Godzilla's body. These substances fall into Godzilla's hands and become one with the G-cells. Look, they're being devoured by my cells. How about this treatment? Awesome, awesome. Sea Emperor Leviathan is also stunned. Godzilla has surpassed the database records of creatures in her brain. Godzilla, are you really Earth's guardian? What Earth's guardian? This is my back garden. Also, how do you know what creature I am? Have we ever met? Godzilla's words silenced the Sea Emperor Leviathan, but she quickly gave an explanation. I am a subspecies split of Lord Leviathan, and it raised me, but I was not born in the Cambrian period, but after the age of dinosaurs, parasites increased rapidly, and I had to appear to deal with them. After a lot of time learning and accumulation, I have gained wisdom far beyond other subspecies Leviathan. This is the special ability given to me by the Leviathan, so I noticed yours a long time ago. Deeds. In other words, are you the prophet in the monster world? I'm just an ordinary intelligent life. I can't be compared with you. You are the Earth God of War in the 9 realms. Heard. Godzilla was confused. When did he become a god of war again? Wait, what did you say? What do I have to do with God? Sea Emperor Leviathan saw Godzilla's confused look. She seemed to understand something, and then said, our world, that is, the Earth, is one of the 9 star fields in the universe. These 9 star fields are named after the world tree. The branches of the world are connected to each other. We can see these 9 kingdoms through the telescope, but we just don't realize it. The Earth is the transfer station of the 9 worlds, connecting the upper, middle and lower layers of the world tree. It is an extremely important, so the Earth is often invaded, but the Earth is also its own guardian, and you are the most representative of them. It's a bit baffling, but according to Marvel's worldview, it should be the same, but I don't know which universe in the multi-universe. Godzilla muttered to herself. Because there are often monsters from the multi-universe, aliens invaded, such as kaiju beasts and pioneers, which are from another universe. But it would be even better if this universe could become a Godzilla universe. Then, how did you know this? Don't you remember anything? Is your Atlantis palace okay? It was built for you by humans who surrendered to you many years ago, and the gods have visited. Even yours, the deeds were recorded on the stone tablet, and even the Father was amazed by it. Atlantis? Gods? Heavenly Father? Godzilla was even more puzzled, and the Sea Emperor Leviathan was also stunned. She thought it shouldn't be. She has been wandering in the sea a lot these years, and she has encountered many ancient documents and historical records. As a result, that hero can't even understand what you are saying, so it's embarrassing. Atlantis is the relic in the Godzilla 2 movie, where Godzilla sleeps all the year round. But Godzilla Luochen liked to stay on Skull Island, so he forgot that he still had a home. The gods refer to the collective name for the powerful ones, such as the gods of Asgard. Asgard is the earth god, essentially alien. These so-called gods are actually mythological stories derived from the concept of human beings, but they just changed their names. They are abstract. You think they are gods, then they are. You think they're just a powerful alien, then they're aliens. They are mysterious, powerful, and can use magic, but why they are called gods, that is because they left myths and legends on the earth, so they can also be called earth gods. But Godzilla is different. Godzilla is the true meaning of the Earth's biological evolution over 140 Earth, God. This God is not an abstract conceptualization of omnipotence, but refers to the Earth's top predators. And the Father. More abstractly, Heavenly Father and God can be said to be very similar beings. But the difference is that God can be the Father, but the Father cannot be God. The Heavenly Father here refers to Odin, the God King who commands the 9 realms. Does he know Godzilla? Knowledge. But does Godzilla know him? I know and I don't know. But are they related? Have or not? What do the gods think about Godzilla? Earth hero, indigenous god of war. So how does Godzilla see them? It's very simple, in layman's terms it's. The universe is an ocean. Godzilla is a farmer and island owner who farms on an island. The gods are equal to aliens, the Heavenly Father is equal to One Piece, the sea belongs to you, no problem, but if you land on the island and rob me of things, then it will not work. But generally speaking, the Lord of the 9 Seas had no reason to compete with Godzilla for a piece of land. The gods were like travelers who left their mark on a certain island and left in a hurry. The marks they left became legends and were regarded as myths by the local indigenous people. This is Godzilla's definition of God, strong stranger, good and evil unknown. Since you have brought me and the gods together, tell me how this big, scary Leviathan was born. Facing Godzilla's questioning, the Sea Emperor Leviathan also quickly gave the answer. When life exploded in the Cambrian period, a large variety of invertebrate creatures suddenly appeared in countless thousands of years, and those creatures had no ancestors in the older history. I remember the memory of Lord Leviathan, once mentioned. At that time, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the sky above the ancient earth began to collapse and twist, and then appeared a giant thousands of feet tall in armor. After it came to the earth, a large number of creatures were destroyed. The radiation effect it emits began to evolve rapidly. Then, hundreds of millions of years passed, the giant never appeared again, and was replaced by another group of much shorter giants, as if they were tracking some life form the whereabouts of. Later, I don't know what they did, and the continent of Atlantis sank. From the historical description of the Sea Emperor Leviathan, Godzilla understands several things. First, the explosion of life on Earth may have something to do with the first aliens to come. Second, If Atlantis is the place where its ancestors, other Godzilla, lived, and its sinking is related to the first group of aliens to chase after them. From this a conclusion can be drawn. Aliens are basically not a good thing. According to this logic, Godzilla's conjecture is correct, and the variation in all aspects of the Earth is not an accidental factor, but an inevitable one. Maybe aliens are powerful. But Godzilla didn't panic at all. If you are an ordinary human, you may think that powerful aliens can destroy the planet and run amok in the multi-universe, which is terrible. But if you look at these things thoroughly, you will understand one thing: any powerful creature contains powerful energy. Meaning is, any powerful creature will die and die. The so-called strength and power are just what the people call them. Why seek power? To defeat the enemy. If there is no strong enemy, what's the point of pursuing power? Along with the conversation with the Sea Emperor Leviathan, Godzilla gradually awakened more familiar memories of Marvel. At this time, Godzilla has a general understanding of all creatures that can mutate. In multi-universe, there is no so-called supreme existence in the universe of all things, existence. There is only a story that develops with who is the center, the protagonist Halo, because the strongest never ends, and there are people behind OAA who are controlling everything. Godzilla's G cells engulf crystal worm larvae at the same time. Like an infiltrating virus, it began to proliferate, divide, and began to spread toward more crystalline places. Absorb all their energy, and then transport it to the body. This looks quite terrifying, but the fact is already very humane. These monsters who die while their embryos are still sleeping do not have any severe pain. Viral G cells will divide into tiny molecular forms and start implanting in their crystals, like sponges, sucking up all the energy, and their bodies will dry up, eclipsed, and eventually become ashes. Sudden. When Godzilla carried out a large-scale cleanup to kill these parasitic crystals, the supergiant Leviathan roared in pain, as if something was destroying his body, causing it to struggle in pain. At the same time, Godzilla can clearly see that somewhere on the crystal wall of the supergiant Leviathan, a spike penetrated from the outside, and then a large number of dense black-red microorganisms began to decompose the crystal, and then gradually penetrated. Although the speed seems slow, that is because Leviathan's skin is very thick, and it can penetrate the skin layer visible to the naked eye, which is enough to show how terrifying those tiny microbes are. They didn't attack the Leviathan with energy. Instead, it uses tiny oxygen for physical and chemical destruction, gradually nibbling away the crystal structure of the Leviathan from the molecular structure, and the Leviathan with insufficient energy cannot heal quickly, resulting in a faster healing rate. Not as fast as being broken down. Then, the Sea Emperor Leviathan roared in rage and appeared at the same time. It's here again. On the slender sea dragon's body, the energy rays skyrocketed, and then gathered energy and sprayed it towards the tiny microbes. For a while, the blue oscillating plasma breath destroyed and killed a large number of microorganisms, but looking out through the small gap, the black pressure pressed a large area, and a terrifying black storm hit. What? The atomic furnace in Godzilla flickered, and then he spit out radiation heat rays and a blue-white nuclear fusion breath. Just like a flame encounters an ant, a large number of black microbes died on the spot, and then vanished into ashes. But those microorganisms near the edge, after feeling the high temperature pressure, not only did not die, but began to rapidly expand and grow, and integrate with other additional black microorganisms. It becomes an armored reptile-like creature. But although it still looks very weak, it is more than 100 times more destructive than other microorganisms. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They will eat the Leviathan alive. If it is said that the crystals in Leviathan just prevent Leviathan energy absorbing and make it hungry. The Sea Emperor Leviathan shouted out the name in shock. Looking from the outer sky, I can see that among the clouds, on one side of the abdomen of planet Leviathan, there are storms of insects that stretch from land and ocean to high altitudes. How many people can count? Why does it happen to appear at such a time? Leviathan Olivia, you really feed a horde of monsters. See, Emperor Leviathan gnashed his teeth and stared at these dense microflora. Quick! Kill them, these creatures are worse than those parasites. Godzilla's pupils shrank sharply, as if she had seen a ghost. Damn death hordes. Warehouse. They're a little familiar with this breath. Wait, shouldn't it be it? No matter how huge the Leviathan behemoths are, they will always expand rapidly in size. Just imagine, how did such a huge base come about? They can be described as tragic Leviathan monsters. Then these dead groups are equivalent to the general positioning of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Godzilla, see here. A large area of the skin is magma-like red, and the whole body is constantly spewing flames, releasing terrifying heat. Burn them. Zizizi. The crystals seemed to be melted, emitting blue smoke, and then Godzilla emitted high-temperature heat radiation, which directly activated the Leviathan's body surface defense system. Provides a lot of energy to restore injuries. Planet Leviathan's shocking roar resounded through the entire sky and sea. Mothra. Godzilla roared loudly, and Mothra, who had split the ghost Leviathan in two in an instant, began to fly towards him quickly. Fizz. Mothra also noticed the group of death, and she looked at so many tiny bodies in horror. It has also fought Godzilla and the horde of the dead in the past. The number of death groups at that time was not very large, and it has never been able to compare with the current number. Suddenly, she understands something. It's planet Leviathan. The geomagnetic changes caused by the planet Leviathan are directly reflected in the large-scale areas of the Earth, causing the microscopic life forms in the seabed that have been sleeping and sealed for more than 2 billion years to mutate. After they mutate by 140, they will hunt other life forms. Then split plant, energy-absorbing split plant quickly. They don't seem to be in a hurry to merge and evolve, but that's a matter of time. The horde of death has a head. It could exist anywhere, and no matter how many tiny bodies there are, the horde of death will eventually converge with the leader and merge into a huge amount of monsters. According to so many tiny bodies, if it were to synthesize a complete monster. It was so terrifying that Godzilla didn't even dare to think if he was its opponent. At the moment, on the ground, people monitoring the trajectory of the electromagnetic storm group suddenly found that there was another change in the sky. United Nations government. The most terrifying electromagnetic storm in history strikes, and any area it passes through is listed as a restricted area, and everyone is evacuated. But that's when everyone is running for their lives with valuable possessions. Suddenly, the personnel who detected the cloud sent an urgent message, saying that it was an unknown organism found in the electromagnetic storm group. It was huge and very terrifying. Wow! Ebbed. When a larger magnetic field was detected, snowflakes appeared on the screen, only to be noticed by people looking into the distant sky with a telescope. It wasn't an electromagnetic storm at all, but a storm caused by some kind of suffocating monster. In the sky, a huge amount of dark clouds swept over with the spread of electromagnetic storms. In the telescope, it can be seen that the whale-like and crocodile-like head protrudes from the thunder and lightning clouds, and sends out a roar that resounds through the heavens. My God, what the hell is that? Through the telescope, they muttered to themselves and opened their eyes wide, staring at the giant shadow in the dark clouds, the terrifying face of the supergiant Leviathan. Look, that aurora is Mothra. And Raton, it seems to be fighting some monster, and it seems to have won. They were discussing something excitedly, but at the same time they seemed to understand something. What is that? As no one was shocked by the roar, they stopped the roar and looked up at the sky one after another. Where are the clouds in that black tornado? That is, flying insects hovering in the air overwhelmingly, forming a scary black mass. What are those things? Winged insects. Why are there so many? They seem to be attacking that big, incredible monster, and Mothra and Radon are slashing them too. Definitely. At this time, the Emperor organization was still very reliable to observe those flying insect swarms. But they also couldn't believe it. Didn't these creatures become extinct in the 90s? Why did they suddenly appear again? Those things are called the death swarm. They are the monsters that attacked Dr. Serizawa's father's research group. Impossible, they should have been destroyed by Godzilla. He looked like a senior member of the Emperor's organization, and his face was full of panic. Subsequently, time passes quickly. In history, the war between human beings has never stopped, but once, they were deeply involved in the quagmire of war and killed each other, but they did not know who the real master of this planet was, nor did they understand the monarchs, who had dominated the earth. To them, what influence does the world have on the world? But from the beginning, how did they know? What choice? The world that does not belong to human beings will be taken away by the monarchs. They have reached the crossroads of destiny. Human beings' fate hangs on both ends of the scales. Before the end of World War II. At that time, the Pacific War and World War II were coming to an end. The U.S. Navy was winning consecutive battles on the Pacific battlefield, and the largest aircraft carrier battle in history, the Mariana Battle, was over. The events related to the history of these monsters surfaced in his mind one by one. The bullet didn't hurt the other, so the man with the katana ran after the other, and just as the two were fighting for life and death, suddenly a big hand stretched out from under the cliff. The powerful military force he mentioned is actually the atomic bomb. A U.S. Air Force plane crashed into the sand on the Skull Island coastline. In a documentary about President Truman, he said, "If we can use strong military force, we can win peace for the world. We are entering the greatest period of humanity." This involves the next story to be told. They awaken an extremely terrifying ancient creature, the Swarm of Death. At the same time, President Truman was also the first person who proposed to invest in the Emperor's plan. Without a doubt, it's King Kong. The big hand placed on the edge of the cliff and slammed it down heavily. The soil splashed countlessly, and the ground shook violently. His enemy, another Japanese Zero fighter jet, also crashed, and the two met and fought. The time goes back to 1944. Why did he invest? Imperial Organization Top Secret Archives. In 1946, monsters attacked Russia, Siberia. Local residents say it looks like a giant bat with terrifying wings. In 1947, the monster reappeared in Busselton, Western Australia. Local residents call it a flying crocodile, and its teeth are terrifying. In 1948, on the island of Monenstad, the footprints of the monster were discovered. In 1949, in Rotorua, Godzilla, previously, appeared and two monsters were seen, attacking one after another. At that time, people at the U.S. military base were talking about monsters and knew almost nothing about Godzilla. They suspect that monsters will appear in the abyss of the eastern Philippines, a place where humans have never set foot. There is Challenger Deep, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, and the deepest place in the world's oceans. They thought it might be possible to find Godzilla there, but it was too deep for the instruments to detect. A week later, the U.S. government decided to send the world's first nuclear submarine, the Nautilus, to search for the whereabouts of the monster. After several weeks of efforts, the submarine's sonar still did not respond, and the monster's trace could not be known. While they were talking, Godzilla has already discovered their whereabouts. Later, the story of the Nautilus was rewritten in the book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, in which it was described that the submarine encountered a giant monster. Since then, the first monster discovered by the Emperor Project organization was the Group of Death. It was awakened by the atomic bombing of Hiroshima at that time, but it was in its infancy, only 2 to 8 meters in size, very weak. The U.S. warship that had the accident was called the Yin, and it was attacked and sank. Group of Death. This is a terrifying creature that uses cell aggregation, maybe copyright issues. The Group of Death is another name for Destoroyah. If you leave it alone, it can aggregate to a file size that covers the sky, so there is no such a big monster, that is, Godzilla can always find it before it grows up, and then destroy it. In 1950, Godzilla knew that his lifespan was approaching the end, for some reason, and before he died, he put his child in the deepest part of the ocean. In 1954, the Pioneer opened the Earth's wormhole, and the Kaiju Beast Level 4 Thunder Beast appeared. Due to the spread of a large amount of radioactive energy, the birth of Godzilla Luo Chen was accelerated, and the abnormal radiation caused the G cell to mutate and transformed into a true Godzilla cell. In 1957, in the waters near Bikini Island, the 15-million-ton hydrogen bomb, Applause Castle, was painted with a sign to obliterate monsters and placed on a shoal of Bikini Island, exuding radioactive energy, attracting something. Suddenly, a terrifying figure on the sea showed its corner, heading towards the source of radioactive energy, the hydrogen bomb. The monarchs call it Godzilla. This utterly heavenly figure has many names, the king of monsters, the king of predators in ancient times. But it came to hunt down the hordes of death, which were drawn to radiant energy. It also came to die, because the lifespan of this Godzilla came to an end. It knows that its child has gradually grown up, at the moment it needs a huge amount of radiation energy, it has absorbed a lot of radiation, and there are few other radiation sources on Earth that can feed a second Godzilla. Then a nuclear bomb explodes. The horde of death was instantly killed. And Godzilla also dedicates all its vitality. With a large amount of radiation bursts, the previous generation of Godzilla returned to dust, and the other new Godzilla, Luo Chen, absorbed this power and achieved earth-shaking changes. This also misled the people of the Emperor organization into thinking that Godzilla was not killed, and was unhurt. Because they haven't really seen Godzilla's appearance, they don't know the specific information of Godzilla. That's when it started. Godzilla officially appeared in the human field of vision. No time before, Godzilla had not officially landed. Supplement 1, we are in the stage of cosmic exploration, but we know very little about our planet and galaxies. Supplement 2, the Citadel of Cheers nuclear test in 1957 was not an experiment, they were trying to kill something. 0, ask for flowers. Supplement 3, there is an ecosystem on Earth that is unimaginable to man, and to find it, we must start with Skull Island. Come back to your senses. Through the binoculars, the senior members of the Imperial Organization who stared at the terrifying supergiant Leviathan wrapped in the electromagnetic storm group took a deep breath. At the moment, the director of the environment issued a statement, those swarms, it is suspected that the temperature rise, on the other hand, electromagnetic radiation awakened them, so the large-scale flying insects appeared. When seeing this picture, the defense headquarters was already in chaos. 0. Analyze the disaster level immediately and notify local personnel to take measures to prepare for natural disasters. The top government officials clenched their fists at the moment. This is no longer a simple natural disaster, nor a simple monster event. This has endangered the entire planet. It can be said that it is a big war in which life all over the world is responsible. Group of death. It is extremely aggressive, and its body is composed of groups. It can be repaired even if it is damaged, and its shape-changing energy can make it dominate the sea, land, and air. Just like its name, it swept the world like a disaster. Once the Leviathan dies and other monsters such as Godzilla cannot stop it, the people of a city will be eaten up in a short period of time. Not to mention, they can also form a terrifying super monster. Look! At an altitude of about 10,000 meters from the ground, the people below were holding telescopes, and their faces were full of astonishment. It's unbelievable, so horrible. Mothra and Raton kept flying in the swarm of death, and extremely terrifying energy appeared on their wings, like an electrical grid, and a large number of swarms were killed wherever they passed. But no matter how they kill these aggregated tiny creatures, they are always spreading endlessly, with only one purpose, that is to suck the energy of the Leviathan. They will never give up until their energy is sufficient to form an invincible monster. No, there are too many. Seeing the two king-level sky monsters savagely wiped out the death crowd, everyone felt their blood surged and their hearts were extremely shocked. The researcher of the Emperor organization suppressed his emotions, put down the telescope, looked at Serizawa who was walking out of the military vehicle, and asked, "Doctor, they are fighting. The giant beast with a body that covers the sky is being studied, and it is temporarily named Leviathan Behemoth." Serizawa came as soon as he received the order. Without him, just because the monster appeared, then Godzilla will inevitably appear. "Doctor, look, the swarm in the sky is getting farther and farther away." At this moment, someone gave an incredible shock, and everyone looked up. "Damn, how does it do 140? My God, how is this possible? It's also growing like crazy." The original group of death quickly gathered and gradually turned into a monster with a length of 120 meters. In order to deal with Mothra and Raton, the collective evolved into this aerial form, with a face similar to reptiles, a rather sharp horn on the head, and a membrane formed between the shoulders, the body, and the tentacles. This is not a complete body, and it can even be said that it has no so-called limit at all. It just changes into a stronger posture according to the strength of the enemy. Killing the enemy is its purpose, and there is no need to waste any energy. "Doctor, what's the situation?" A very uneasy premonition rose in the hearts of others. In such a short period of time, the huge aggregate formed by the group of death can already be compared with Raton and Mothra. This change is very obvious. "I have no idea." Serizawa was also stunned, obviously more surprised than the others. At the same time, the battle in the sky became more intense. Roar! Flame Raton suddenly screamed in the sky. Then, under the gaze of the human telescope, huge amounts of wings spread out, the black-red pterosaur giant wings seemed to tear the sky, the lines on the body activated in an instant, and the terrifying hot breath roared away with the gray flame wind roar. It takes time for the flames to erupt, and the hot breath crosses the sky. Zitzi! But the terrifying monster whose head was a demonic alien opened its huge mouth, condensing a powerful beam of light, and it took time. The oxygen destruction beam of purple-red bundled lightning shot towards Raton's position. Boom! Raton flapped his wings and needed a 180-degree rotation in time to escape. Then it opened its big wings and directly collided with the group of half-complete death that was constantly gathering, and it seemed that a violent explosion had occurred suddenly, and the surrounding air, clouds and flames seemed to be fragmented and scattered. A large amount of electric particle dust and mist filled their surroundings, a hazy, instant snapping sound. Roar! Contrary to Raton, when the monsters of the death swarms were fighting against Raton, they were at a disadvantage from the beginning, became evenly divided, and then gradually gained the upper hand. It's learning, it's growing. It integrates Raton's fighting style into his mind, and then learns Raton's powerful skills such as rotating his wings and releasing tiny oxygen to produce the terrifying, change is cutting. The terrifying explosive force directly cut a tiny gap in the body of the Leviathan. Although the Leviathan behemoth healed quickly, a large number of dead groups of tiny bodies continued to drill into it frantically. Oxygen destroys light and gathers energy. And at the moment, huge amounts of light lit up in the distance, and Mothra swept in with a wave of shock energy. The hurricane was monstrous, the sea of clouds was turbulent, and it was instantly destroyed by a huge circle of biological energy toward the aggregate beasts of death. Roar! The organs in the dead group vibrated violently, endless terrifying energy emanated from its body, and ripples rippled in the surrounding air, as if it was about to shatter. The next moment, the molecular-level ultimate move of splitting the air attacked away, covering Mothra's breath, and then like a conflict explosion, when the oxygen destruction light penetrated, Mothra also suddenly dodged. Fear. Serizawa's heart is terrifying. What kind of monster is the opponent that Raton and Mothra can't suppress together? And go. It seemed that after repelling Raton and Mothra, the aggregate of the death group set its sights on the belly of the Leviathan. Although it is not as big as this big sky-covering behemoth, it can destroy it. The oxygen destroys the light will not be absorbed, and it can also manipulate tiny oxygen to perform variable cutting. Boom boom boom. The flame heat energy that Raton spit out exploded on its body, and the raging fire swallowed it completely. But this high-temperature heat not only did not harm it, but made it further aggregate more tiny bodies and become a little bigger. It slammed into the Leviathan's belly. At the same time, Godzilla and the Sea Emperor Leviathan let out a roar, and the riot at the moment was quite violent. The terrifying high temperature was released by Godzilla, and a large number of crystals began to be burned to death, but some of the crystal cocoons were far away from the high temperature center. They felt that Leviathan began to energy absorbing, and also followed the crazy absorption of Zero. They are getting bigger and more energetic. Follow closely. A part of them broke out of the cocoon, and when Gora saw it, he gave up preventing the encroachment of the death group, but rushed towards the monsters who said the change was over. Fight, destroy. Just when Godzilla ripped apart a newly hatched alien crystal, suddenly there was a terrifying crashing sound from outside, and then the Leviathan behemoth was furious, a terrifying head stuck out from the broken hole, and his line of sight. Staring coldly at Godzilla and the creatures inside. With the offensive of variable cutting. In an instant, a gaping hole in the abdomen of the Leviathan beast opened, and countless gusts of wind blew wildly inside, in order to survive and heal the wound in the body. The Leviathan behemoth is furious. Destoroyah goes by many names. 1.3 Information 1, Monsters in Xenomorph Crystal. It is the larvae of the lantern dragon. They carry the ancient dragon factor on their body, and after spreading out, they will look for a host similar to alien. Those animals infected with the ancient dragon factor will evolve back to their ancestors and become ancient dinosaur-like monsters. When these monsters absorb enough dragon factors, they will evolve into ancient dragons. That's it for the settings. Intelligence 2, the underworld lantern dragon is known as the King of Ancient Dragons. They fall from the sky and will inevitably change part of the ecological environment on the Earth. From a distance, monsters such as the Death Group and Godzilla fell from the sky and turned into meteors. Next volume Human Apocalypse, World-Destroying Warcraft. In addition, its abdomen opened a row of exhaust holes, followed by Godzilla, Sea Emperor Leviathan, a large number of crystal leather, aggregates of death groups and all microorganisms, accompanied by the explosive terrifying storm gravity of the geomagnetic field. Everything was swept away by this terrifying pressure. This moment is the brightest. In an instant. Intelligence 3, the three giants of monsters are Space Godzilla, Caesar Ghidorah, and Destoroyah. Red Nightmare, Oxygen Destroyer, Death God, Big Pineapple, Human Apocalypse, World Destroyer, and the Hordes of Death. Finally, in the sky, with the fall of countless monsters, the huge figure covering the sky, accompanied by anger and pain, exhausted all the strength to repel all the monsters, but the body also fell towards the sea. And go. King of the Big Three. This volume is over. Evening. The sky was gradually covered with black clouds, and it seemed that night was coming. Looking at the end of the sky in the distance, the fire is penetrating through the sky, and it announces that darkness is coming. The sky is dark and the sun is dark. This time the sun will never rise, there will be no day, and the darkness will be shrouded forever. People often say. In fact, disasters are also the consequences of human self-inflicted evil. But I am also a human being, and I neither agree nor refute it. I am just an ordinary rescue U.S. military who entered the city and let the civilians evacuate the city. When I was looking for refugees in the city, suddenly, there was a thunderous roar behind me and the shaking of the earth. When I turned my head in fear, a meteor landed on the heavenly palace. Boom! The meteors, burning with fiery tails, were wanton destruction among the clouds. When I saw the scene of the monsters falling, I fled in panic with a gun, and one of the huge amounts of azure star fell towards this side. It was a crystalline meteorite wrapped in some kind of biological larvae. During the fall, the outer layer of crystals rubbed against the atmosphere, producing a terrifying blue flame after gasification. Next moment, I was terrified and shouted at them, they seemed to be scared and stupid. 04 I constantly pulled them desperately, and they reacted, but before they could escape, the blue star fell. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering roar resounded behind me, and a terrifying aftermath struck, and they and I were instantly knocked out, tumbling heavily on the ground, and crashing into the edge of the building's ruins. My head hurts. My body was also very numb, my vision became very dizzy, there was blood red and blood all over the ground, I couldn't tell if it was mine or someone else's. I looked around, they were all crying and suffering. Moaning. It hurts. Looking down, I saw that my leg was bent at a 90-degree angle, the leg bone was broken, the bone spur pierced the flesh. Looking at the broken leg, my heart fell to the bottom. Sorry, I failed to complete the task. There is no way to evacuate the city with them. I am just an ordinary person, maybe no one has noticed me. In front of them, I am so small, like an insignificant ant. I looked at other people, and many of them lost their ability to move like me. We will all die, sooner or later. I just didn't expect to die so tragically. Sudden. A warning sign came out of my heart in vain. What? Before I could react any more, I opened my mouth, my throat was swallowed by blood, I stared at the location of the falling blue star, and its crystals suddenly cracked. An incredible creature appeared in the crystal. It had a huge body, as if the scales burned by the fire of the underworld were shimmering with shimmering light, and the pure white skin had extremely high light reflectivity and high transmittance of the internal light source. It is a body specially forged to preserve the nether flames from hell. In my drowsy vision, it was like a lamp from hell, with a dragon-like appearance, and under the horns of its head there were light-emitting organs that looked like 3.5 eyes. When I confirmed the identification of this unknown mysterious dragon-shaped creature, it looked this way and turned around, like a newborn baby seeing rich breast milk. No. No no. I screamed hysterically, desperately trying to get everyone to run away, but it was too late. The collapsed buildings and stones on the road broke my leg, and the moment the dragon like a lantern rushed towards me, I finally saw only sharp teeth that shone like diamonds, and then it was dark. Monster. On the edge of the huge pothole created by the falling of the blue star crystal, the rescued U.S. troops and the injured refugees looked at the soldier who was eaten by the larvae of the lantern dragon in horror. They couldn't control their inner fear, and at the moment the rescued U.S. military raised their guns and shot frantically at the Wu Danglong larvae. Da-da-da-da-da-da. How dense and loud the bullets are can tell how scared they are in their hearts. Bullets that break through. When it hit the shining scales of the Ming Danglong larvae, it was as if it had been bounced off, and it couldn't hurt the slightest at all. Shout! The larvae of Ming Danglong felt that someone was attacking him, and let out an angry roar, then turned around and stared at the group of rescue U.S. troops who kept shooting. Ah! The lantern dragon just hatched from the crystal body has a unique moist texture, its body is transparent like a beautiful crystal, its skin and wings are very soft, as if it has not yet officially feathered, its wings are not unfolded, and more much like a wingless dragon, it uses its muscular hind legs to support huge amounts of its body. It doesn't look as big as Godzilla and other monsters, but judging from the way it manipulates the stored energy to flow all over the body, this is not a monster that humans can deal with. Different from other monsters, it is the king of ancient dragons born by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon and the energy of the crystal wall in Leviathan. Still a juvenile. It will only emerge and become a mature body. The mature body can continue to learn, become proficient in fighting methods, and adapt to the environment, and energy absorbing continues to evolve. When the energy is saturated to a certain level, it can enter 140 lines of secondary feathering, and each time it is feathered, there will be a qualitative improvement. It will eventually become a pure energy monster of the ultimate body. It can be said that the Ming Lantern Dragon in the monster world can also be said to have a great high potential. It is very young. Curious about everything in this world, it has never left Leviathan's body, and it has been so for hundreds of millions of years. It does not have any memory of life on Earth in its mind, because its ancestors have lived on Leviathan for generations. It can be good or evil, and it is pure in nature and has no malice to the world. As soon as it was born, it saw humans staring at itself with terrified hostile eyes, and instinctively produced aggression, killing the person who was hostile to itself. Then, it was shot by other humans with a hail of bullets, and the weak pain from its wings made it angry when it was young. Why would these humans attack it? Subconsciously, Ming Denglong regards the human race as a dangerous enemy. Therefore, it takes hostile measures, fighting and destroying any enemy that threatens it. Police station. Crisis spread. The headquarters has lost contact with the United Nations Defense Agency for more than several hours. Although it was supported by researchers from the Emperor Project Organization and the soldiers of the United Nations government not long ago, the violent clashes and explosions that suddenly occurred in the sky, accompanied by earth-shattering roars, those big and incredible monsters fell towards the ground one after another. Godzilla, Mothra, and Raton fell towards 3 different places. The group of death also had to split several small aggregates from the aggregate because of the terrifying geomagnetic field released by Leviathan, and then fell towards all corners of the city. Then, feel the feeling of monstrous waves, tsunamis and earthquakes at close range, and the supergiant Leviathan fell towards the sea. Boom! Across the distance, I could feel the ground shaking, and the wild waves suddenly engulfed most of the nearby islands, and even the city was implicated. In the roar of the Leviathan behemoth, the withered Black Death group spread and swept through the air. They were disturbed by the strong magnetic field emitted by the Leviathan and lost their power. In a short time, they could not gather the synthesis super-large terrifying aggregate monsters, but in such a large number, they synthesize a dense group of terrifying alien worm creatures. In the dark rain, a large number of alien species fell from the sky and swept the entire corner of the continent. This is the AOU police station. The location of the monster's fall has been confirmed. Please go to the police nearby to support it. An instruction came from the walkie-talkie. Received, instruction, we are on our way. A burly black policeman picked up the microphone and answered, then he waved to the person behind him, started the car, turned on the siren, and the police convoy moved towards the point where the monster fell. To each location quickly. After the Leviathan behemoth fell, the electromagnetic storm in the sky gradually disappeared, and some instruments in the human city gradually began to return to normal. If Leviathan just detonated the electromagnetic storm, it would cause a large-scale devastating blow. But it didn't do that. The hordes of death heard it, and the deadly disintegration and cutting make it painful, but the Leviathan is merciful, turning into dust to protect the land it loves. Otherwise, the terrifying impact of the electromagnetic explosion. Only monsters like Godzilla and Mothra can survive, and all other creatures may die instantly. Accompanied by the sound of sirens, police cars went to various disaster-stricken locations, the most difficult of which was the place where the dead group landed in a dense manner. Among those tiny bodies, a large part has already begun to gather and synthesize small alien monsters. Quick! Those monsters will deal a devastating blow to this place. We must evacuate the refugees before they are attacked, mad. The black police officer said. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed over the police car. Hey, watch out! The co-pilot's colleague was shocked by roar. Hey! The black police officer suddenly turned the steering wheel, and when the police car crunched and drifted on the ground and braked harshly, with a humming sound, the police car and the black shadow that fell from the sky staggered, and the emergency brake stopped near the rubble. Humming, the engine stalled. The rear-view mirror of the police car did not know what it hit and was cut off. At the same time, the tires slid on the ground, setting off a lot of grass and dirt along the way. Damn it! The black police officer raised his head and lifted the anti-collision airbag, then shook his head dizzily, and then he looked at the man beside him and gave him a look. Boom! The door was slammed open. Crack! The pistol was loaded, and the black police officer and another colleague suddenly jumped out of the car, rolled over to hide in the rubble, and then cautiously stared at what they hit not far ahead. It was dark. They couldn't see what was dozens of meters away, but they could be sure that some kind of shadow just flew over the car, and it was definitely not a human or other animal. At the moment the car broke down. They had to get out of the car to confirm the situation, and with their vigilant observation, it looked like a trash can had been turned over on the road, and nothing else. "Hey man. We're in a situation, hit an unknown object, north of the bridge, call for support." Seeing that there was nothing weird in the empty place, the black police officer picked up the walkie-talkie and finished speaking, and then motioned for his colleague to slowly approach the place with a pistol. "What's this?" They could see clearly what they had hit. It was a puddle of black liquid. The black police officer reached out and touched it. "Man, I don't think it's right here, it's so weird, isn't this one of the target points for monsters to fall? What about the others? Why isn't there any movement around?" Thought here. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Anyone? We encountered an emergency on the road and need your help. The black police officer said. His partner also put his finger on the trigger of the pistol. If they really encountered a monster, then the gun in their hands is a display. The two officers said, then walked towards a nearby repair shop. What is this? The sky is getting darker and darker nearby, but there are very few lights on the surrounding BMBS and buildings. Except for the street lights that return to normal, most of the building facades are not bright. The brain began to tremble slightly, the eyelids jumped, and a touch of fear rose in the heart. The black police officer opened the door and suddenly found disgusting mucus on the ground and table, on the surrounding walls and on the doorknob. Damn it, it won't be left by some monster. Let's go see if there are any survivors around here. It's easy. But at least there is comfort in my heart. Hey, come here, there is a situation here. Another partner suddenly said. They turned on the flashlight here, and then stared at an unknown mass of flesh on the bed sheet deep in the room. Oh, hell. The partner knocked on the door, but the door was unlocked and went in directly. The cloth sheet was covered with pitch-black viscous liquid, and there was a large mass of black flesh on it, with more than 10 intertwined blood vessels and muscle-like substances on the surface. The information currently available is as follows. Dim interior. The black officer and his partner stared at the thick black mass. Follow closely. They were horrified to discover that someone was trapped inside. What? The black police officer was taken aback, and his partner stepped back in fear and fell to the ground. I saw that in the black flesh mass, the human face had already turned into a fleshy skeleton, terribly twisted, and the body was eaten by some kind of creature, which made people feel chills on the back. Get out of here. The black police officer shouted, but when he turned around and was about to run out, his partner suddenly screamed, and when he realized that something was wrong, he turned back suddenly, and saw a bloody face appear in front of him, which was his partner. Monster. Go to hell. Black police officers shot wildly everywhere in fear. But suddenly, there was some kind of heavy roar-sucking sound from behind, a dark claws covered his back, and then the black police officer froze as if electrocuted. Just once, his abdomen was penetrated by the claws. He lowered his head in surprise, looking at him. He suddenly had 140 more black claws in his abdomen. Grumpy. He was spitting out blood bubbles continuously, and then he was torn apart by the shadow behind him, and then the terrifying shadow ran towards the front, tearing apart the black flesh on the pavement. In an instant, a small xenomorph larvae bigger than a wild cat hatched and let out a low-pitched roar. Flickering lights illuminate their true colors. It has raptor-like hind legs, a scorpion-like hooked tail, an alien-like head, and has fine and terrifying teeth. It moves very fast and disappears in the dark. They are death swarm mutant aggregates. Reintroducing the swarms of death, they are made up of countless tiny bodies, but in different shapes. It could be a cat, a dog, or a flying bird, depending on what enemy they face. And this so-called mutant is parasitic in the human body, and then like an alien face-hugging insect, it sucks the power of blood and grows rapidly. They are not strong individuals, but they are extremely numerous and reproduce fast. They are monsters born specifically for human beings. Just like the huge amounts of aggregates formed when dealing with Mothra and Raton, they fell into every corner of the city, and they also swept through all the flesh and blood that could be plundered and swallowed like a locust plague. Wow! There was a rustling wind from outside. Some kind of large creature approached here, like a Wu lantern in the dark night. The faint blue body surface glowed slightly, and the larvae of the lantern dragon that destroyed the human who shot it, at the moment seems to smell it. What the taste of food, quickly approached. Hiss! There was a vigorous roar from this room, and then a large number of heterogeneous aggregates, referred to as strange dragons, rushed out of the house, and they silently approached the larvae of the lantern dragon that broke into here, as if the other party did not perceive their presence. What? They jumped from the ground suddenly, and the strong hind legs made these alien species quickly fall on the tail of the larvae of the lantern dragon and bite down fiercely. Roar! The larvae of the Ming Danglong suddenly roared to the sky, waving its tail, and with terrifying power, it threw the alien species out, and then it began to alert the surrounding. I saw that more and more alien species were attracted by this sound and rushed towards the position of the larvae of the lantern dragon. At the same time, their tails stretched out sharp spikes, trying to pierce the scales of the larvae of the lantern lamp, and then injected them. Toxic anesthetic effect. Buzz. The abdomen of the Ming Danglong larva gradually accumulated a burst of energy, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night, and then the tail of that energy rushed to the mouth from the legs and the whole body. Ebbed, then. The breath of dark blue terrifying energy was spewed out by it towards the surroundings. Need time. A large number of alien species were burned by that energy, screaming and dying quickly. When seeing this scene, the eyes of the Ming Danglong larvae flickered with a cold light, and it learned another truth. When facing a large number of enemies with weak individuals, wide area breathing is the most effective means of attack. Every fight, every experience, will make it grow rapidly. Its potential is unlimited. A large number of aggregate xenomorphs gathered from all directions, flying in the sky, running on the ground, and jumping on the roof of the house. These killed a large number of xenomorph aggregates hatched by humans. At the moment one after another the target was placed on the larvae of Bin Danglong. They are even crazier than Mudo. They will hunt all life, and they will not care about the natural ecology at all, which is why Godzilla always hunts them down. But who would have thought that due to the influence of geomagnetic radiation, these dead groups also began to mutate. Visible to the naked eye. Then. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Next moment. The larvae of the lantern dragon used the blue energy dragon breath towards the large group of aliens that were constantly rushing over, and then seemed to be shooting. Terrifying flame energy spit out from the mouth, and then circled around, sending a large number of aliens close to itself. Species burned to death. Hum. As if the energy circulation of the whole body was intentionally terminated, the light-emitting organs gathered by the blood vessels on the larvae of the lantern dragon suddenly became violent after accumulating to a certain extent. But it has not fully entered the state, not enough, still not enough, it is still a little worse, needs more energy accumulation, needs more enemies to challenge it. Hunting has already begun. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Roar. When the terrifying energy accumulated too much in the body of the Ming Lantern Dragon larvae, it was not spit out in the form of dragon breath, but spread rapidly in the body. Along with a large number of slaughter, the blood vessels of the larvae of the Lantern Dragon began to expand continuously, and more accumulated energy began to increase its destructive power. Seeing so many alien species rushing in, the larvae of the Lantern Dragon also began to slaughter. The whole body cells of the larvae of the Lantern Dragon have entered an activated state, and its overall speed, strength and explosive terrifying power have been greatly enhanced. Soon. It is an organ that can collect and integrate energy, just like killing monsters in the game to gain experience, the larvae of the lantern dragon can gain power by killing life, parasitic life or energy-absorbing crystals, etc., and start to upgrade quickly. The faint rays of light produced by those aggregates after death were like tiny energy particles absorbed by the red luminous organ shining on the chest of the underworld lantern dragon. This mode is called critical state. The dinosaur-like aliens roared loudly, and it took time for them to begin to merge and change. More and more small xenomorph aggregates began to integrate gradually, and soon they became about the same file size as the larvae of the lantern dragon. But they are also tens of meters long behemoths. They look like Tyrannosaurus rex wearing insect carapaces, and they have many spines on their bodies, as if they were aimed at the not very strong body of the larvae. A deliberately altered form. Moment. Boom. 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 The violent collision of the Tyrannosaur alien opened its bloody mouth and bit it towards the larvae of the lantern dragon, and the larvae of the lantern was also the first time to fight a monster of the same size as its own size. One was accidentally bitten. Abdomen, and was then struck directly into a nearby building area. The unevolved wings of the dragon larvae were constantly scraping the wires, and countless electric sparks flickered for a while, and then the nearby power station exploded violently. It fell into the sea of fire, rolled his body in pain, and still fought with the Tyrannosaur alien species, fighting hand to hand. From being caught off guard at first, it became able to dodge the attacks of the Tyrannosaur alien species, it began to learn to move, and learned how to avoid bites and claw attacks. Then, in the collision of the Tyrannosaur alien species, the larvae of the lantern dragon began to run towards the wall. It was like flying over the eaves and walking the walls. The terrifying claws jumped high while tearing apart the building, avoiding the impact of the Tyrannosaur alien species, and then slinging out its long tail, wrapping the neck of the Tyrannosaur alien species, using the inertia and weight, knock it straight to the ground. Then, the heat organs in the thoracic cavity of the larvae are activated, and the energy accumulated in the body is enough to make it reach a critical state. When the activation of the whole body broke out again, a powerful energy burst out from the whole body, making the larvae of the lantern dragon directly enter the critical state. Under the night sky, the bluish-white flames blazed up, and the body surface of the Ming Denglong larvae burst into flames that burned the whole body. The light-emitting organs in its chest augmented the whole body, lighting up the whole body, and the overall strength multiplied, along with the energy. The expansion of the gathering, its every move carries a level of danger that is enough to threaten the life of the Tyrannosaur alien species. Roar. The previously immature and clear dragon roar has become thick and domineering, and the larvae of the lantern dragon have also begun to grow and evolve. At the moment, in the part of its body where the energy is concentrated, the head is very obvious due to the changes in the accumulated energy, and it looks like in the dark night. It is the terrifying energy that converges like rays of light gathered in the mouth. Then the destructive energy breath shot out in a large area, burning everything around, including the earth. The stubborn resistance of the Tyrannosaurus alien species aroused the fighting spirit of the larvae of the lantern dragon, and its inner manic urge to vent the desire to destroy at the moment. The Tyrannosaur alien species covered by the energy breath struggled in pain, but the breath continued until it turned into ashes, and the Wu Denglong larvae never stopped spraying. The internal heat organs in the dragon's body can continuously generate energy circulation, so even if you don't need to eat, you can get enough nutrition, and the stored energy can continue as life force. It will become a real adult. At that time, it is very terrifying and extremely dangerous. I don't know how long the destructive desire in my heart has been vented. When the earth began to crystallize and the surface rock began to melt, the aggregate alien species in this area disappeared completely. There is only darkness here, and it is eerily silent. And, in the crystal ley line group, a huge amount of blue bitterness appeared. Underworld lantern dragon, the feathering begins. The other side. From the cracks in the ground, a large amount of high-temperature magma overflowed. Godzilla's inner irritability and anger burst out like lava. Under the black night sky, it was extremely terrifying, and a sense of failure and frustration suddenly came. It seemed to hate its own weakness, unable to stand up, unable to rise up, like a falling it was like a star, and even the night sky couldn't shine through. It wants to condense that hot force in its heart, push the terrifying magma, and burst out with a mission. It seems to see a strange person appearing with a doomsday wasteland as the background, the locust swarms flying all over the sky, that is Destroya's mocking face, and behind it is the place of pain and death that it destroyed. 0. Ask for flowers. Although intercepting Leviathan was successful. At the moment, it has not yet fully grown crystalline cells, dorsal fin crystallization, crystalline skeleton, crystalline pelvis, cosmic horns, space claws, cosmic energy absorption bodies, mid-nuclear crystals, etc., which all require a process of perfect evolution. It runs out of energy and falls like a meteorite, causing huge waves, stirring the wind and clouds, and the chaotic magnetic field in the sky produces colorful rays of light that penetrate the sky above the 1,000 layers, breaking through the clouds, making the sky colorful. That is, the transition from the Earth monster to the universe monster. Factory. Obviously the task has been completed, but there is not the slightest excitement, but even more annoyance. At the moment desperately absorbs the solar storm that falls from the sky and various rays of outer space. The geomagnetic field cannot reflect this radiation, which will cause the entire Earth to be baked, and countless creatures will die or mutate. This place is destined to become a taboo place, and countless new continents of monsters, with alternative existences. This is the frustration that Godzilla generates. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 0. In a huge pit like a meteorite, surrounded by burning magma-like substances, Godzilla stood up in the high-temperature lava, and every cell in his body was beating wildly. The cell has mutated and is absorbing cosmic radiation. The birth of the high-temperature magnetic field and the near disappearance of the Earth's magnetic field in this area will surely lead to the penetration of storm radiation from outer space. Godzilla's dark and ferocious dorsal fin has now become a dazzling crystalline dorsal fin. The inextinguishable G cells are accompanied by the combination of the cosmic crystalline life forms on the back, making up for each other's shortcomings. Today's Godzilla is a collection of strength, regeneration, attack power, and other advantages of super creatures. But that was also Leviathan fighting back against the attackers. Visible to the naked eye. It is completely free from the shackles of the Earth and can roam freely in the universe. But when the whole body has completely evolved, Godzilla needs a period of time to transition. How Space Godzilla evolved. That is, by absorbing a large amount of radiation from outer space, the energy is transported to the whole body through the crystalline exoskeleton dorsal fin, and the overflowing energy is released as an attack weapon. It is simply a terrifying monster that has evolved for battle. Advances in graviton manipulation can thus become capable of manipulating the pulses of photons and gravitons. Allows Godzilla to fly 3 times the speed of light in space. Even the flight speed in the atmosphere can reach 3 times the speed of sound. Fear. It is undeniable that Space Godzilla is completely super cosmic monster level. The twisted light visible to the naked eye converges on Godzilla's dorsal fin, and the electric particles in the air become unstable after energy absorbing, and in order to restore stability, they begin to transition to another, 140 energy level, producing radiation of photons. And these countless photon sources quickly gather towards the huge crystallized dorsal fin. Earth Defense Department. Conference Hall. The attack of the Leviathan electromagnetic storm group, and the outbreak of the death group, Godzilla and other monsters fell into a state of hard fighting. Because there is no way to transmit messages with electromagnetic waves in the short term, they gathered early to discuss corresponding measures. We are running out of time. If we wait until the hordes of death have converged and evolved, we'll never be rivals again. A representative of the Emperor Project organization said with a serious face, "They understand the Death Group, which is a very dangerous and terrifying creature, and the threat is far greater than any enemy Godzilla has encountered." As soon as he finished speaking, at the moment someone suggested, according to frontline intelligence, a large number of small aggregates of dead groups appeared in the city. They began to mutate into biological forms, began to attack humans, and used humans to incubate and reproduce more lots of small alien monsters. My strategy is to assemble an army to eliminate those small alien monsters, and leave the larger aggregates of death to Godzilla to deal with. I agree too. The army has no opinion. It turns out, those small xenomorphs can still be killed, but bigger ones are harder to deal with. And it must also be a subspecies xenomorph. If it is the aggregate originally formed by the Dead Group, it is not an opponent. Although the enemy's attack was very sudden, we were also prepared for it in advance. The man who proposed the Avengers stared at the others in the chamber, and yelled into the clearing, "Come on Tony, show them your new technology." The words fall. Accompanied by a series of sounding, mechanical sounds, a man walked behind him, and as he walked, the golden-red steel battle suit quickly bounced outwards, began shape-shifting, and then spewed white flames from below, moving towards him. Tony Stark's position close to go. Moment. The battle suit behind Tony Stark expands, from back to front, wrapping his torso, arms and legs from both sides, and finally when the helmet on the head is completely wrapped, wearing a gold-red steel, the Iron Man of the battle suit has officially appeared. Looking at this super technical steel battle suit, everyone was amazed. This can be described as a new breakthrough in technology. Tony has developed a new arc reactor with more energy and no side effects. Although Iron Man can't be mass-produced, the new weapon, arc, developed by Tony, pulse cannons, cluster guns and other heavy weapons can still help us defeat strong enemies. Awesome. It looks very cool. I don't know how the combat power is. Handsome. There's no denying that Iron Man's battle suit is really cool. After the last fiasco, Tony Stark reassembled the Iron Man armor, adding a laser weapon on his wrist, similar to a laser knife. At the same time, the power of the laser knife is very large, and the killing range is also large. But the disadvantage is that this weapon consumes a lot of energy and can only be used once, but it may have unexpected effects at critical moments. The innovation of the overall technology, a major turning point in the Iron Man series fighting intentions. Tony Stark, by studying his father's relics and research reports on Tesseract, he obtained new energy and created a real arc reactor Zero. One of the most obvious features is that the high-power shock gun on the chest is changed to a triangle, the hand is equipped with shock gun, multi-target weapon against the enemy, the addition of careful missiles, and the addition of a laser knife on the back of the hand. The specific parameters are as follows. Iron Man number, Mark 6. Cell, Vibranium Arc Reactor Mark I. Weapons, Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon, Mark I type, Cluster Cannon, Chest, Micro Armor Piercing Projectile, Hand, Heavy Missile, Right Shoulder, Laser Weapon, Wrist, Shoulder 6-barreled Mini Cannon, Upgrade Version. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Saying that, he opened the map screen and pointed to the mark on it for tactical deployment. Isn't the superhero group agreed? Why am I the only one here? From the center of the fall of the Leviathan storm, the Leviathan fell into the sea, and the island area where the monster group is located is divided into 5 points. Systems, Status System, Flight System, Navigation System, Anti-Icing System, Flight Stability System, Pressurized Armor System, Anti-Collision System. They explained. The others looked at each other, then opened a map. The Chief of Staff stared at Iron Man and asked in an expectant voice, even so, it wasn't something Tony couldn't choose, but something he had to accept. 1.3. You came just in time. The group of death is raging at the moment. Could you please help the frontline people to deal with them? Defense, Enhanced Composite Armor, Gold Titanium Alloy, fiberglass, electromagnetic refraction barrier. When Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, he was under pressure from the media, the government, and various fishing boats. Years ago, Tony saw that he was the only one who could fight, and immediately looked at his acquaintance, the one who proposed to form Avengers. He couldn't make an Iron Man battle suit that could defeat monsters, so Tony, facing bankruptcy, had to compromise with the government and help them make weapons of war. Smart, JRVS. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. As soon as they heard it was a monster, they ran away, but as Iron Man who have fought monsters before, we're comfortable giving you this task. To the east is where Flame Raton fell, and the area where it is located has formed a sea of flames. Currently the victims are being evacuated, and Flame Raton is also fighting with a flying insect monster. The west side is a place where alien species are scattered. The people there have already evacuated, and those who have not yet been evacuated have also suffered poisonous hands. However, according to the news, it seems that some large creatures have appeared there. At the same time, there is a crystal ley line in the center. It is relatively peaceful at present. The place. To the south is where Mora fell, along with giant beasts suspected of being the subspecies Leviathan. They were besieged by the Death Crowd and are currently fighting hard. To the north is the area where Godzilla is located. It is very dangerous. There is a dense mass of death, and a very terrifying aggregate is forming. Our task for you and the others is to go to the northeast, where a large number of refugees have gathered and are evacuating towards the sea, and your task is to form a defensive line with the coalition forces to stop the mutant aggregate creatures of the Death Horde from attacking people. Definitely, not only you are fighting, but many soldiers from other departments will also participate in it, and the cluster gun you invented will become the most powerful weapon. Gah. I suddenly remembered that I still have things to do, so let's just lend you the weapons. Tony didn't even want to hear it anymore, he now regretted why he had been tricked again. It said that this is a battle of honor with rich rewards, but why does it feel like I'm fighting alone? Completely dead end. Just as Tony was about to turn his face, expressing his unwillingness to participate in the monster battle. Tony, don't forget the contract. The middle-aged man looked at Tony Stark and said slowly. And when Tony heard this, his face was stiff and his mouth was slightly open. It's not about the money, do you know how scary those monsters are? As long as you complete the task. The man stretched out a finger, and Tony laughed immediately after seeing it. I'm sorry, the various research expenses and expenses are not something that 100 million can make up for. $10 billion. In addition to the Superhero Registration Act exemption certificate, we will not take the initiative to investigate and interfere with any of your experiments in your future research content, but you only need to report and register. It's only right and proper for Superhero to serve the people. It's people who admire me and the government who gave me the opportunity. 10 billion, no change. Saying that, Tony stretched out his hand, and the other side took a look at him and shook it, as if to reach a consensus. The lines are really high-sounding. Each other. Tony said perfunctorily. Now he is short of money, otherwise he would not respond to the government's call so easily. At the same time, in order to comply with public opinion, the government took the opportunity to launch the Superhero Registration Act, requiring all superhero to register with their real names, allowing them to register as police officers on file, and all actions must be supervised by the government. Just like the predecessor of the superhero era, if you have a certificate, you are legal, then you are a hero. Without a certificate, you are illegal, and you are a terrorist. Although, behind the Superhero Registration Act, Iron Man has also paid a lot. But his heart did not fully support the government, nor did he oppose superhero, but only used an absolutely rational way to maintain the entire social system and the future situation of the Avengers. Superhero is necessary to exist. Monsters appear. Crisis arises, sin arises. The basic need of ordinary people is safety. People have gone through so much fighting and sacrifice that they fear and hate because of it. And the need for safety is their most urgent. When facing the monster, if the person who came is the army, they may be very grateful for their performance, but they will not be so relieved, because the army has disappointed people many times. But superhero is different. Superhero is stronger than ordinary soldiers, so the more powerful superhero appears, the more secure the ordinary people feel. Regardless of whether you can beat the monsters or not, as long as the superhero appears, the fear in the hearts of ordinary people will be alleviated a lot. And now, behind him was a huge amount of screen, which marked various red dangerous locations on the map, among which the densely populated places were north of the evacuation point. Immediately, get ready. Arrive at the battlefield as soon as possible. Remember, our mission is to rescue and evacuate, not to fight with monsters. Let the monsters solve the monsters, and we try to prevent them from getting close to the crowd. The words fall. The entire hall immediately resounded in unison. When Iron Man walked out of the conference room and the sky outside flight, the first thing that came into view was the majestic and magnificent warship fleet, followed by the densely packed, neat queues that were assembling, and the soldiers quickly landed on the warships with their guns on their backs. Pretend to go. Then, Iron Man saw a background flickering in front of him, and he stopped flight, hovering in mid-air and looking. Beside the paranoid and fanatical soldiers, there were a total of 1,782-meter-tall humanoids in the form of exoskeleton armor, and 10 Pacific Rim super-large mechas with a shape of more than 80 meters. Is that all their strength? These bodies seem to be very spectacular, but if the monsters are really fighting, I am afraid that it is not enough to cover the battlefield. Whenever war comes, humans always change from resistors to downtrodden, and even then they will not give up. Shining steel is made by them. Cast for war. 140 has literally become a legion. Then, war and cruelty will come. With the purpose of testing human weapons. That boundless figure, it also has many names: Oxygen Destroyer, Human Apocalypse, World Destroyer Warcraft, and Destoroya. Gunpowder and death go together. Far Horizon. He admitted that the Armored Corps, the super-large mecha group, and the aircraft carrier formation were the proof of the powerful technological progress of mankind, but they were full of tragic and solemnity. Many of those mecha signs had such a paragraph engraved on them. They encountered. At the moment, Iron Man flew across the sky and landed on the watchtower of the aircraft carrier fleet, looking into the distance. But as an arms dealer, one of these war machine makers, who has the right to talk about this kind of thing? Quite splendid. Now, we are not afraid of sacrifice, we are most afraid of losing our home. Its roar shook the world, resounding through the sky, like thunder. Roar, tender, 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 tender. Seeing this, Tony Stark laughed at himself. The tornado of disaster spread, and the flames flickered like the setting sun in the sky. That piercing figure, it has many names: King of Monsters, King of Ancient Predators, God of Destruction, and Godzilla. Northern Disaster Zone. Godzilla's dark and ferocious dorsal fin has turned into a dazzling crystalline dorsal fin, but it has not evolved yellow horns and huge amounts of shoulder crystals like Godzilla in space, except that the dorsal fin is completely crystallized, becoming even more dazzling. In addition to being handsome, the other overall changes have not changed much. The Leviathan is not dead. It is exhausted of energy, which is equivalent to no physical strength. At the moment is slowly recovering in the sea. In other words, if it is the peak period of sufficient energy now, then there is no arrogance of the death group. Now, Godzilla, who has gained new strength, at the moment also officially confronts the group of death. Unlike other monsters, no one is better at dealing with the group of death than Godzilla. Maybe the group of death thinks so. They understand each other, restrain each other, know each other's depths, at the moment approaching the decisive moment, but not. They were anxious to attack, but looked at each other and observed each other. Urban area. The mysterious radiation groups and geomagnetic interference in outer space are all over the place, making this place a wasteland where human civilization is extinct. The range is not very large, but dozens of kilometers are by no means small. In addition to a large number of collapsed high-rise buildings, there are also many dead humans, larvae of alien monsters, bullet casings, firearms, and burning cars. In the face of the group of death like a natural disaster, no matter how violent the firepower is, it will not have any effect. The commander stood at the front line of the aircraft carrier position, holding military binoculars, observing the situation on the island. Standing beside him were support troops from various European countries, including Serizawa and others from the Emperor Project organization. Further ahead is the strong magnetic area, and the signal and equipment will be disturbed. Have you confirmed the enemy? The death group covers a total of 3 batches, where Godzilla is, where Mothra is, and the northeast refugee area. When it was learned that the electromagnetic storm swarm hit the place, the whole city carried out evacuation work, but due to the rush and panic, everyone wanted to leave this right and wrong place, causing orderly traffic jams, but slowing down evacuation speed. Even with the assistance of a large number of troops to evacuate, not everyone can evacuate quickly, and nearly 1/3 of the people are still forced to stay here. When the storm approached, communication equipment and vehicles were completely paralyzed, and the entire city fell into panic in an instant. Then, it was the dark clouds in the sky roaring wildly, and countless firelights and thunders set off in the sky, and then everyone saw the terrifying face of the Leviathan beast, and then the meteor fell and the earth shook. When the group of death appeared, despair and fear spread. The aggregates of the death group flapped their wings and preyed on lifeforms like a disaster at low altitudes. Shredded. American soldiers fired at them in panic, but the bullets could not damage the aggregates. Taste. There are also various rockets, tanks and flamethrowers, and even powerful bio-killing gases, but there is no way to deal with these monsters that can control oxygen molecules. Bright. It swept away like a swarm of bees, and the crowd rushing on the street turned into bones in an instant. Those who are damaged by tiny oxygen, their bodies are instantly decomposed and devoured by them. It can be said that the group of death is a race that exerts slaughter to the fullest. Unlike other monsters, hunting depends on mood and hunger. As the reason for the fall of the Leviathan, the entire city's electronic appliances and other electrical appliances were extinguished in large numbers, and the car also stopped fire. People fled in panic, pushing each other to flee. The swarms of death chased away, and wherever they passed, everything turned to bones, and they took cannonballs and flames and turned them into nourishment for evolution. By the time Godzilla arrived, everything had calmed down. How many people have died? Long. The commander's hand trembled slightly. The refugees in the north seemed to basically no longer exist. They were all harvested by the death group. It only took less than 10 minutes. We have never encountered this before, so there is no effective retreat plan, and the failure of a large number of instruments has completely cut off the city. Someone has to sacrifice. This is life. But how could human beings be willing to succumb to fate? Although this city has been abandoned by the world, there is still one existence that has not abandoned it. The commander sighed, a little bored, hesitant to say anything. #alas. Did you get it? Roar. It is like a giant beast, overlooking the small beings. The terrifying monster stood on the ground with its hind limbs, spread its large demonic wings, turned its head, and flashed red light in its eyes, staring at Godzilla, who was slowly walking out of the lava field. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the indifferent beast's eyes, there seemed to be some self-evident terrifying murder hidden in it, which locked Destroya's position like a precise location. It is the horde of death. Boom. Warehouse. The earth shakes. Have you assembled a complete body? Destroya. There was a terrifying air tremor in the sky high in the north, and countless air were rubbing frantically, and then a shadow that covered the sky and the sun was quickly gathering. It is impossible for Serizawa to not know what this change of it represents, that it has sucked enough energy, or that it thinks that at the moment itself can defeat Godzilla. That's why I can't wait to start to gather together. Once this kind of creature gathers into a large-scale complete body, it is difficult to take the initiative to separate, as if it has truly become a brand new life form. Right at the moment, a pair of terrifying saws covering more than 100 square meters suddenly landed on the ground, and countless flying sand and stones were destroyed everywhere, and a devastating aura like a world-destroying devil spread out. On the other side of the ruins of the high-rise building, an extremely huge figure suddenly drove from the corner. It reached the sky, and its dorsal fins were facing the sky, and its height reached a height of 200 meters. Serizawa looked into the distance and said in silence for a long time, I have never seen it so angry, whether it's Muto's battle or Ghidorah's battle, now its mood is about to explode, Godzilla may change. It is more powerful than we believe. Compared with these prehistoric beasts, we are latecomers, and they are the masters of this world. Evacuate all the combat readiness personnel in the north and leave this place to it. Goo! Destoroyah let out a low-frequency sneer like contempt, and then let out a loud roar. It seems to be saying, for hundreds of millions of years, you have been chasing and killing me endlessly, and this time you must die here. Boom! Buzz! 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 Next moment, the high temperature that gathered crazily condensed in Godzilla's mouth, and the energy that destroyed the sky and the earth directly dyed half of the sky a scorching red. The terrifying high temperature of extreme runaway, great red lotus corona rays, is sprayed out. Such a huge momentum naturally attracted attention from all directions, and Destoroyah also smelled a dangerous breath from this light, and carried out a concentrated molecular core defense. Wow! Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by the ferocious and terrifying high-temperature condensation, the terrifying power far surpassing Godzilla's radiation-hot rays spurted out. In that endless heat wave, a red-golden light distorted the vision, as if bending and refracting from all angles, the madness moved towards destroy. Asia attacked. Taste. Along the way, because of the extremely high temperature of the light, the city fell into a sea of flames, burned, the air was torn, the light was distorted, and a turbulent tearing air sound was emitted. Maybe the high temperature of the coronal light is only 10 million degrees, but the terrifying part of it is not the penetrating power, but the dead-end blow of the strange transition. Without waiting for Destoroyah to resist, a large exoskeleton of the body is instantly carbonized evaporated, the concentrated power is like the solar wind blowing, forming a terrifying vortex to absorb the surrounding things. The other scattered aggregates of death groups were burned to ashes by the high temperature in an instant and turned to nothing. 04. Godzilla slowly stopped his energy breathing. At the moment Destoroyah's location was completely covered with mushroom cloud-like smoke and dazzling golden-red flames. This trick. King Ghidorah couldn't take it easily, especially the bone-eating heat, exaggerated to the point of explosion, and everything around him became dark and distorted. When the temperature exceeds 25,000 degrees Celsius, it will show a blue-white flame state, and the coronal light of Godzilla's breath is golden red, up to 15 million degrees Celsius. After all, this is close to the temperature inside the sun, and the sun is a fixed star, the temperature up to several million to several hundred million degrees Celsius or more. At the same time, the sun constantly produces a nuclear fusion reaction, and the nuclear fusion reaction consumes more than 5 million tons of substances per second, ebbed, and then converts it into energy and releases it in the form of photons. Godzilla's supercrystalline dorsal fin can draw energy from the photon radiation emitted by the sun and directly perform super terrifying nuclear fusion breath. So this scene was formed. When the big red lotus corona and light passed through, the ground began to turn orange-red, burning and melting like magma. Can it be imagined? The ground at the foot of Godzilla was scorched black, and those that got closer became magma, and the ground scorched, forming billowing smoke. But a sudden nightmare came. The huge flame meteor that fell from the sky crashed to the ground, the earth shattered and began to collapse. The demon's flame, which turned black and red, rose up into the sky, and the dark red claws tore apart one high-rise building after another. Dancing wildly in flames, venting pain. I didn't intend to kill you with this trick at all. I understand you, Destoroyah. You can quickly converge and evolve in a high-temperature environment, and you can survive even in a temperature of 15 million, but obviously it can't kill you. But why do I choose to use coronal rays? Because its bone-eroding effect is very significant. Is it painful? How does it feel to be constantly burned and regenerated by the body? The purpose of this is to tear off every inch of your body and crush it. Big Red Lotus Godzilla's body suddenly turned a large area of red, and the water in the body and the surrounding air evaporated, forming the effect of distorting the space visible to the naked eye. Terrifying high-temperature flames surrounded it. Godzilla at the moment rushed towards Destoroyah's position. The giant tail was electric, producing a ferocious momentum like the earth shaking and sweeping everything around it. The other side. Destoroyah has also undergone an amazing and terrifying change. At the moment, it also makes people see the appearance clearly. How terrifying and terrifying the figure of the monster was. It greeted Godzilla, danced wildly in the demon's flame, and roared with a trembling shriek, as if the end was coming and the sky was shattering. Dead Swarm, full form, Destoroyah. Body size, 460 meters. Height, 240 meters. Wing length, 420 meters. Weight, 160,000 tons. Destroy Yabi's Godzilla is now even taller, much larger in size and in every way than Godzilla, which is due to the terrifying power it has collected during this time. At the same time. Then. The terrifying roar stunned the audience for a moment, followed by a pair of madly twisted Tai-E who were a terrifying dark red. The whole body is domineering black and red. Destoroyah's hand-to-hand combat is extremely strong, and it is different from Godzilla. It is not a creature, it is a race, which means that Godzilla is singled out a race, so its power is definitely. It stood upright with its neck drawn, sending out a long howl that pierced through the sky. Boom! The terrifying high temperature melted the surface, and with the crushing of this giant beast, the islands in this weak area collapsed directly toward the deepest point. Roar! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone raised their heads, looked at the figure in the sky, and looked at the unbelievable figure in despair. In an instant, Destoroyah with an extremely terrifying body spread out her wings and swept up, rubbing against the atmosphere. Sharp tearing air sounds rose into the sky. Like a meteorite, the front end of the fire appeared, and finally, stopped in midair. A pair of diabolical huge amounts of wings spread out in the wind behind them. The fleshy wings were burned by the flames, and the edges were jagged torn. The giant mirror-like tail was constantly moving like a rope, and the bone-like sharp claws were blackened, and the high-temperature liquid flowed down from the sharp claws, burning deep ravines on the ground. The mist settled, and the burning figure that covered the sky and the sun slowly became clear. What kind of terrifying existence is that? With a roar, the earth exploded directly, shattering one after another. Moment. World Destroyer. Destoroyah. Its body is huge, close to 500 meters. It was a terrifying monster that chilled to the bone from beginning to end. The tyrannical brutality, the utter horror, exuded an unbelievable sense of despair and oppression. That kind of coercion even surpasses the gods that humans believe in. But compared to Destoroyah, Godzilla is obviously stronger. Today's Godzilla. Really strong, according to Marvel's level, quasi-level Godfather. Although it has not reached the level of Ancient One and Odin, it is quite terrifying. And what about Destoroyah? It is also very abnormal, molecular-level regeneration ability, duplication, melee super melee, ignoring defensive light and changes, cut. The most important is, Destoroyah ignores mental attacks. Most of the mental attacks in Marvel are biased towards confusion, control, mind manipulation, etc. Therefore, high-level intelligent creatures are more difficult to control. On the contrary, when the biological level is low to a certain level, it will become rich in penetrating power and ignore most external controls. The concept of mental aggression is psychological induction. Destoroyah, on the other hand, relies entirely on her body to act instinctively. Before her brain issues an order, her body will act instinctively. Same. Godzilla also has a strong spirit, it is immune to almost all mental attacks, and there is a layer of energy barrier in the body, which can effectively isolate most non-physical attack methods. Meaning is, if you want to kill this kind of monster, don't think about such gimmicky moves. It is the correct way to directly use absolute power. By the way, whether it is the current Destoroyah or Godzilla, even if the Earth explodes, they can already survive. This also makes watching the tyrannical colliding together and fighting frantically, every movement caused the terrifying monsters to tremble. At the moment, completely ignoring the destruction of the surrounding natural environment, a terrifying battle began, punching to the flesh, and the moves were fierce. They are all monster powerhouses with rich fighting experience. The group of Death and Godzilla have fought for hundreds of millions of years. Although the group of Death was born much earlier than Godzilla, it is the only existence that it considers to be a mortal enemy. On the rescue ship, everyone was as if their souls had been harvested by Death God, and their faces were pale and stunned in horror. Then, countless people saw it again. The eyes of the heavenly winged demon monster gleamed with an extremely tyrannical and bloody fierce light. Destoroyah spread out her wings, and the terrifying variable cutting of the sharp horns on the head directly slashed Godzilla's body, ignoring the defense and going deep into the bones, but was quickly blocked by the energy barrier, only to see Godzilla pull out his arm, injured healed instantly, and at the same time, the crystals of the dorsal fin shone dazzlingly. That moment, the sky shone with diamond-shaped star-like flashes, which were very dazzling, followed by the terrifying charged particle cannons of the obliteration void, which were emitted in ripples of triple rings, and the dazzling light took time to pierce Destoroyah. The chest directly penetrated the surface of the Earth's atmosphere and went straight to space. ZZ. Near the scorched surface of Destoroyah, the densely packed tiny microbes that were visible to the naked eye were rapidly gathering and gathering. But Godzilla didn't plan to give it a chance to recover, and dashed straight away. In the state of Space Godzilla, it ignores the Earth's gravity. Godzilla's speed is surprisingly fast, coupled with the super ability fluctuations generated by the tornado due to gravity, it directly makes it grabbing Destoroyah's neck. Even the 160,000-ton giant was easily used by it towards the ground. Came, rumble rumble. The Earth showed a spider web-like crack spreading around, and a terrifying gully that swept several kilometers appeared in front of Godzilla, and Destoroyah was being nailed to the center. Then, suspended high in the sky, Godzilla stared at Destoroyah in the center of the pothole below, and suddenly a terrifying coercion appeared on his body. Starting from the tip of the tail, the Godzilla dorsal fin gradually lights up with a deep purple glow. Red represents red lotus state, high-temperature radiation heat ray. Purple represents one, true nuclear fusion radiation stream. I've never seen such a terrifying scene before, those two monsters are already at the level of gods. The concentration of tiny oxygen in Destoroyah's body reached an extremely high level, and then it instantly spewed out the oxygen destruction light that surpassed the oxygen destroyer from its mouth. Roar! 0. Jiang Shi, Godzilla mobilized the energy in his body to release a stream of ultra-high heat radiation from his mouth, which was then concentrated into slender purple rays. The high temperature directly melted the surface of the Earth. It was like laser-cut steel on Destoroyah's body. At the same time, it began to frantically cut its skin, as if Godzilla wanted to tear it apart. ZZ. 0, for flowers. A large area of flaming particle smoke spread out towards the surroundings, and the entire northern urban area was covered with flames. Dr. Serizawa and the commander watched this scene in amazement through the military binoculars, and when the terrifying coercion that distorted their souls struck, they felt the same shudder as everyone else. Blue represents radiation heat rays, nuclear fusion atomic breath. The battle of the monsters eclipsed the dark sky that was about to split, and in the torn space, the existence that symbolized absolute terror was fighting smoothly, that terrifying appearance, like it is propaganda that in front of them, everything is small and ridiculous, even God. All things in between the calamity and terror vanished, they were clearly visible, the firelight, the dark red covering the sky, the terrifying black smoke, the heat wave spread, the terrifying black smoke was rolled up, where the giant beast and the dark red and the entwined figures of the big-winged demon king, they continued to spread out. In the telescope, tightly imprinted in their eye sockets, was a burning extremely violent fire, and they could feel the heat wave from far away. Hearing the instant crackling of the flames, the collapse of high-rise buildings and the roar of the ground shaking, I also saw an unimaginable scene, comparable to the War of the Gods in mythology. Godzilla found Destoroyah's figure in the black smoke, it turned around suddenly, and looked up at a burning terror hotline attack. Factory. Oxygen-destroying rays and beams of radiation collide together, producing a large amount of soot and gas. Roar. It can be called the doomsday catastrophe, the cataclysm. What? At this time, Destoroyah turned around, and its body was broken in many places. If it was replaced by an ordinary life form, who would still be alive with such a big hole in the chest? That is, Destoroyah could ignore the injury and once again dodged and rushed to Godzilla's side. Then, its huge scythe-like tail suddenly swung out, and the pincer-like thing at the end of the tail bit Godzilla's body. Then it recklessly hugged with Godzilla directly. While bearing the high temperature, it constantly waits for an opportunity to attack Godzilla's dorsal fin. Destoroyah is well aware of Godzilla's weakness. Once the dorsal fin is damaged, it will run out of control. But it is obvious that Destoroyah ignored that the Godzilla today is not the Godzilla it used to be familiar with. Even if the dorsal fin is destroyed, Godzilla can still control the temperature and energy concentration of the nuclear 140 core. Variable cut. Destoroyah growled, the golden horns on her head seemed to be transformed into a form of energy, and the terrorist attack that ignored physical defenses cut through. Vector claw. The space claws at the ends of Godzilla's hands and feet suddenly gathered the attack energy from the middle core, and just waved it to produce a shockwave like a big explosion, and then produced a flashing sense of electric light when it grabbed Destoroyah. F***K. Crack. Destoroyah's variable cutting was extremely fast, directly cutting off one of Godzilla's arms. And at the same time, Godzilla also slashed Destoroyah's head with a lightning-flashing space attack. There was no dull sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground, and there was just a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Godzilla's broken arm was quickly surrounded by black G-cell tissue, and it healed instantly without even falling off. On the other hand, Destoroyah is similar. A large number of dense microbodies connect around its neck and skull, condensing into bone, muscle, skin and scales and exoskeletons at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drink. A thunderous body collided violently. Godzilla opened her bloody mouth and bit into Destoroyah's half-fleshed wing, tearing it apart. Destoroyah also showed no signs of weakness, her hind legs were stuck on the ground, her forelegs hugged Godzilla's broad shoulders, and then her tail continued to slam Godzilla's body with pliers. Its tail had the terror of being able to move Godzilla at will. Strange power, and can energy absorbing from Godzilla, who is wrapped in his tail. Are you the only one who can energy absorbing? Godzilla and Destoroyah directly launched the most primitive hand-to-hand combat, wrestling with each other, fighting and biting, with teeth and claws being their most effective weapons. Destoroyah completely gave up defense, exchanged injuries for injuries, began to exchange blood desperately, and scuffled with Godzilla as they rolled around on the ground. Godzilla blurred the flesh of a giant bite of Destoroyah, and at the same time, G-cells began to proliferate and divide, invading Destoroyah's body, and began to sweep like a virus. While Destoroyah is manipulating a large number of tiny bodies to prevent the expansion of G-cells, Godzilla is constantly absorbing energy from Godzilla, but Godzilla is also drawing its energy. Simply put, it's as if they were sucking each other's blood, an eye for an eye for a tooth for a tooth. It's over, isn't it? Godzilla's inner rage took this opportunity to release the high temperature again, and then it suddenly mobilized a majestic energy with all its strength, but it did not spew out. Hum. The atomic furnace in Godzilla's body suddenly flickered violently. A large amount of energy was not emitted, but overflowed in the body, and immediately it spit out a white smoke. Big Red Lotus Mode, open. Godzilla entered a state of rampage, and the epidermis began to appear magma-like red, but the terrifying high temperature was very different from before. This time it went into the hearth load state, as if it were going into overclocking. If you describe it in terms of the state of the game, then Destoroyah is currently in a state of burning and weakening defense, and the continuous blood loss and blood recovery are basically offset, which can delay its recovery speed. On the other hand, Godzilla entered a state of rampage that continued to lose blood. The energy attack and physical attack more than doubled, and the terrifying high temperature was simply killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. It's incredibly powerful. So horrible. Watching the two monsters fighting fiercely, they rolled from one end to the other, and suddenly they turned into magma-like terrifying monsters. Everyone who sees this scene will feel their blood surging, and their hearts will be extremely shocked. The commander finally suppressed his emotions and asked Xiang Serizawa, "Doctor, who will win among them?" Moment. Jumping, suddenly turning sideways, and sweeping the tail whip. Two terrifying monsters with almost the same size collided together, and it seemed that a violent shockwave was generated in an instant. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Nuclear fission is out of control. Roro. Ultimate destruction technique, Big Red Lotus Sunset. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The crystal spikes from Godzilla's tail violently pumped 1.3 to Destroyer's head, and the high-energy damage gathered at the tail directly shattered Destroyer's head into several cracks. Destoroyah can't stop Godzilla, but it can be reborn infinitely. Serizawa said solemnly, "The only way for Godzilla is to burn all its tiny bodies to death with an instant burst of destructive power. That's the only chance." The atomic furnace organ in Godzilla's body vibrated violently, and endless heat radiated out from its body, ripples in the air, as if the world was burning. In an instant, a mass of flame ripples suddenly spread out from Godzilla's body, shrouding Destoroyah, and then its whole body was scorched, like an erupting volcano, with tiny gaps appearing on its body. Those are the effects of the destruction of tiny bodies. Go on, attack me, don't stop. In the dust mist, Godzilla, who was burning all over and bathed in terrifying high temperature, swept out violently, and instantly the giant tail made tearing air sounds of screaming in the air. Like the sun exploding. Destoroyah stood up frantically and sprinted towards Godzilla fiercely. Boom! In the hazy dust mist, Destroyer grinned, and the oxygen destruction light directly hit Godzilla, causing extensive damage. Second wave. The chaotic terrifying energy in Godzilla's body exploded directly. Rumble rumble. The pressing aerodynamic burst exploded in an instant, and the extremely high temperature enveloped the body under Destroyer's damaged exoskeleton, and the flesh was blurred for a while, leaving only bones. Sessis. As a last resort, in the terrifying shockwave formed by this heat wave, Destroyer quickly decomposes her body into multiple aggregates and then integrates it. They protect themselves in layers and seem to want to save the core from being destroyed, but at the moment in the face of Godzilla's runaway nuclear fusion, any offensive of it is futile. The third wave. Buzzing. The small white sun that suddenly rose shook the world, and the dazzling light illuminated the sky, dispelling the storm and dark clouds, and everything melted away, revealing the originally dazzling sun. The flying sand and rocks were all washed away, the ground rolled up in an instant, and then melted by the high temperature. The entire northern urban area was wiped out and razed to the ground. With the passage of time. In the end, a huge amount of gully appeared, in which thermal radiation and thick smoke swept through 04, emitting a strong high temperature, and the central temperature exceeded 100 million degrees Celsius when it just broke out. If Destoroyah was still alive, it would be a real hell. It intends to split itself into several aggregates, and then gather into a huge amount of core to protect itself from now on, and to regenerate with the remaining tiny bodies after it is completely destroyed. But Godzilla is more ruthless. Forcibly let his heart out of control, that power, if not for Godzilla's deliberate control, will directly melt the surface and fall into the core of the earth, causing the destruction of the planet. Roar! The dust and mist dissipated, and the dazzling light faded away. When the smoke from the deepest explosion center dissipated, revealing a terrifying ravine. Humans looked up at the terrifying core area after the explosion on the distant shore. The telescope was affected by the heat breath. Fortunately, it was not a large-scale explosion, otherwise shockwave would have swept the area. That is Godzilla. In the telescope, more than half of Godzilla's body was burned, at the moment squatting on some jet-black lava stone. Godzilla stopped moving, opened and closed its mouth. A large amount of white smoke overflowed from its mouth, surrounded by burning high-temperature hotlines. It seemed that it was suffering the side effects of this terrifying force. On the burned skin and bones, a large number of G cells began to regenerate and gradually recovered. See this scene. Serizawa and the others swallowed their saliva in the face of the terrifying god of destruction. System. Godzilla sat beside the stone and pondered. At the moment he roared without raising his head, and then asked the system if Destoroyah was dead. Confirmed, Destoroyah has been destroyed. Hearing that, Godzilla's skeletal frame has been regenerated, and the flesh and blood have also been filled. With the completion of the final scale body, it has returned to its normal state. Have to say, the energy changes that Godzilla can control now are becoming more and more proficient. In the past, it used this big red lotus sunset self-destruction magic skill, and it would definitely explode into pieces. But now, only the skin and flesh have been burned, and the rest of the place is still intact. With the evolution, sooner or later, it will be able to use this powerful ultimate move without injury. Release it with full force, it can melt the core of the planet and cause the extent of the planet's destruction. This was an important turning point in the growth of Godzilla. In short, energy is the core of everything, and if the absorbed energy is strong enough, the evolution of Godzilla will never end. Almost. Godzilla counted the time in his heart, and it is estimated that in a few years, infinite gems will be frequent. It's a good choice to get a few as decorations at that time. But at this time, on the edge of the deep pit in the lava ground where Godzilla was located, there was a slight vibration from the outside world, when Godzilla's biological radar was turned on. Its body froze instantly. How is this possible? System, isn't Destoroyah already dead? Godzilla stood up abruptly, looked into the distance, and a large number of dead insects swarmed the sky. Warning! Detected a large number of lifeforms approaching. Hint, Destoroyah is dead, confirmation is complete. Facing Godzilla's active inquiries, the system answered Godzilla's questions like an auxiliary tool. Soon. Godzilla knew where those things came from. Destoroyah is dead, yes, the real thing, every inch of cells it killed with its own hands. But Destoroyah is dead, it doesn't mean that the group of death is also extinct. In simple terms, the horde of death is Destoroyah, but Destoroyah is not the horde of death. Death hordes can synthesize Destoroyah, but Destoroyah cannot split into death hordes. In simple words, Destoroyah is a mud puppet fabricated by the dead group. When Destoroyah is destroyed, they will continue to form a bigger monster. And it's the real monster of death. The ultimate body, Destoroyah. Gosh, what is that? Black smoke. No, they're approaching here. Oh no With the gradual increase of those 140 black smoke, the body became more and more swollen. The faces of everyone changed from sluggishness to consternation, then to panic, fear, disbelief and despair. That is Apocalypse hope. An ancient horn seemed to sound on the sky, and the blue moon in the sky turned scarlet. The moon was eaten away by the black and red ones. When the countless tiny bodies suffered such a devastating explosion from Godzilla, the resulting high temperature quickly spawned their convergent evolution speed. It was like the embers and black smoke rising from the furnace, the sparks of sin, the ashes of darkness and depravity, the darkness of the sky, the fog of the sky and the earth. Northeast. Jaya. The unusually sharp sound exploded in the sky like a sonic boom, and the tiny insect swarms gathered together, a terrifying death group of 2-meter file-size larvae, and they all moved closer to this side. The swarm formed by the plague of locusts has an indescribably hideous expression on its face. The countless red and black exoskeleton armors and claws like crabs and spiders trembled. The scales visible to the naked eye, accompanied by insect-like wings, spread out across the sky. They are like a swarm of locust plagues in hell, attacking this way overwhelmingly. With those who fled. The purpose is to devour all life. Hint: kill the small aggregate of the death group. Don't die. Godzilla stared indifferently at the small aggregate monsters that were constantly moving towards this side. Although the temperature here had receded a lot, it was still extremely high. Charged straight in, was quickly burned to the ground, and died. Activate new evolution, energy core. Godzilla's body has undergone a general evolution of the core of the atomic furnace, the power has been greatly improved, and the power of the atomic breath is super powerful. Activate new ability, cell activation promotion. J. Godzilla cells reach the true immortality, live with the sun, immortal Super Godzilla. Activate new skill, faction position. Super Godzilla can quickly form an energy shield to protect itself, and can also form energy claws to resist variable cuts. Activate a new skill, Nova Burst Breath. Super Godzilla can emit orange breath rays, and is a super strengthening version of ordinary atomic breath. Activate the new ultimate move, Navel's Breath. Super Godzilla's strongest nirvana, when the energy core is greatly activated, it can shoot a spiral-shaped ultimate energy light, which is instantly emitted, causing devastating damage to the enemy. At the end of Godzilla's closed eyes rest, the body that had been injured not only returned to its original state. It was more because of the genetic mutation due to the battle with Destoroyah. It turned out that Godzilla obtained Space Godzilla cells, rather than directly transformed into Space Godzilla. Because Godzilla at this time has not experienced the baptism of a large amount of cosmic radiation energy. Thus, before formally moving towards higher levels of metamorphosis, Godzilla is once again marching towards immortality by fighting. When Godzilla recovered from immersion and thinking, the world around her gradually became brighter. Destoroyah? No, is it the new group of death? Godzilla gradually stood up and looked at the large number of aggregate creatures that were attacking. It seemed that there was no wave in the ancient well, and it even wanted to fight for thousands of rounds. Godzilla of this moment. It looks mighty and domineering as a whole, its body is extremely strong, its bulging muscles are full of explosive power, its ferocious exposed teeth and eyes full of endless anger exude terrifying pressure, and the position it looks at is densely packed and overwhelming. The frog group creatures are rapidly approaching here. And it, Super Godzilla. A very terrifying creature, in the true sense the strongest creature on the surface, living the same life as the sun. It can be compared with it, and the so-called mutated version of the water bear is possible. The war near here in the South Atlantic. It stretches across many places, including many countries in the Pacific Ocean, various countries in the Atlantic Ocean, and the Eurasian continent is also implicated. And during this period, in the underground base of SEAL, a meeting of investment representatives from various countries was held. Did you send the first machine? Looking at the representatives of the virtual projections of light and darkness on the seats, the commander of NERV, the executive body of the All-Spirit Organization, the spectacles of Ikari Gendo are glowing, and the terrifying electromagnetic